sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag-Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Okay, good morning guys, and welcome back to another day here in northern Germany for the Sylt GKA World Cup Tour. It is an early start this morning here on the beach as all the riders are getting ready for the kite surf discipline, and this morning we've got the women's rounds up first. But first, let's have a look at yesterday's action highlights as we saw some epic Hydrofoil big air action out on the water.
The 2025 GKA Kite World Cup Sylt is officially underway. 17 athletes registered to compete, 16 men and 1 woman. But all eyes were on who would step up in the absence of current world champion Charles Brodel, recovering from injury. With the crown up for grabs, the riders wasted no time putting on a show. By round 3, the intensity had already cranked up. Riders knew only the top 2 from each heat would move on to the finals.
Ready for the semi-finals.
In semi-final 1, New Zealand's Hugo Wigglesworth looked unstoppable from the start. 3 high-scoring tricks gave him a commanding lead. While Spain's Lorenzo Casati kept just enough consistency to book his place in the final. Borja Vellon and Robbie James fought hard. But couldn't land the tricks they needed to advance. Semi-final 2 brought just as much drama. Germany's Finn Flugel came out firing, setting the pace early. Close behind was Italy's Leonardo Casati, who stayed in the hunt until the very end. Dominican rider Joselito del Rosario opened strong but lost momentum, finishing 3rd. While Switzerland's Pierre Schneider struggled to find his rhythm and bowed out in 4th. Conditions had shifted, with winds dropping to around 13 knots. Light wind always makes things tougher.
I've been here competing before, and for several years I come here, and this place is something that riders cannot really expect the conditions because all of the directions work. We can have waves, it can be flat, can be 40 knots coming straight from the sea, can be side, so it's like always a surprise, and normally we have a different champion in every competition because of that.
I mean, my plan is still to keep riding and try to do some kite loops. I think I can get my better score doing that way, so yeah, just gonna go on the 12, try to go high, some proper loops, and that's it.
Hugo Hugo Wigglesworth, the Kiwi rider, launched into huge, cleanly executed tricks, showing total control and composure. Germany's Finn Flugel coped well too, keeping his runs tidy and building a score that would keep him in second place. Meanwhile, Lorenzo and Leonardo Casati were forced to push harder. Lorenzo went all in with an unhooked handle pass towards the end of the heat, a bold move that boosted him into third place. Leonardo, however, couldn't quite stick his landings and slipped back into fourth. As the clock wound down, it all came to the final tricks. Both Casati brothers crashed under pressure, leaving no chance to climb higher. Wigglesworth, on the other hand, closed the show in style. Landing another massive trick that scored 7.87 points. Locking in the win. When it was all over, the results were clear. Hugo Wigglesworth takes the crown in Sylt, followed by Germany's Finn Flugel in second, Lorenzo Casati in third, and Leonardo Casati in fourth.
Wow, I feel absolutely amazing. Really happy with my performance in the heats and really happy to take the win in my first ever hydrofoil event.
The hydrofoil big air discipline delivered spectacular action, and it's only the beginning. Next up, the spotlight shifts to kite surf, as the world's best take to the waves for the final 2 days here at the GKA Kite World Cup Sylt.
Okay, so we are straight into the action this morning. It's an early start here on Westerlands Beach in Sylt, northern Germany. An incredible spot for this year's GKA Kite World Tour, and we are in to the women's action straight away this morning for the kite surf discipline. You just saw yesterday the highlights from the hydrofoil big air event, which went off and we got completed all the way through to the podium. And today it is the turn of the kite surfing discipline to show us what they've got out there on the water. It is heat one this morning of the women's discipline. We've got Kaya Lehmann, Charlotte Carpentier, and Cassienne Rodriguez on the water as we speak. First on the water this morning to get warmed up in heat number one of the females kite surf discipline. We've seen some chalk put on the board already with Kaya Lehmann scoring a 1.27, Charlotte Carpentier on a 1.83, currently standing in number one in this heat, with Cassienne Rodriguez yet to answer back. 6 minutes left on the timer. It's going to be an exciting day. The sun hasn't even come up above the horizon yet, but these ladies are out there and on the water, raring to go. We're set for a long day here in the box with myself, Tom Court, bringing the action to you live for the GKA Kite World Tour. If you're joining us this morning already, welcome to the live stream. Make sure you get involved in the comments if you've got any questions about anything that's going on here at the event, on the water, or any of these riders out there. And I will try and do my best to bring you some interesting information as we go forward in today's event. We're going to try and get as far as we possibly can with the kite surf discipline today, because we are battling the forecast a little bit. We've got the wind forecast to pick up until 12 today. Slightly variable conditions, possibly up to about 15 to 20 knots later today. And a good forecast tomorrow, but we need to have as many hours on the water to get these guys completed as possible. Hence the early start. But these guys are ready for action. Okay, Charlotte Carpentier there, scoring another 1.83, two of the exact same scores on the board this morning. It's tricky for these guys. They've been out there. They're out there the first on the water, and it is light wind, but it's set to pick up as the sun comes over that horizon. Let's see what they've got for us this morning. Riding strapless on their kite surfboards, with the wave size looking pretty small today, but not to worry, that doesn't make a difference for kite surfing. Tricks can be thrown down regardless. One of the great things about kite surfing, really allows you to make the most of any water state out there. If waves pop up, you can ride them, but if it's flat, equally, you can throw down strapless freestyle tricks, jumps, and different variations that show how good these riders are on the water. Okay, Kaya Lehman on the screen there in the yellow lycra, green lycra rather. Charlotte Carpentier in the pink, and Casey Rodriguez in the black. Still yet to put some chalk on the board. 3 tricks scoring out of 7 trick attempts in each heat, but it is a timed heat too, so the judges have their work cut out for them this morning to make sure they're seeing everything that's going on. Kaya Lehman dropping another score of 1.67, sitting in second place with a 2.94 right now. Nice start to the morning for these girls. See a replay there. No, Charlotte Carpentier just landing something, didn't quite see what it was. But this heat is going to set the tone for this morning's action as we get the female rounds of the kite surfing discipline out on the water to make the most of the morning's early wind here in Sylt, Germany. Getting up at 5 a.m. this morning. These girls are on it. Nice little one-footer there from Charlotte. Scoring a 0.80, so not a high-scoring trick, but has got 3 tricks on the board. And as we said yesterday, strategy is everything in these heats. Making sure you get some chalk on the board, making sure you get 3 counted tricks to give you that combined score total, which is so important when it comes to moving up the ladder. Kaya Lehman there coming in, consulting with the ground team, looking at the scores to know what she needs to do next. She's in a good position with 1.5 or 1.27 and a 1.67 score, with a 2.94 combined total with only 2 tricks counted so far. If she gets another good score, she is in a good position to advance up into the first place in this first heat this morning. With 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. It's looking very, very important for these riders to be on it this morning and out there on the water. Let's see what she's got for us here. Coming in, they're still struggling a little bit with the wind strength. Nice little rodeo there. Solid pop, deals with the landing. Very nice. It's tough when it's light wind for these sorts of tricks, because you really rely on the wind a lot of the time to use the wind to stick that board to your feet. So to do strapless tricks in light winds is very challenging often. So to see these girls going out there and giving it their all, it's inspirational this morning. Let's see if Kaya Lehman can go forwards with another scored trick on the board. It's going to help her case. She doesn't need much. But Casey Rodriguez looking like has failed to put any scores on the board. And that is the buzzer for round 1, heat 1. And these ladies have kicked the day off super early here this morning. Before the sun is even above the horizon, they are out there on the water. Okay, let's go to a quick commercial break, and I will see you for heat number 2 shortly. Okay, and we are back today on this glorious day here in northern Germany, the Westerlands beach on the island of Sylt. It is round 1, heat 2 for the women's kite surfing discipline. We've got Elena Mutis, Soha Bunte, and Camille Losserand out there this morning for heat number 2. Another great heat to get the day started. These ladies getting out there nice and early for us as the wind builds here today. It's looking like the forecast is picking up, and we're expecting the wind to peak around midday here in northern Germany. So as the heats go on and the day moves forward, we're looking for some bigger tricks and some easier conditions for these ladies. As I've just mentioned, it is tough to perform strapless kite surf tricks in light wind. And as the wind picks up, we're hoping the swell will build too. Elena Mutis up first. What she got for us? 10 minutes on the clock for the heats this morning. Camille Losserand landing that trick nicely there, getting some chalk on the board to start the heat. A recent signing with Red Bull. Camille's one of the more well-known girls in this heat right now. Definitely one of the favorites for the event at the moment. We caught up with her on the beach yesterday just to find out what she had to say about the up-and-coming event and how she's feeling about today on the water. Let's have a look at that interview.
Well, hi, I'm Camille Losserand from Switzerland. Competing here in Sylt, Germany, I think it's going to be my 3rd year now. Yeah, happy to be here. There's like many things happening, a lot of people coming here to the beach and coming to us, so yeah, it's nice to see all the kitesurfing community as well and be competing here. It's pretty nice. Yeah, after the first event of the year in Cabo Verde, I came back to Tarifa where I train and spend most of my time because I live between Tarifa and Switzerland. So yeah, I mean, we had good conditions this year in summer, good wind. So I've been training mainly freestyle there. Happy to be at home with friends as well and be doing different kind of things as well beside kitesurfing. So yeah, I had a good balance, training out of the water, training in the water, and I'm feeling super ready for this competition and I'm gonna give it my best. My secret trick is definitely secret, I'm not gonna say it, but yeah, I have a few tricks in mind. So hopefully the wind kicks in and I can land some and try some, so yeah, pretty excited.
Okay, we are back into the heat action this morning. 7.5 minutes still on the clock with a few tricks landed. Camille Losserand, who we just heard from there, has got 3 tricks down, scoring a 9.67 overall combined score this morning. Let's check a couple of replays. Camille, back roll. Board varial there, landing with a little butt check, but making it work. No, that was more than a little butt check. But getting a few tricks landed, and as I've said, it's tough. When the wind is this light, there's no room for mistakes, and it's not possible really to use the wind as you might like to gel that board onto your feet with these strapless boards. So really is about the pop, it's about the takeoff and about your body control and not making mistakes with that kite on the landing so that you don't sink or, you know, lose power into the water. So it's a very, very skilled game out there. Camille making it look easy though with a 5.47, a 1.20 and a 6.37, 13.04 overall, standing in first place so far in this heat. As I said earlier, recent signing to Red Bull, duotone rider Camille from Switzerland, really stepping it up over the last couple of years in multiple disciplines, but definitely shining through in strapless and wave with the kitesurf discipline. But as with so many of these young riders, just being overall talented on a kite in whatever conditions they choose to ride in. It's just great to see. Awesome to see these ladies out there as well, just enjoying themselves, getting involved in world competition and just pushing themselves on the water. There's so many options when it comes to competing in kiting and what you can do on a kite. But this is for sure one of the more technical disciplines, especially when it comes to riding in light wind like this. It's going to be interesting to see what we're going to witness today in terms of tricks and what they're managing to put down out there. As you can see, the landings are tough and critical when it comes to getting those points. Elena Mutsis scoring a 0.53 so far, so she's got one trick on the board, but definitely needs 2 more score lines. Here we go. Nice little straight air there with a grab. It's going to do something for her scoreline for sure. Having those 3 points chalked up really makes a difference, especially when you're looking at this. Was that little aerial stance switch there by Sonia Bunte? Very nice. Little detailed trick. Not very large, but definitely some technicality in there. But it is tough. It's light wind this morning. I think these girls are probably on 12 meters, getting the day kicked off here in northern Germany. Camille with that front roll. Board grab attempt there, just trying to keep that board on her feet, using that wind to stick the board to her feet. That's the usual technique with strapless kite surfing, is, you know, you have to leverage the strength of the wind and the direction of the wind, using that to stick the board to your feet in a lot of these tricks. I know if you've ever tried strapless kite surfing, this may seem like voodoo to you a lot of the time, but if because it is very difficult to even do a jump without straps, but the technique is all about the wind direction, wind strength, and how you take off using that board to stick to your feet with the wind, and also combining grabs and different ways of grabbing the board to keep it with you whilst you perform different maneuvers with your kite. Camille, professional as always, on the beach, checking with her caddy team and ground crew as to what she needs to do next. But standing as it is at the moment with a 16.14 combined heat score, she's easily in the lead with less than 3 minutes to go. What can these other girls do to come back? It's a battle for second place right now, with Sonia Bunte sitting in second and Elena Mutsis in third. But she doesn't need much. She needs one more scoring trick to bump her up into second place. And Sonia Bunte needs one more trick scored in order to solidify her place in second. 2 minutes, 18 seconds to go. What can be done here? Let's see. Camille looking confident. Sonia coming in. What she got? Little shove it attempt. Tough. Didn't get the takeoff she wanted there. It's interesting. Shove it maneuvers. This sort of side of the sport really draws inspiration from all sorts of other board sports. Skateboarding being one of them. As you have the similarity of not having the board attached to your feet with any straps or boots or anything like that. It draws a lot of skill from your foot coordination and your leg coordination, just like skateboarding does, with kick flips, shove its, and varial maneuvers, all performed without straps. As we move through the day, we're going to see all sorts of different variations. You've got different ways to rotate your body, different ways to rotate your board. And as we saw yesterday with the Hydrofoil big air discipline, there's a lot of innovation going on in the sport right now. And this is another discipline, the kitesurf discipline, that has so much variety available to it, especially as the waves pick up. But even in flat water, there is the possibility to perform all sorts of different combinations and variations on the different trick families out there today. If you're just joining us early this morning here on the live stream, big welcome from myself here in the box. Make sure you get involved in the comments section If you've got any questions about the event, about the discipline, about the gear these guys are riding, or about the riders themselves, I'll do my best to deliver that information to you. This is the GKA World Tour kitesurf discipline this morning. After completing the Hydrofoil big air discipline over the last few days, we are now pushing forward into the kitesurf discipline, starting off with the women's this morning, looking to go all the way to the finals here today for the women, and possibly move into the men's rounds as this wind picks up towards midday. Look at those fins. Personally, I feel like Elena really getting style points there for those leopard print fins. If I was in that judging box, I think the fins would come into play on the scoreline there. That's the end of Heat 2 for the female discipline, for the female section of the kitesurf discipline here. Camille Losserand walking away with that one. 16-1-4 on the scoreline. 3 tricks scored. Nice variety of difference there between all the tricks she landed. Just looking out the window here, it looks like she is on a 12-meter Rebel SLS. Just powering her through this light wind morning. All of the guys out there on different equipment at the moment, but all of them are looking like they're on 12 meters. We've got a 12-meter fly surfer and a 12-meter core equally in the heat box. Camille coming in there, consulting with the head judge, making sure all is good down there on the beach. You can see that drone shot, this amazing spot here in Sylt. Is actually incredible for kite surfing, windsurfing, water sports, wing foiling, you name it. It's good for it here when this wind picks up throughout the day. Okay, heat number 3 coming up. Sophia Monti, Simona Shazman, Clemence Darine coming onto the water up next in heat 3 for women's kitesurf discipline. It's going to be great to see what these ladies can deliver for us out there. Going to get a feel for their skill level this morning, how they can ride these big kites. I caught up with a few of them this morning in the breakfast tent in the riders area, all looking out there, hoping for more wind and hoping that the conditions were going to deliver for some of their bigger kite sizes. Some of them not having 14s and the 12-meter being their biggest kite, so a lot of them sort of limited as to what they can choose inside their quiver. So it looks like 12 meters are the call for the day for the women so far. As I've said, the forecast is looking hopeful, picking up as we go through the day. At the moment, is forecast to be the lightest section of the day, and it's picking up towards 9 a.m. Up to 21 knots, it's saying, by 3 p.m. this afternoon. So we could be in for an exciting day on the water. If I had to guess, I would say we're going to get as far as we possibly can this morning. Well, today, with this discipline of the GKA Kite World Tour kite surf discipline. There's the women out on the water right now. Getting into it as we go through the day. If you're just joining us on the live stream, make sure you tune in on the GKA website for the live scores. You'll be able to keep up with everything that's going on the water. You'll be able to see how the judges are scoring these tricks. And what's actually scoring highly on the water. It's important to know, especially for these riders. Awesome trick there, straight out of the box. Really nicely performed. I think that was Sophia Monti out there. Just looking at the live scoring system on the GKA website right now. We've got Clemence Darine in black, Simona Schietzmann in pink, and Sophia Monti in green. So far, Sophia Monti dropping a 4.83 on the scoreline. So that was her just busting out of the start line. 4.83, looking like one of the better scores of the day so far. Simona from Switzerland sitting in third right now as Clements drops a 0.87 just to get the heat started. Sophia Monti answering back. You can sinking on the landing there, as you can see. It's not easy in light wind, especially with the kite control. You've really got to get that landing right. Make sure you're looping the kite into the landing, probably just to pull you through the trick, through the landing, and stop you sinking, which will impact your scoreline. Sophia Monti dropping a second score, 6.83 combined. Looks like the wind is picking up, and these girls are throwing down more and more consistently. Okay, as you can see there, action in the heat box. This is a slightly different format than the Hydrofoil Big Air that we saw yesterday, where they've got their own time. They've got 40 seconds to perform their trick each time. This is much more of an overall impression format where the judges are looking out over at the whole box and making sure that they judge the tricks accordingly as these guys throw down all together with inside the 10-minute heat box period. So each heat is 10 minutes long. You can see Sophia there coming to the beach, consulting with Michaeli Sol, multiple world champion in multiple disciplines there. What a nice ground team to have. Heaps of experience in the box. Showing itself to be very useful in that scoreline already as well. 6.83, taking the lead nice and early with 7 minutes still on the clock. Clements, Derain sitting in second with a 0.87. Very easy for her to improve. And Simona in pink, just needing something on that board. Look at that. We can see the sunrise there starting to pop as Simona does a really nice little straight air there. Strapless straight air, often harder than you might think, especially in light wind. Normally you're using the wind to stick the board to your feet. But out there in wind this light, it's often more of an ollie. Using that momentum and the motion of the board to create the possibility of keeping the board on your feet. Back to Simona, trying to get the takeoff. Looked like a kick flip. You never know. You just got to land back on that board and ride away. Oh, nice front roll rodeo board varial there. Very nice from Sophia Monti. Ooh, front roll from Simona. Strapless front rotation there. Really, really nice. Little bit of a back check, but it'll be interesting to see how the judges are scoring that or how lenient they're being this morning in such light wind. As you can see, she's dropped a scoreline of 1.07. I think that was for a trick before that. So she'll be looking to double up on her combination score there, which could be a good position for her as Clements sits on a 0.87. 5 minutes left to go as the sun peaks above the horizon here on the lovely island of Sylt in Westland, northern Germany, for the GKA Kite Surf discipline of the World Championships. Yeah, there we go. Gets the front rotation again. Simona, nice. Really making sure she's got it in the bag. As Sophia Monti, backside, frontside 180 to frontside surface rotation there. Just bringing herself back into that riding position. See, these girls are really putting it down. It's trick for trick, actually, at the moment. Some action on the water. I'm not envying these judges. You've got to, in this sort of format, you've got to have eyes in the back of your head. especially if you're looking the wrong way. So you've got to have, you know, full concentration on that heat box with 3 riders on the water, all throwing tricks. It's tough, so you've got to be fully concentrated. That's why you've got a full panel of professional judges on the GKA World Tour, tabulating the scores with the head judge overseeing how it's going. There we go. Simona, the first rider actually to chalk up 3 score points there, but then Sophia answering straight back with the third scored trick as a 6.23, putting her in an incredibly strong position with 13.06. Close to Camille's scoreline we saw in the last round, in the last heat. But Simona coming up into a comfortable second spot right now with Clemence Derain waiting to answer back. Simona really turning it up towards the end of this heat. Slow start, but getting more and more confident out there. Looks like they're all on 12 meters. Again, probably some of the bigger kites that these guys brought to the event. Ideally, you would have slightly windier conditions, but it does look like the wind forecast is picking up. I'm looking at the forecast right now. Forecast says 12 to 18 knots by 9 a.m. Currently 7:50 here in Sylt, Germany, after a very early start this morning. All the riders down on the beach by 5:30, pre-sunrise. Keen rigging up and ready to go before the sun was even above the horizon. That's what we like to see. Bright and early. If you're just joining us here on the live stream, I'm Tom Court. I will be bringing the action to you live all day, all week here on the GKA Kite World Tour. It's my absolute pleasure to be commentating on this event, bringing the hottest action to you guys live. So make sure you get involved in the comments if you're watching already or you're joining us later today. Drop some comments, give us some shout outs, and I will do my best to bring you some interesting information as we go through the day today. There we go. Simona in the pink rash vest there, just continuing to improve her scores as much as possible. With Sofia Monte sitting in a very comfortable situation, 11.56 combined score total with less than a minute left in the box. Simona pushing second with a 6.12 scoreline, 3 scores on the board, and Clemence Derain still waiting to put a second score down. Little backside 180 there, not quite getting that kite right, causing it to pull her off just on the landing as she tries to revert out of that 180. As I said earlier, there's all sorts of different ways you can ride a strapless surfboard on a kite. All sorts of different trick options available, from shove-its, kick flips, grabs, board varials, rodeos. And as we see this day progress, we're going to see a lot of those different variations go down here. This amazing beach, Sylt, Germany. Clemence coming off the water there, consulting with the beach team. Looks like that is time on heat number 3 for today. All the ladies throwing down out there. You can see the riders area, the heat box there from that drone shot. Looking lovely as the sun pops above the horizon. Got our beach teams there just reading the scores. You can see the smile on her face. She's happy with that scoreline. The looks of it. Looks tricky on the water. Tough on those 12-meter kites. But every minute that goes past, the wind is picking up, so the action is going to step up. See the white caps starting to build on the water, wind starting to pick up, and riders all warmed up, ready for today. Looks like it's going to be a long one, so if you just joined us, make sure you get the live stream on full screen, put it on the TV. We're going to be here all day bringing you the best kite surfing action in the world from the GKA World Tour here in northern Germany. Heat 4 coming up. Alexandra Makeda, Carolina Eglund, and Capucine Delanoy up next in heat number 4, round 1 of the women's kite surfing discipline. Glorious morning. It's been an amazing week, actually, here in Sylt. Such a great place to be for this incredible event. Amazing town. Awesome setup for the World Cup here. Amazing event site and big crowds on the beach. Lots of people coming out to watch. Good vibes on and off the water. You can see those waves starting to build. Wouldn't take much for a little bit of wind swell to start rolling through here. There are some reefs on each side of the box as well. So there's a little downwind and upwind point breaks. We saw yesterday afternoon the waves start to build as a little groundswell rolled through here and everyone went out surfing. So it is possible that we get some waves. Let's see how the day develops as we drop into heat number 4 for today. We're moving rapidly through the event. We're on to heat number 4. It's not even 8 o'clock yet here in Germany, and we are in action. Alexandra Makeda, Carolina Eglund, and Capucine Delanoy in black out there on the water. Alexandra in the green lycra, Caroline in the pink lycra, and they are all set for the clock to start ticking on heat number 4. Good morning to Zarel tuning in on the live stream. Yeah, light wind isn't easy indeed. That's what I've been saying. Light wind's tough, especially when it comes to strapless kite surfing. Normally the technique is using the wind to stick the board to your feet through some of the more technical maneuvers, especially hands-free shove-its and strapless aerials without grabs. Really makes a difference how windy it is. So it sure is tough out there on the water. Got some support for Capucine coming through. Thanks for tuning in. Any comments? Get involved. Share the link. Get it on the TV. There we go. Straight out Capucine. Nice front roll tail grab. Showing her dominance on the water. And definitely one of the riders to watch in this discipline today. A nice trick to open her account this morning. A little pop there from Alexandra. You can see some of these riders being much more confident in these light conditions than others. I guess depending a little bit on the equipment choice and how much training you've done in your off season. But as we come to this towards the middle of this year, these riders should be thoroughly warmed up and ready for the shreddy. Alexandra dropping a 0.50 on that little pop trick there, but Capucine dropping a 4.80 on her first trick for the front roll tail grab, putting her in first place and in good stead to put a 3-trick combo down here. Only 8 minutes left though. It's amazing how quickly 10 minutes disappears, especially when you're on the water. I can tell you that once you're in a heat box and the heat is on, 7 to 10 minutes just is not a long time, which is crazy, which is probably why every time you go out for a quick kite surfing session, you come back in 3.5 hours later and you've missed everything you were meant to get to. know many wives and girlfriends that would attest to that loss of time on the water. Okay, Capucine, Delanoy tacking round out on the outside of the box. There we go. Caroline just making the most of those little inside waves there. I reckon there's a few hacks to be had. I reckon there's some points in blowing your fins out. Let's see how the judges are scoring today. It's always interesting. As I said yesterday as well, the judges set their scoreline differently every day depending on the conditions. But once they've started judging it for the day, the scoring remains level. So these early heats in the day really set the tone for the day's scoring and how high these women's score points are going to be in their different tricks. Caroline heading out there. It's like she's looking for a kicker, looking for that right moment. There it is. Nice straight little method grab. Just keeping that board on her feet. Often the technique is to grab the board, to stick the board to your feet, just much like skateboarding in many ways. The bigger the air, the more need there is for the grab, especially when you're rotating, as we saw there from Capucine. Nice back roll, using the grab to keep the board on your feet, using the kite to transition and ride off in the opposite direction. Back roll transition, just the easy grab. I think it's going to up her score points for sure. It's important to show variety as well on the water. It's often the best rider with the most variety will advance through the heat. Okay, Capucine coming in, showing what she's got. Nice front roll, 1 foot. It's pretty incredible to see what these ladies can do without even foot straps on their board, even in these light winds. She's looking at 7.60 combined score for only 2 tricks so far, so in a very strong position. Caroline Egland scoring a 1.07 for her trick, which I didn't quite see, but it's actually a nice score. Nice score on these days. Let's see if she can double that up right now. Just hunting for those kickers as she heads out to sea. You can see the sort of side chop building as the wind picks up. It started almost offshore this morning, the wind, but it's swinging more and more onshore as we go, which is a good thing because I think it will build with the thermic breeze that the sunshine is starting to warm up the land on the inside, and we should see an increase in wind strength. Nice back roll, 1 foot transition there. Little late kite loop, just pulling her out of the water to ride away nice and smooth. Capucine, the only rider currently with 3 trick scores on the board, 4.80, 2.80 and a 5.17, 12.77 overall scoreline. Sitting comfortably in the lead with Caroline England in second and Alexandra Makada in third. Tacking around on the inside there. Ready to hit the kickers on the way out. I think that would definitely be my strategy too, using kickers to gain a bit of height, amplify that takeoff. There we go, nice front roll, grabs the board, doesn't quite keep it on the feet. Tough to get the height. Nice, that was a very nice trick. Alexandra Makeda looking to up her score points with a 0.77, 1 on the board. It's not going to take much. Ooh, Capucine just losing her footing there. I mean, by far the most technical aspect of this discipline is riding without straps. I mean, kite surfing, especially in competition, has typically been strapless now for for a long time, just displaying the rider's control and ability to keep the board on the feet, control their body, and kite whilst riding without straps. It's not as easy as you might think, especially in waves, but it does mean that you are much more connected to that board and free to move your feet around on the deck. So there's swings and roundabouts. A lot of riders, especially in bigger waves, choosing to ride with straps for a bit of creative option. But as it comes down to it, if you're riding in the World Tour at the top level, you want to be showing your skills, that you can be dealing with the fact that you've got no straps on your board. Here we go, Capucine on the inside, looking to repeat that last trick, failing slightly there, not quite getting the grab, not quite getting that takeoff, and just losing the momentum of the board halfway around. It's amazing when the board actually separates from your feet. It has its own momentum in different direction to your body. So it's really important that you keep that board flowing with the momentum of your body in order to keep it under your feet or drop it back under your feet as you land. It's often a discipline in kite surfing that I find very challenging, the strapless area of freestyle tricks that we're seeing here today, especially in flat water, can be really challenging to get the right pop and keep that board with you as you go around the rotations. Nice, Capucine, just using a little kicker there, get that back rotation, using the hand to keep the board with her body, just not quite sticking it. You've got light wind, you've got chop, you've got no straps, and you've got big kites, so there's a lot going against these guys right now. With only 40 seconds left to go in this heat, it's looking very, very good for Capucine Delanoy right now. Riding in here, confident, probably the sun in her eyes as it comes above the horizon, and graces this amazing beach on the island of Sylt, Westerland, in northern Germany for the GKA World Tour kite surfing discipline. We are into the female rounds this morning with round 1, heat 4 on the water. 10 seconds left to go. Looks like Capucine is going to easily walk away in first place in this one with 3 scoring tricks. The way it works is each rider has 3 tricks scored, so their best tricks of the heat. The best tricks of their 10-minute heat are scored with 7 trick attempts available to them. But they're all throwing down at the same time as their 10-minute heat ticks down on the water. Coming off the water there. Smile on the face, that's what matters most. Everybody on the beach getting ready for the next heat. Capucine coming in confident with that heat win. Not looking particularly happy with the conditions. It's definitely tough out there. But nonetheless, walking away with a strong first position and showing herself as one of the stronger riders right now. Even in these challenging conditions, it's important to get in the mind of your fellow competitor, you know? That's what I always thought anyway. Just try, and if you've got the ability to do a trick right in front of somebody else on the water, especially early in the heat, just stomp it and ride away. That is always going to affect the other rider out there on the water. It's going to get inside their head and give you a psychological advantage. Okay, so now moving into the men's kite surfing discipline, we're going to start with round 1, heat 1 of the men's. Anel Bushisny, you must forgive me for these pronunciations. It's just my terrible English accent right here. Up in the box, Thea Demanes and Nikola Abdajev coming up next. It's going to be a good heat. And as the wind builds, we are going to see some hot action on the water. And as the wind builds as well, I believe the waves are going to build. What happened yesterday here on Westerland Beach as the waves picked up in the afternoon. As that tide pushes up, the waves really start to build. At the moment, we've got a dropping tide, so we're going to see the tide disappearing out until about 10 o'clock this morning, and then it's going to build and push up the beach as we go into the day. The wind's going to pick up. We're looking at 20 plus knots this afternoon. You can see Nicola there ripping in. Looking pretty powered. It's a good sign. I reckon the guy's probably out there on 14 meters right now. Got Anel in the green, Theo in the pink, and Nicola in the black. As we start the men's round 1, heat 1 of the GKA Kite Surf Tour right now. We've got 8 minutes on the 8 minutes on the clock for the men's heat. So the women were getting 10 minutes. The men are getting 8 minutes. I think the idea today is to try and get as far as we possibly can with the kite surfing discipline whilst we've got the conditions, especially as it's picking up today. The wind in the right direction. We go following Theo as he heads out. Goes for a front roll 360 shove. Doesn't quite get the rotation on the board, but manages to kind of push his way through it. Nicola failing the takeoff on his first trick there. So a couple of crashes. It's definitely not easy for these guys. First morning on the water. Nice there. As Anel, little frontside 180 revert transition on the inside. It's definitely going to score. Toe side, frontside 360 there. Straight off the bat. Very nice, Theo de Manes. I think it's important to just keep throwing these little tricks in. Filler tricks. You can never underestimate it. Especially when you got 3 tricks on the board that score your combined heat total. And now on the outside there, just doing a little back rotation. Board off. Nice. Double front. Strapless double front. Not an easy trick from Theo at all there. It's one of those sort of foundation tricks that's really tough. Even a single front roll without grabbing the board is difficult. That's probably one of those tricks where you're going to get scored higher for not touching your board. It's funny in the strapless discipline, not grabbing the board is often harder. Whereas when you're riding a twin tip, grabs always add to the trick. Whereas sometimes the technicality of not grabbing a board is tougher with the strapless discipline. Very nice. Starting to see what Nicola's got to offer there. With a nice board flip. Back rotation. Smooth landing. Nice. Theo going for a double front on the opposite tack there. Not quite getting that landing. Interesting how they're going to display their riding and their versatility on both tacks. Super important for the judges to see how much of a varied and versatile rider you are. Theo sitting comfortably in the lead right now with 3 tricks on the board, a 3.75, 2.93, and a 5.50. But what are we going to see? That was really nice from Nicola as he headed out, little front roll, 360 shove, sticking it nice and clean. I think that's got to be one of my favorite aesthetically pleasing strapless tricks. When I watch riders like Ayrton or Mathieu throwing down those sorts of tricks in perfect conditions, it really is like magic. Just such mastery of the board control and wind direction awareness and skill. And so, as the wind picks up, we're going to see multiple rotation shove-its and multiple rotation spins too, front and back. Really, really is insane what's possible with these riders on the water. I think there's a really bright future for this side of the sport too, because, as riders learn to be more and more proficient in strapless freestyle like this, even when there's no waves, imagine what it's going to do when you combine this style with wave riding. And we see it a lot happening in Cape Verde with the local riders in Cape Verde throwing down insane off-the-lip aerials And rotations, shove-its, varials off the lip, landing back in the wave. For me, that's presents an insanely bright future for this side of the kitesurfing discipline. As I was talking yesterday about, hydrofoil big air and how it's revolutionizing what's possible on the water, especially even in light winds. This discipline is pushing the boundaries of how we can ride waves and how we can interpret tricks on a surfboard. Theo Demanes sitting comfortably in the lead still. Three tricks on the board, upgrading one of his tricks to a 6.17. Nicola also scoring highly with a 9.53 and only 2 tricks chalked up. Just needs one more trick to put himself in contention. Super smooth, toe side, front side 3. Easy, like it's nothing. Pretty high pop too. We go Anel going out, front roll. Grabbing that board to keep it with him, but not getting the kite right, not getting the height he wanted. And if you get that kite flying wrong, it just sinks you into the landing. And these guys don't have much volume on their boards to help them deal with those landings. And sub 19 litre boards wouldn't catch me on a board that small, especially in wind this light. Okay, coming in to the final 2 minutes here, we're starting to see solidified score lines. Anel struggling with the wind conditions. Started off really strong, put the first chalk on the board, but struggling to get those bigger score lines and those bigger tricks in the bag. Theo still sitting in first place, but Nicola gone up to second, getting that third trick dialed and on the board. You can see Anel now taking beach advice. Just needs to land one more trick. Theo on the way out, looking for a kicker. Knows he hasn't got long left. What can he do? Nicola definitely needing another decent trick score as well. Wonder what he's going to try and pull out. Going for a backside 3 there on the way out. Okay, Nicola Abjabrev heading out. Knows he needs something in the final minute of this heat to get himself up into first place. What's he got for us? It's still looking a little varied on the wind strength. Front rotation, board 360 shove it, was looking clean. Landed a little heavy with his weight over the front. Couldn't quite deal with it. That would have definitely upped his score if he'd landed that clean, but it's tough out there. You can see these riders are struggling. Smile on his face on the way in. Happy guy, Nicholas. Great, always great to see on the beach. Always smiling, stoked on what's happening. That's what we like to see from the riders out there. And Al still looking for that third trick. Only 3 seconds left. Ooh, Nicola just banging the front roll 360 shove it in the last seconds of that heat. Will it improve his score? That's the question. 4.50, 5.03, and a 4.30. Combined score of a 13.8 versus a 15.47 for Theo Demanes. Let's see what the judges give him for that last trick. Will it change the ranking in that heat? Difficult to say. If you're just joining us here on the live stream, I'm Tom Court, and I am in the live booth with you for this awesome event, the GKA World Tour here in Sylt, Germany. If you've got any questions for me or for the riders or anything that's happening on your screen today, let me know in the comments And I'll try and get you involved in what's going on here. Awesome event. Look at that light. The sunrise is popping over the horizon here just after 9 a.m. And we've got round 1, heat 2 coming up next. Imad Ilagahu, Kelton Lopez, Ayrton Cozzolino on the water next. Let's go to a little interview with Ayrton and find out what he's got to say about the up-and-coming event.
Yeah, guys, Ayrton Cozzolino here from Cabo Verde, but my father is from Italy, so double nationality. And yeah, I'm here in Sylt for one more year. And looking fun. Let's go. I have 6 world titles, and yeah, just excited to go for more.
So looking forward to compete again. It's looking like sunshine. Yeah. A lot of people on the beach, and yeah, I'm super stoked to be here again. Like last year, I got injured, as I said. So being here, it's already a big accomplishment. So I'm super stoked to be competing again.
It's my nephew, bro. And he don't respect me. He said, "What's up, guys?" all the time. I got some few coming and I need it all.
Well, without him, I think I wouldn't be here right now. He was the biggest motivation for me, and him, my mom as well, and many guys from Cape Verde for sure. And yeah. Thanks to him, I'm here competing alongside him. Haven't beaten him yet.
But keep trying some longer on the tour, man.
It's coming.
Yeah, but he's getting there, man. He had a really nice performance. Actually, this year in Cabo Verde, it was a solid performance. His level is getting like every day better. I see him more confident. So yeah, for sure the future is bright. So he's gonna do it all.
Okay, guys, let's come back to that interview in a little bit because these guys have just hit the water now. 7.45 seconds left in this heat. And Ayrton Cozzolino out there on the water. And Kelton Lopez head-to-head with Imad Aglahu in the green, Kelton in the pink, and Ayrton in the black lycra. We'll come back to that interview just after the heat because it was great to hear what those guys have to say. Awesome to see how much positivity these guys bring to the spot, the sport, and the surroundings here in Sylt, Germany. Awesome to have such great riders on the water. Ayrton, such a talented guy. Look at that. Back roll, board off board flip, making it look all too easy. He's one of the OGs of strapless kite surfing and arguably one of the most progressive riders out there today. But there is a younger generation inspired largely by him coming through. And yeah, it's just awesome to see the progress of how things can be done. You can see Ayrton there. It doesn't make any difference to him whether he has straps or not. Really does not need foot straps to make things look good. I mean, he's been compared to Spider-Man in the past, I'm sure. He's doing things that are unbelievably hard to comprehend sometimes. There you go, Kelton. Nice front roll, strapless front roll, no grab. Difficult to do, showing his control on the water. Ayrton riding his gong setup. We talked a little bit about his equipment yesterday, what he's planning on doing. He's so confident out there that he didn't really have a plan, and he makes it up, you know, with the conditions, and he's just ready for anything, it seems. So let's see what he can show us on the water here today. Already scoring a 5.84 combined heat score. 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. You can see heading out there, looking for kickers. As you can see, the wind is variably light. Nice rotation on that front roll. He's going for the double front. Nice grab. Very technical. But possibly not enough wind. You can see the all struggling with the wind strength. So all the riders have to deal with the same things out there. And might give some of the lighter riders more of an advantage, but it's again down to the game of equipment, what gear you choose to ride, and how well you're adjusted to these light wind conditions. And this is a world championship after all, so you know you don't get any points for not being able to ride in light wind conditions. Imad in the green lycra there, coming in. Looks like he's struggling with the conditions a little bit. Kelton on the beach talking to his ground team. He's got a 3.53 on the board. Actually the highest scoring trick of the heat so far. So he's in a good position. He just needs to land another trick. See, it looks like we're experiencing a little lull in the wind. I'm just looking out the window here. Ayrton is on a 12. I would have thought he might have gone for a slightly bigger kite. You can see running upwind to position himself back in the heat box. Ayrton's done more competitions than I've had hot meals these days. So he's ready. He's a professional. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he really does know how to work the judges, work the heat box, and put together a structured strategy heat. Running up the beach is often something that is done when the wind is light, just so that you can bear away downwind, gain speed, and bust your tricks, and then not lose too much distance in the heat box so that you're out of the scoring line. Imad really struggling by the looks of it. 3 minutes left, and no trick. Kelton, Lopez running up the beach, the pink lycra. Looks like Imad is really underpowered. Maybe there's been a lull in the wind. That little board of Ayrton's just making it look easy. Ooh, could have been like a shove it flip there. That would have been cool. Definitely the possibility to see some very skateboarding-inspired tricks with this discipline. Nice. Kelton just busting out. Little front three. So frontside 180 with a late revert there. What's he going to score? Ayrton sitting in the lead with a 5.05. He does need a third trick. Let's see what he's got for us. A little unhooked. Unhooked. I mean, come on. How hard is unhooked with strapless? Especially unhooked grabs on a strapless board. A really technical maneuver, which I don't know whether a lot of these riders have even got in the bag. But Ayrton is known not only for his innovation of this side of the sport, but also pushing unhooked strapless kite surfing. He's not afraid to unhook from the harness, sending flat threes, flat fives. I mean, he's done so many tricks that have never been done before that it's hard to name. It's up there with the likes of Aaron Hadlow and some of the early pioneers of the sport when it comes to pushing progress and the different sports possibilities. Up there with Hadlow, with Lenton, Ayrton. Cosolino is one of the legends of the sport as we move through this heat today. There you go, nice little pop, 180 to 360 off the water, very nice. He's going to add to his scoreline for sure. Third trick, it's all he really needs here, as Kelton is still on the beach with only 50 seconds to go. Looks like he's changed kites. What can he do in 45 seconds with a bigger kite? He's changed up to the Evo D-Lab by the looks of it. Is it going to give him the edge? Let's see if he can drop a big score point on his third trick attempt here. Not long to go. All the riders struggling with the same conditions. Nice. That was really nice. Front row, 1 foot stuck cleanly on the inside there. Will that be enough to rival Ayrton? As Ayrton almost lands an unhooked back roll to toe side, but no cigar on that trick. Doesn't get the landing. That is the end of the heat. Will that be a critical error for Ayrton? He's currently in first. Will that front roll rotation, 1 footer from Kelton, be enough to put him through in first place with a 5.30? He hasn't got he doesn't need much to beat Ayrton's 6.07. That said, I believe they're both waiting for scores to drop. Let's see what the judges are going to do. There we go. Riders on the beach. Stoked. Smiles on their faces. Always good sportsmanship from the Cabo Verdeans. Such good guys. Such good people and enthusiastic kiters. Such good energy, both on and off the water. If you've ever been to Cape Verde, it's a magic place for kite surfing and strapless. It's just one of those special places in the world where you'll go and have the best kite surfing of your life if you score it right. These guys traveling the world on the GKA Kite World Tour and making the conditions look good wherever they go. There you go. So Matthew prepping his equipment there. Everybody getting ready inside the riders area. Lots of support for these guys on and off the water. As we tee up the next round of round 1, heat 3, Keanu Merton, Yaris Delomo, and Woodley Hall up next. In round 1, heat 3 of the men's kite surfing discipline today here on Sylt, Germany, on this sunny morning as we get the action kicked off nice and early. We've been down here since 5 a.m. on the beach. There's not even time for the crowds to get down here because it's 8:30 currently, and we have been on the water for over an hour so far, crushing through the kite surfing discipline of the GKA World Tour. Some legends already being on the water this morning. And Cozzolino in that last heat. Camille Lossurand out there scoring one of the highest score lines for the women so far. We've seen some good action, some good technique, and some good strategy from the riders that have been in the heats, which is everything. Okay, that's the buzzer for men's kite surf. Round 1, heat 3. Let's get into the action. 8 minutes on the clock for these guys. Who's going to get the first chalk on the board? Most riders seemingly riding 12 meters. Haven't noticed any significant advantage yet in equipment choice between the riders, but we got Woodley Hall just getting straight away stuck in. Nice front roll. Nice board varial. Back roll. Board flip there from Keanu Merton. And then Yaris Delomo heading out in the pink lycra. Can he answer back? Straight air. Little grab. Little late on the kite loop. It's not going to be as high scoring as the others. But can he get 3 points on the board? 7 minutes. It really is not a long time on the water. I believe that they're trying to get through as much of this event as we can. And short heat times really reduces the running time of the event. So they've gone with a 7-minute heat. 10-minute for women. I guess as the conditions get better and better today, the heat Heats will drop to 7 minutes. Nice front roll rodeo there from Yaris. Back roll, board flips, second rotation, smooth landing from Keanu Mertan. Very, very nice. That's going to be a high trick score. And as we can see, ooh, little varial, little stance varial in the landing there. Woodley Hall, making it look powered somehow out there in that light wind. But it's incredibly technical, these strapless variations that are possible. I love that little backside 360 late revert thing. Awesome. Looks so stylish. There's so many ways to make this look good. Lots of little tricks that you can sort of implement to steeze out your style on the water. If you're just joining us here on the stream, make sure you say hi in the comments. Get involved. I'm Tom Court, and I will be bringing the action to you live from the live box here in Sylt, Germany for the GKA World Tour. What a great day we've got. It's sun coming over the horizon right now. It's going to be a warm, sunny day here in Sylt, Germany. Nice inverted front roll there. Not grabbing the board, really displaying control. Smooth landing from Keanu. He's definitely up there right now. He's got 4.40, 3.90, and I'm almost certain the judges are struggling to tabulate scores right now because these guys are firing off back to back. Definitely the cameramen are struggling to keep up, I can tell you that right now. One of the main differences between the heat structure of today versus yesterday is yesterday they had 40 seconds to perform their trick unhindered without the other riders riding in the heat box, whereas today it's much more of a overall jam out there where they can all throw as many tricks as they can within the 7 minutes available inside the heat, and that definitely presents challenges to the judges. Got to keep their eye on the box at all times, making sure they're witnessing everything, making sure the head judge is overviewing everything, and they're scoring things as they go. Yaris Delomo with 3 2-point scores on the board, currently sitting in second with a 6.84 combined. Very, very nice riding from Keanu Mertan there on that Rebel, looking smooth as. Nice matching helmet with the Rash Vest too, extra style points for that. Maybe that's putting into his performance here. Look, little replay there, front roll, rodeo, board varial from the rail, super smooth, kite back loop at the last minute, just putting him into that landing nice and softly. Woodley Hall putting all into it. Definitely had a few unnecessary crashes, but he's got a 4.27, which is a really nice trick score to have on the board. Just needs to get a few more to back it up. Keanu Mertan with the highest score of the heat so far, 6.53. Doesn't need to do much to really put the others in a combo situation right now. I think he's also waiting for scores, so there will be a third score point dropping. Woodley Hall coming in, really trying that 360 maneuver. I don't know whether it's not gonna deliver a huge scoreline, but he's struggling in the light winds. As you can see, the other riders now with 3 points apiece on their tricks. Keanu Mertan running away with it, 16.83, sitting in first. Yaris Delomo in second. Woodley Hall in third. Oh, Keanu, that could be a deadly error with only 1.5 minutes on the clock. He went a long way downwind. He's got to get back up to his board. How long will that take him? Woodley Hall, little shifty frontside one there. Backside one, sorry. Frontside one. To no cigar. Didn't get the kite flying right. A little bit underpowered. Not feeling comfortable on the water. But 7.50, 2 tricks on the board. Woodley Hall still in with the chance. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Not many points between Yaris Dalomo in second and Woodley Hall in third. Considering Woodley Hall only needs one more scoring trick to put himself up there. Can he get the 360? Toe side. Failed again on the frontside 3 from toe side. Not feeling it on the water this morning. It's definitely very early. Really interesting takeoff angle there with that board. Trying to go for the frontside 360 shove. Nice and steezed out, but not quite getting the landing. Yaris Dalomo, front roll, rodeo, going for the board varial, but just not getting the height. And these light winds this morning. Still got some time before the wind's looking to even pick up. So by 9 o'clock, I think we should see a significant increase in wind strength. And Woodley Hall there, double back roll, nice. Board off, double back. It's going to definitely change the scoreline. And that is the buzzer. He got that right at the last minute in the heat. Awesome. Let's see a replay. Just before the buzzer there. That was the one that I was talking about with the crazy takeoff angle there. Really insane to see what these guys do with their feet on these strapless boards. Coming in, not looking best pleased with the conditions. You see the waves picking up there a little bit in the background. Some kickers coming in. Woodley Hall, I don't imagine as happy as he could be with his performance there, but be interesting to see how that third score dropped, how that changed the scoreline. Advancing through into the next round. If you're joining us here, make sure you get involved in the comments. Good morning out there. Big up to the UK crew. Paul Rimmer joining us this morning. Ainsdale, UK. Frothing out there on the kitesurf strapless discipline. Great to see. Had some amazing conditions recently in the UK. And this morning, the conditions here in Germany are looking to improve as well. We've got Arseno Diaz and Pedro Matos coming up next. In round 1, heat 4 of the men's kitesurf discipline. We're ripping through the rounds this morning here in northern Germany on this amazing Westerland beach on the island of Sylt. One of the OG spots when it comes to water sports events. It's been hosting water sports events since the 80s, with some of the biggest water sports events of all time being hosted here. Definitely the water sports events with the biggest prize purses. Riders like Robbie Nash gracing these shores many a time. Legends of the sports that we all love out there on the water. And as we're seeing legends out there today. Pedro Matos, Brazilian shredder, one of the steeziest chaps on and off the water. Check out his Instagram for some entertaining swag. Very good. And Arseno Diaz out there on the pink lycra. Pedro Matos in the black. 8 minutes on the clock. Head to head in this heat. Ready for some hot action as we progress towards 9 a.m. here. And that sun comes over the horizon. Look at that backlit beach shot there. We've got all the riders setting up on the beach, getting ready for their heats, and there it is. That's the buzzer for the start of this heat. What are we going to see from these two shredders? Who's your money on? Let me know in the comments. How many knots are they riding in from Arez on the live comments? I would say, if I was a betting man, it was about 10 to 13 knots on the water right now, but it's forecast to pick up to over 20 this afternoon. So we're going to see more action as the day progresses. Pedro Matos opening his account on the inside there. Just taking it slow at the beginning. Just get those little rotations down. Get a few scores on the board. And then go into something bigger. Let's see it. We might have just seen that psychological advantage that I was talking about earlier there happen as Pedro performed a trick right in front of Asano. But nice front roll 360 shove on the inside for Diaz. Straight front roll for Pedro. 2 relatively basic tricks on the board for Pedro. He's going for a strategy here of building up his tricks and just getting those 3 points laid down, which has been a winning strategy throughout the day so far. It's important to make the most of the fact that 3 tricks are scored. If you don't get all 3 trick scores down, it's a significant disadvantage. Here we go. Asano going out. Oh no, sorry, Pedro going out. Nice, got that trick in the bag. Board flip. Here we go. Diaz on the inside. Doesn't look like he's going to go for it. Light wind. Just changing up. Running up the beach. Stay in that heat box. Super important out there. Pedro also running up the beach. Looks like he's got some little electrolytes running up the beach with him as well. I mean, the level of support these guys have is awesome to see. Beach caddy, advisor, timer, and strategist. That's what all of these riders need to be successful. See Pedro's scoreline there. This is what I was talking about with the 3 scored tricks. 8.07. All scores under 3.5. 1.67, 3.07, and 3.33 for Pedro Matos, leading to an 8.07 scoreline. Asano, bigger trick, 5.17 for the first chalk on the board for him, putting him in a strong position right now. 12-meter kite by the looks of it. What can he give us right now? Hunting for those kickers on the way out. Choosing to tack it out and then do his tricks on the way in. Favoring the inward tack, I would say. Whereas Pedro definitely looking more like he's favoring the outside tack. Nice front roll. Wanted the 360 shove with it, but didn't have the connection to the board. Super important on the takeoff, especially if you're not grabbing the board, to keep your feet in contact with the deck pad. Especially if you want any control over the board at all, you need that pressure onto the deck. So what makes these tricks so impressive really is the fact that they're doing them strapless, and B, they're capable of keeping their feet in contact with the board. Some sort of mythical wizardry being performed out there today. 10 to 13 knots, yeah, I would say that is tough. Good luck to all the riders. It's maybe picking up now, maybe upwards towards 15. I'm not looking at the live weather forecast, but it's definitely forecast to pick up to 20 plus as we progress towards the middle of the day here in Sylt, Germany for the GKA World Tour Kitesurf discipline. You can see Asano on the inside trying to go for a double back, but not quite getting the lift as Pedro goes out. Struggling with those takeoffs, not getting the pop he wanted. I reckon 90% of the success of your trick on a strapless discipline is to do with your takeoff and your pop. Because if you get that takeoff right, you really position the board properly into the wind, and you get your body position right, and you really set yourself up for what's going to come next. So you've got takeoff being highly up there with the success of the trick, and then kite position also secondary probably coming up there in the trick. Look at that, Pedro just making it look absolutely steezy. That's stomping that 360. Very nice. So flat rotation, strapless, much more like 360s, 540s, 720s. And then you've also got the inverted rolls, which are more like the front rolls, back rolls, things like that. That being much more of a 360 than a roll. Really nicely stuck though. Solid bolts feet, as they would call it on in the skateboarding world. Stomping it bolts. Pedro currently sitting in the lead with an 8.07. Be interesting to see how the scoreline is going to change. The judges are obviously considering the scoreline. They're taking their time with some of the scores. It's tough for them. Much easier with two men on the water than three, because you can concentrate much more on what each one of them are doing. Don't need as many eyes on the water. Nice back roll grab there from Diaz on the inside. It's definitely, like I say, performing more on the inside tack than the outside tack, which is different to Pedro. He's probably looking for that same front roll shove 3 again. Can he get the kicker? Probably starting to get in his head right now. There we go. Front roll, 360 shove. Gets it. Stomps it, bolts. Super clean. Doesn't even use the kite for the height there. And as you can see as he rides off, his kite's already in a low position. So it's very nice. Very nice to see. I think that's definitely going to improve Pedro's score. As Diaz goes for a similar maneuver on the inside. Different tack, same trick, not quite getting the takeoff, not being able to separate it from his board a little bit, and unable to keep it with him. Less than 40 seconds in the heat now. 8.00 Diaz scores, 5.17 and 2.83 on the board, but Pedro Matos, ooh, very nice, 540 there. With a late revert, Olay to come out. Super nice, stylish. As always, Pedro Matos looking like he's comfortably pushing through this heat. Toe side pop, front side rotation, stomps it 540. Olay's out. Please let me know if I'm getting any of the trick names wrong on the stream. Get involved in the comments. If you know better than me, let me know. And I will give you a shout out as we go forward today. Diaz there, coming to the beach in style. Smile on his face though. Happy with his time on the water. Yeah, friends, checking the live scores. If you want to keep up with the live scores, make sure you head to the GKA website. You can watch the live stream and simultaneously see the live scoring as we get into the event today. Okay, up next, Heat 5, Round 1, the men's kite surf discipline. We've got Alex Middler, Lorenzo Casati, and Hendrik Wischi coming up next in this epic event. Let's go quickly to an interview with Hendrik as he got ready for today's heats yesterday on the beach.
Hi, my name is Hendrik Wischi. I'm here back in Germany. Last year didn't go really my way. I got injured. I cut my foot tendon, like really sad and struggling a lot. But then I went home. I managed to get the best doctor we can have in Switzerland, and he helped me so much. I pushing so much, and he knew what he was doing, so that gave me a bit more hope. I'm always stoked. I'm happy to be here and competing and seeing everyone and representing my sponsor, my country, my family. And yeah, Germany is also a really special place. Even though my worst results, my worst memories happened here, I'm still super happy to be back here because the organization is amazing. And yeah, for me, I'm just looking to have fun and be here competing with my friends and everyone here.
Okay, there we go. As we heard from Hendrik there, he's coming back from a pretty severe injury from last season at this spot. So I spoke to him on the beach yesterday as well, and I think it's one of the biggest things that these athletes have to overcome, psychological impact of injury, something that I also know quite a bit about. ACLs, AC joints, collarbones, legs, fingers, arms, you name it. It's tough when you're at the top level, like Hendrik out there. It's really difficult to overcome some of the possible injuries that you can get. And at this event last year, I believe he had a really nasty, severe cut to his foot. And he's spent the year getting over it, both psychologically and physically. And here he is back in the box again, representing Switzerland today in the black lycra. Lorenzo Casati in the pink, heading out there now. Alex Medella in the green. What have we got from these guys today? Casati, nice opener, front roll, grab, board. As Hendrik comes up with double back roll, board off. Not quite getting as clean landing as he would have liked, but it's probably going to score something, especially due to the light wind. 7.5 minutes to go in the heat. It's a tough one. Lorenzo Casati, also multiple disciplined rider. We saw him riding in the Hydrofoil Big Air yesterday, getting onto the podium too. He's one of the most talented all-round riders today out there on the water, known for his big shreddery, but here he is competing in the kitesurf strapless discipline. In the men's round 1 heat 5 of the GKA World Tour. Awesome day to be out there on the water. As the wind starts to pick up, the sun comes up, and these riders really get into what they're doing. Very nice trick there from Alex. Not really getting as smooth a landing. It's going to impact his scoreline on it, but it was a nice start to his heat. You can see those first scores dropping now. Small scores, but Lorenzo, back roll, board flip, nice and simple. Hendrik answering back. And Alex Medella coming in. He's got 2 scores on the board already. I can tell that the camera guys are struggling to cover everything that's happening on the water right now. But with 3 talented guys on the water, it is tough to keep up with the action. Very nice double back roll board flip there from Hendrik. You can see that he's obviously done a lot of work to get over his injury and is in a good headspace. Very consistent riding now, especially in these light wind, choppy conditions. Little kite loop there, straight air, board off kite loop from Lorenzo Casati. First kite loop we've seen in the strapless discipline. Just letting that 360 shove get away from him there. Medella looking to add that 3rd score to his score line. But these riders are all very talented out there today. It's going to be a tough one to advance in this heat. 5 minutes left on the clock. Still waiting for scores to drop from Hendrik's last trick. And Lorenzo Casati currently in the lead. 9.43, 2.43, 3.50 and a 3.50. His scoreline is definitely got room for improvement, but he is still in the lead. Oh no. Alex Medella dropping the board on that one. Casati just bouncing around to try and get some speed. It's a really complex mixture of speed over the water and power in the kite, creating the possibility to get into the air for these guys with a bit of pressure from that wind as well to keep the board on the feet. There's a real technique involved with strapless freestyle kiteboarding. Kite surfing, rather. Lorenzo looking comfortable out there. Hendrik, smile on his face on the beach, enjoying himself. Very, very close heat so far. Casati in first. Hendrik in second. Alex Medella in third. Can he do anything to come back? 3.5 minutes to go as the clock counts down. Everything to play for. Alex still got one open box on his scoreline. Hendrik finding a little kicker there. Nice back roll. Board. Varial from rail to rail. There's so many technical aspects of this style of kiteboarding. Not just the fact that you have no straps on the board, and you have to deal with that, but also like where you're grabbing the board, how you're keeping it with you. Front roll 360 shove, nice and powered, but not quite dealing with that landing. Casati heading out. Using the kite, double front roll, nice grab, boom, stomped. Very, very nice. Arguably pretty stylish too. Little front roll 360 shove there, very popular trick. I think it must be one of those tricks that everybody that's learning strapless kite surfing really aspires to learn. I think personally it's the trick that kind of looks the coolest as well, the front roll 360 shove. There are riders, especially when there's wind, the wind picks up, doing double front roll 360 shoves, even triples. Some absolutely magic wizardry stuff going on in the world of kite surfing these days. Lorenzo Casati extending his lead there with a 10.80. Wondering if Hendrik is waiting for some scores to drop. He's definitely stomped a few bangers. Difficult to know how the judges are taking things though this morning. After their coffees at 5 a.m. here as we got started nice and early on the sunny beach of Sylt. Just to make use of the wind today and today's conditions, because it looks like it's picking up as we go through the day. 1.5 minutes to go. These guys are sending it every 5 seconds, it seems. Little back roll grab there from Hendrik. It used to be that strapless riders would do one trick every tack or every few minutes. Now it seems that these riders are throwing trick for trick every second on both tacks. It's pretty impressive. Got to be an incredibly coordinated rider to combine all of the skills that it takes to really master this discipline. You've got to know the wind really well, you've got to know your gear really well, and you've got to be able to master the art of using the wind to stick the board on your feet, which has always been something that's fascinated me. 35 seconds left in this heat. It'll be interesting to see what the final scoreline is. I feel that maybe there's some scores that we haven't seen on the scoreboard yet. Lorenzo coming in on a Harlem kite. What can he give us? 15 seconds to go. Goes for the front roll. I think he wanted the shove. Didn't get it, but pulls the front roll off nonetheless. 5 seconds left for Hendrik. Can he squeeze another trick inside the box? Let's go. Ooh, sketchy landing there. Looks like he got it just on the buzzer, Hendrik there. Another double board varial, rail to rail. Back roll. Will it up his scoreline for 9.44. Versus the 10.80 that Lorenzo Casati walked away with. Let's see what the final results of that heat were as we progress through into the next heat and see them coming off the water. We've got men's round 1 heat 6 coming up. Bennett Hoop, Simao Bill Rowe and James Carew, another absolute legend. Powerhouse Carew, if you've seen his videos online, storming on YouTube, make sure you check them out. one of the more powerful riders on the tour right now, known for riding big waves, but I don't know whether it's going to give him the edge in this light wind conditions here. Bennett Hoop, Simao Bilro, both looking to put some pressure on Karoo right now. Can they take the title? Multiple times world champion Karoo. Bennett Hoop and Simao Bilro up next. On a sunny day here in northern Germany. What a spot for it today. If you're joining us on the live stream, make sure you big up, say hi, shout out. I'm Tom Court, and I'm your host for this awesome event here in northern Germany. Chatting to you live from the box on the beach in Westerland for the GKA World Tour Kitesurf World Cup. We had the bigger hydrofoil disciplines earlier this week, which we got to the finals and the podium yesterday in about 16 to 18 knots of wind. Today it's looking windier, so we've gone to the strapless. So we've gone to the kitesurfing discipline. Most of the riders riding strapless out there today, throwing down. So make sure you say hi on the live stream feed, on YouTube, on the GKA website, on GKA social medias, or hit me up at Caught in the Act on my social media, and I will do my best to answer your questions, give you shout outs, get involved. Right, we're about to start this heat. Some big names, big riders on the water. James Karoo out there in this heat. Will he be able to handle the light wind conditions? I would have thought it's not his strongest point. He's definitely a rider that would have preferred 30 knots today with his powerful style. Here he is. He's probably going to prove me wrong right now. Here we go. Nice back roll, board off, opening his account. Nice and smooth, super consistent. Very nice. Simao, front roll in the pink vest. Straight away getting some scores on the board. A lot of experience in heats now, right now. Yeah, there we go. Karoo showing his experience there. Back roll, board off, just layering down those tricks. If we start to see the wind picking up today, we're in for a treat when it comes to James. He's definitely known for blowing the fins out of his boards, snapping his equipment, and breaking his kites, which I've seen many a time. Will we see some today? Look, he's trick for trick right now. He's just busting. Simao out there in the pink lycra, not quite getting the landing on that last trick. Still waiting for some score lines to drop. Judges are having their work cut out for them in this heat. That is for sure. 6.5 minutes left on the buzzer. As the crowd starts to build, we were down here inhumanly early this morning, so it's only 9 a.m. But as the day goes forward on this lovely Saturday here in Sylt, Germany, it is going to get busy on the beach. Amazing amount of spectators for this event. Such a good event for the live audience. Amazing spot here in northern Germany. So good for the competitors and the participants and the spectators alike. You can actually only get onto this island with a car by train. So once you're on the island, you're on the island. You can't get off at night, which is interesting. But it does make it a very nice and relaxing spot to be. And really, really nice town and amazing spots to check out. Great facilities. There we go. Back to the action. Bennett Hoop. Just busting out. Board varial on the inside there. Looks like a transition. Cameramen struggling to keep up with the tricks these guys are firing out. James Karoo going to the unhook. 3-1-3. Super tricky to perform one of those in flat water. I've seen it a lot with Ayrton off kickers, flat 360s and rotations using a kicker, but to do a shifty 313 off flat water in light wind is very tricky, I imagine. Nice back roll, Indy, board varial from Bilro right there. That's going to score well. Current leader of this heat, James Carew, 9.17. 3 tricks on the board. Smashing them out. Minute for minute. Tack for tack. James does not hold back. When it comes to competing, he is a formidable competitor with a psychology like a brick wall. You're probably not going to get through it. He's recently coming back from injury actually as well. Nasty injury last season, taking him out of the running. But he is now back in full force by the looks of it. Going for that 313. Not quite getting the rotation there. Nice back roll. Indy board flip. Not quite enough height. What can Hoop give us here? Goes for the 360 shove on the way out. Not quite enough kicker there. It's tough when there's not enough kicker because you really have to pop the board rather than use the wave to separate yourself from the water. And with a board like a strapless wave board, they're so flat on the bottom that often some of them have quite a lot of stick on the water. That's why we see all these developing rocker lines and concave patterns on the bottom of different boards. You can see James has got a different board shape there to the square freestyle board that we're normally seeing. He's got a nice rounded nose on that duotone setup, making it a lot easier in choppy conditions like this. Maybe not as easy upwind, but definitely more forgiving when it comes to riding in choppy conditions. You can see it reflecting in the score line too. 9.17 combined score versus a 7.73 from Simao Bilro. Yeah. Ariana coming up on the comments. If James is getting a 3.77, the struggle must be real. Tend to agree with you there, but he's definitely one of the more talented riders out there, but he thrives in stronger conditions. If we saw the wind pick up to 20 plus, he's definitely one of those riders that's going to shine through. See him riding those Ayrton fins there as well. Obviously something in those. Be interesting to get one of these riders in the box later. Get them to talk about their equipment setups. Obviously, versus what we were talking about yesterday in the Hydrofoil Big Air, the setups are significantly different for this sort of discipline. What's amazing about this event, or the GKA events in general, representing the whole of the kiteboarding and kitesurfing industry, is just showing how versatile a sport kitesurfing is. It really does allow us to do almost every style of riding, from strapless, wave riding, freestyle, Hydrofoil, big air, twin tipping. I mean, I can barely name all of them as I sit here because I'd be going on for a while. But kiting and the kite in general just allows so much versatility when it comes to what can be done on the water. I've always been personally very passionate about a kite being one of the best sources of power that you can choose when it comes to shredding. And depending on the conditions, obviously, you can tailor your setup to what style you want to ride. The ultimate free ride tool is the kite. Oh, and James Carew punching out an insane 313, that trick's called, on a twin tip. But when you're doing it on a strapless board, I mean, that's a whole nother level of difficulty there. Nice shifting into wind and then completing that handle pass, frontside handle pass. Stomping it and riding away. Very nice, James. Ooh, landing upside down on his board there. Hope he didn't clip his fin. It's one of those risky things with this discipline. Your fin's on your board. If you come down foot first on your fin, you can really injure yourself. So here we go. Replay. James Carew bolts on his feet there. Nothing even moves. Stomping that landing nice and smooth like it was nothing. Keeping everything under control. Going to probably be one of the highest scoring moves of the heat. Definitely one of the most tricky ones to perform. James Carew coming off the water with his earplugs in. Smile on his face. Happy with the result of that heat, I imagine. Ayrton waiting for him on the beach. And Casati there. Just giving them some support. Bill Rowe coming off the water there with that skateboard. Not sure whether he will be quite as happy as Carew. Let's see how these riders advance today. As we come up to 9:15 a.m. here. Local chime in Germany. This lovely beach. Sun's coming up. Fully above the horizon now. We've been in action since 5 a.m. this morning. Crushing our way through the GKA kite surf discipline. Up next, we've got Theo Demanes and Borja Velon. More riders that have been competing in multiple disciplines at this same event. Caught up with Borja Velon yesterday on the beach. Such a nice guy. Really cool dude. Great attitude on and off the water. Consistent and smooth. Good to see. Looks like he's having fun competing and getting some experience in the GKA World Tour. Which is what it's all about after all. Having fun out there on the water. That's what we want to see. Some smiles. Ariana, just big up to James. Yep, nice. Made it through that heat, I think. Stomped it and rode away. Good to see James back in action after a year of overcoming injury. Same as Hendricks as well, yeah. We heard from him in that interview, struggling to overcome injury in the last season, but he's back nonetheless. Matthew Lopez out there giving us a wave. Okay. That seemed like it was maybe the wrong graphic that went up on the screen for who's in this next heat. We've got heat 7 of round 1 of the men's coming up next. So it's Noah Nicholas, Matthew Lopez, and Gray Foster out there on the water right now. Sorry for that, slight mistake on the graphic there. But this is a great heat. Noah Nicholas, I've had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with this kid. He's a great guy. Spending a lot of time in Tarifa, riding down there with some of the most talented riders in the world. A lot of experience under his belt already for such a young rider. I think he's got his driving test coming up. Good luck for that, Noah. I rode the Dakhla Downwind Challenge with him a couple of years ago, and he dealt with it like a champ. So if you can deal with that, you can deal with anything. Here he is, 8 minutes on the clock, out there in this heat 7 of round 1 of the men's. Gray Foster there in the black lycra, going for the front roll 360 shove. Doesn't get the landing. Matthew Lopez, arguably one of the bigger names out there today as well. Known for his loose backside riding that breaks like Punta Preta and Boa Vista. Such a cool dude as well. I've also had the pleasure of hanging out with him a lot over the years. Always a positive force for the good in the world of kite surfing. Bringing his unique style, his intelligence, and his strategy to the water out there today. Riding for duotone, one of the OG kitesurf riders. What can he deliver on the water? We've got, here he is, camera switch there to Machu Lopez. As he looks for that kicker, nice takeoff, rodeo with the board, stuck the landing, but you can see there the light wind really sort of not helping things with that kite loop. Ooh, Gray Foster again with the front roll 360 shove, but not quite getting the landing. See that drone shot there? Looks like Noah Nicholas. Nice front roll, downwind, sticking it smooth. He's definitely got some tricks in the bag, Noah. I've seen him do all sorts of mental tricks over the years. 6.43 at the moment on the score line. He's definitely going to be one of the favorites for this heat. Machu Lopez, 4.87. Gray Foster, 3.67. Waiting for scores to drop with Noah Nicholas going into the lead with 11.10 with a 3-score combo above the other riders. You can see scores dropping for Machu there, 4.0. There you go, just laying down another basic 180 revert. What has Gray Foster got for us in his bag? He's definitely struggling with that wind strength. You can see him hunting for speed. Board speed being crucial when it comes to these sorts of takeoffs. Nice little pop front roll there. Nice and controlled, but probably not what he wanted. Noah Nicholas coming in, got the board in hand. Nice little rodeo leg grab, just completing it and riding away on that D-Lab. If you're joining us on the live stream, get involved. Yeah, thank you, Wyatt, for pointing out that was the wrong heat on the screen, but we've got there in the end. This is Heat 7, round 1 of the men's kite surfing discipline here at the GKA World Tour. Noah Nicholas on the water, Machu Lopez and Gray Foster. Gray Foster in the black, Machu Lopez in the pink, and Noah in the green. Or yellow, depending if you're colorblind. What have they got for us? Got Noah with 3 scores chalked up, currently sitting in first. Machu Lopez in second, 3 scores on the board. And Gray Foster hunting for the last 2 scores he needs to compound his scoreline there. Still in a good position with 3.67, but only 3 minutes left in the heat. Give us a shout out. Give anyone a shout out on the live stream comments. I will big them up. And if you've got any questions about the discipline, the riders, or the equipment that the riders are using, make sure you get involved. We know it's early all across Europe right now, but we have been up and cracking since 5 a.m. Look at that. Noah, so consistent, inverting that board through the front roll, shove 360. Sticking it so smooth like it was nothing. It's interesting to see what the judges are giving these tricks. I would like to be able to see what tricks are scored what, because at the moment there's so many tricks going down, it's tough to know what trick scored the highest. I'm guessing the riders will have that same issue too. Figuring out what tricks are going to score the most, how they're going to structure their heat. We've got Noah comfortably in the lead right now. 2-point lead. Oh no, even more comfortably in the lead as that last score drops. 15.08 versus a 10.27 from Machu and a 3.67 from Gray Foster. Is this a dingle or a double heat ladder? It's a good question. I will find out. I'm pretty sure it's a dingle. But I will get confirmation from the head judge momentarily. But yes, you can check the heat structure and the scoring system on the GKA website. as we move through the events. If you're watching live on YouTube, just go to the GKAWorldTour.com and watch the link on there, and there'll be the live scoring system beneath it. Top tip. And you can stay tuned to my dulcet tones all day as we get deep into the men's kite surf round 1 heat 7 here in Sylt, Germany. It's such a lovely day out there today, and Noah Nicholas just throwing down smooth and consistent. Really, really nice riding from the young rider. Matthew also doing his best to impress the judges. Definitely one of the more consistent riders out there, but it's not easy when the wind is this light. See Gray Foster wanting to go into the unhook zone. Got some unhook tricks in the bag. Matthew hunting for a kicker on the way out. Unhooking. Going for nice. Unhooked. 180 to surface pass. Not quite the 313 of James Carew, but definitely adding to the technical line of his score. And for sure a trick that is very cool to see. Noah just sending it just after the buzzer there. But that is it for round 1 heat 7 of the men's kite surf discipline here at the GKA World Tour in Westerland, Sylt, Germany. Look at that view from the drone. You can see all the riders setting up on the beach, getting ready this morning as the sun graces us on this incredible location for water sports today. You can see how amazing that seafront is. Just an endless stretch of open coastline ready for interpretation by these guys. Okay, looking up next. Round 1 heat 8 in the men's kite surf discipline. We've got Leonardo Casati and Gabriel Benetton. Leonardo Casati, another rider that we saw up in the podium level of the men's Hydrofoil Big Air yesterday. Just getting knocked off the podium by his older brother. Let's go to an interview with him and see what he's got to say.
Who do you think is the better foiler? Who has the messier room at home?
No, the messy him. I'm the cleanest.
Who's the better kite surfer?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice place, you know, it's like a bit cold, with no wind compared to where I live, but yeah, still a nice place, you know, like the people, the vibes here are good, so yeah, just hope for some wind the next days, and let's see.
I think when there is a good storm, the wind's epic, but then the setup, the event, the people, everything, you know.
And we're back. The GKA World Tour just about to kick off with the men's Heat 8, round 1 of the kite surfing discipline this morning. Here we go, Casati waiting at the top end of the box to open up his account. 2 riders in this heat. Gabriel Benetton, another big hitter on the scene, opening with a consistent little front roll there. Shredding. Here we go. Casati heading out. First trick. Big back roll. Double board flip. Steezy, and a smooth landing. Just he's looking like a rider that knows what he's up to out there. This is going to be a good heat. Wind's picking up as the sun rises here. We've been up and at it since very early here in Sylt, Germany this morning, just to make the most of the wind. Gabriel Benetton there with a nice front roll, 360 shove, staple trick of the strapless discipline, kite surfing here in Germany. Doesn't look like the waves are picking up too much yet, but we have had a little groundswell that over the last few days. They're probably the same groundswell that's been gracing the whole Atlantic in other spots that we've seen some insane footage from all over the world as it lights up the various spots across the Atlantic. Here in northern Germany, we're looking for a little bit of wind swell as the wind picks up and the day progresses. Hopefully 20 knots later on today. So as we go through the discipline today, the action is going to get more and more intense. Yeah, so check the comments in the live stream on YouTube. GKA World Tour has just dropped a link to their website, which has the live scores on it. So if you want to keep up pace trick for trick, then that's the link for you. Go there and you can watch the live stream and keep up with the live scores at the same time. Who's on the water, what tricks have been scored, and what is going down. So we've got Leonardo Casati in pink, Gabriel Benetton in black. Benetton's come out firing. Lorenzo with a 420 scoreline and one trick. First trick looking really, really smooth. What can he answer back in his second trick here? Tricky job for the judges as they have to watch these riders sending it constantly for 7 minutes. We've got 5 minutes left on the clock in this heat. Gabriel Benetton going for a double front roll. No grab, which is very difficult to keep that board on the feet as you sort of ascertain that rotation, all in the takeoff, body position, and the way the board is pointing into the wind. The riders in some of these tricks have to really play the wind direction against their body position and where their board is, just to make the board stick to their feet and come with them on the rotational journey. Let me know if you've got any questions about strapless kite surfing, what these riders have been doing in their off seasons, what kit they're riding. I can't tell you that I know all of the answers, but I can give my best at getting back to you on it. There you go. Look, rodeo, front row rodeo from Casati. Didn't quite have the control of the board that he wanted. Double front roll there from Gabriel. Super nice, smooth and clean, controlled. Probably going to score pretty highly. Benetton at the moment sitting in first place with 2 scores on the board, a 3.60 and a 5.0, 8.60 total. But here we go, Casati just going big on that one. Really nice double back, board flip, super smooth. Gonna be interesting. Definitely gonna be interesting to see what scores are gonna come in for that. Ooh, Gabriel just getting mugged. Mugged on the landing with a little bit of chop. Not quite sure how he even pulled that off. Seemingly floating on his front there. Leonardo Casati coming into the inside of the box. He's done all of his tricks on the way out so far. Is he going to do something on the way in? Two minutes and 40 left on the clock. Still waiting for the third score box to be filled up for both of these riders, but they've definitely done enough tricks. Nice sort of back roll rotation, board varial from Benetton there. As Casati out back does a rodeo board varial looks to kind of deal with it with that late heli loop. Doesn't quite get it right. Gets mugged on the landing. But they've both done at least 3 tricks, I imagine. So still waiting for scores to drop. Casati in second with an 8.17 combined. Benetton in first currently, 16.46. There we go. We saw the third score drop as I spoke. Shout out to Bruno. Go Brazil. Indeed, indeed. Good support for Benetton there. Goes to upgrade his score for the double front. Will it be more? Can start to see a few gusts starting to come through as predicted on the weather forecast. They're definitely going a little bigger than they were. There was a predicted increase in the wind around 9 a.m. of which it is 9:36 right now here in Germany. Start to see the white horses picking up there. Beaucoup de moutons, as they say in France. Sheeps, horses, you name it. They're galloping across the surface of the water right now. Let's hope it continues to pick up. And as we get into this day, it's going to be a good one. We're going to try and push as far and as hard as we can to get through the kite surf discipline here on the GKA World Tour. Make the most of these awesome conditions that we've got this weekend here in Germany. Benetton, nice classic front roll, 3 shove. Casati answering back, trying to get the same sort of trick in the bag. Not quite getting the rotation or the landing. Benetton in first right now with a 3-point scoreline. 20 seconds on the clock. Can Casati get a third trick in the bag? That's the question. Or are we waiting for scores? Bit of help on the beach there from his ground crew. Can see that he's consistently in the lead. Is Casati going to get a trick in before the end of the heat? Just front roll. But I don't know whether it will be enough. At the moment he's comboed. Very nearly comboed. Unless he gets a 10-point score. But I don't see that happening. There we go. Benetton coming in, smile on his face. Pretty happy about that. First heat of the day for him. Was saved from the really early start this morning by being in one of the later heats of round 1. We are on to the AP flag for a little break, I believe. Let's go to commercials and I will see you back here shortly. Stay tuned.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag-Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Ich will nicht mehr!
Für Entertainment bezahlen?
Horror.
Nein! Blickt er nicht mehr durch. Damit ist jetzt Schluss. Was?
Ich bin verwirrt.
Die beliebtesten Shows
Gibt's kostenlos für euch auf Join. Verstanden?
Nee.
Nein.
Kostenlos.
Echt jetzt? Oh, ich heul gleich richtig. Ui.
Join, der Superstreamer.
It's for free.
Wir lernen fürs Leben.
In der Ausbildung.
Im Studium.
Digital.
Auf dem Campus.
Im Einsatz.
Bewirb dich jetzt.
Und starte deine zoll-karriere.de.
Entdecke Jakobs Espresso-Kapseln und erlebe intensiven Kaffeegenuss mit samtig weicher Crema. Jakobs, finde dein Wunderbar.
Auf die Plätze.
Kennst du dieses Gefühl? Wenn du spürst, du bist auf dem richtigen Weg.
Fertig?
Wenn du weißt, du kannst dir vertrauen.
Los.
Wenn du den Stolz fühlst, in etwas richtig gut zu sein. Weil du es kannst. Freiheit verteidigen. Frieden sichern. Demokratie schützen.
Okay, and we are back. The sunny beach here in Sylt, Germany. What a spot to be today. The AP flag has gone up after that heat, just to resolve a few technical issues, I believe, with the setup here. But the riders on standby for an immediate start for the next heats. Let's take a look at who's up next. I believe we're starting with round 2 of the men's. Oh no, we're going back to the women's again. Round 2, heat 1 of the women's. Simona Schatzman versus Elena Mutis. Up next on the water. Looks like the wind is building. Looking nice out there now. Swung a little bit more onshore than it was this morning. You've got variable wind direction. Start to see those flags really stepping up a notch as the wind builds. It's 9:44 a.m. here right now, and the wind is on its way. The sun is out, and the riders are frothing on the water. Let's see what these girls have for us this morning. After round 1, they've warmed up. They are ready. They know what the conditions are like. They've dialed in their equipment, and they are ready for the shreddy. As you can see, little waves building up right now. Nice to see a few wave integrated tricks out there today. In the kite surf discipline, here for the GKA World Tour in Westerland on the island of Sylt in Germany. Such an amazing island, actually. It's my first time here, and over the last few days I've really had a chance to explore. Managed to go paragliding last night on some of the spots here, and such a cool place, amazing natural environment, loads of space, awesome beaches, an incredible environment for water sports. As you can see, looking out there today on this beautiful day. Inside the heat box, 2 girls on the water already. We've still got the AP flag up, so they're just on standby, biding their time. waiting for the moment. Just warming up. They've all dialed in their kite selections for this heat. Looks like they're still on their 12 meters. Hasn't picked up that much, but it does look like it's getting more and more promising for that 20 knot increase later. Let's see if it transpires. AP flag still up on the beach as they sort out the technical issues. Riders on standby. So if you're tuned in, you're here on the live stream, give us a shout out. Let us know what you think. There's awesome discipline. Which riders you're supporting. Who you think's going to win it. I'll give you a shout out, whoever you want. So get in there. Get on the comment section. Get involved. And as we get into today, it's going to be some hot action. So whilst we wait, let's. I got a chance to catch up with Ayrton and Hendrix on the beach yesterday. So let's go back to the rest of the interview that we did yesterday and find out a little bit about them.
Yeah, guys, Ayrton Cozzolino here. From Cabo Verde, but my father is from Italy, so double nationality. And yeah, I'm here in Sylt for one more year and looking fun. Let's go. I have 6 world titles and yeah, just excited to go for more.
So looking forward to compete again. It's looking like sunshine, a lot of people on the beach, and yeah, I'm super stoked to be here again. Like last year I got injured, as I said, so being here it's already a big accomplishment. So I'm super stoked to be competing again.
It's my nephew, bro. And he don't respect me. He's like, what's up, guys, all the time. I got some few coming and I need it all.
Well, without him, I think I wouldn't be here right now. He was the biggest motivation for me, and him, my mom as well, and many guys from Cape Verde for sure. And yeah, thanks to him I'm here competing alongside him. Haven't beaten him yet.
But keep trying some longer on the tour, man.
It's coming.
Yeah, but he's getting there, man. He had a really nice performance actually this year in Cabo Verde. It was a solid performance. His level is getting like every day better. I see him more confident. So yeah, for sure the future is bright. So he's gonna do it all, and for sure he can. He can one day. One day he's gonna do it for sure. They like learn so fast, and then they do tricks that you were doing, or maybe harder. So then it push you to do something even crazier. So that's why I like to be pushed. So it's really cool to see strapless there. So me, I've tried to push strapless game since long time. I mean, the bigger game, I was one of the first guys to bring strapless to King of the Year, all these bigger events. And yeah, for sure now we'll see new gen. Like, they're gonna keep this sport go forward. I mean, yeah, tomorrow, I mean, depends of the conditions. You always, normally I don't prepare days before. I don't prepare tricks in my mind or whatever. I don't think what I'm gonna do, because this you build extra pressure to yourself. So for me, I just get there, try to be like as a normal day. So your mindset is always calm. And then, I mean, I've been training all my career. I've been kiting every day. So for me to perform, when it's changed, I can adapt to the condition quickly. So let's see what tomorrow brings. I will see that. For me at the moment, I mean, yeah, I've been answered this before. I think depends. As Andrew was saying, here change a lot. You know, one day can be really light and they can push us to compete. And the other day could be like 40 knots. So for sure, when it comes to really big winds, there is few guys there. And when it comes to light winds, there is few guys there too. So it's a matter of what see. But normally this year I don't come to put pressure to myself and just go against myself. Every year the level is going crazy up. So for me, I just have to focus on myself and let the game begin. Man, my career at the moment, as the condition looks, I would like to do some flats and some 3-on-3s on my 12. I've been training overpowered since this month. I try to upgrade my underpass game with a bit more power. So I would like to have that 12 because there's lag in the 12. I don't find it in no kites when it comes to underpasses because you can just go over power and then the kite throws you at the bar and you can have the sickest power landing. So yeah, let's see. Ready? Come on.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag-Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Ich will nicht mehr! Für Entertainment bezahlen?
Horror.
Nein! Blickt er nicht mehr durch. Damit ist jetzt Schluss.
Was? Ich bin verwirrt.
Die beliebtesten Shows
Gibt's kostenlos für euch auf Joy. Verstanden? Nee. Nein.
kostenlos.
Echt jetzt? Ja! Aber ich war gleich richtig. Ui.
Join, der Superstreamer.
It's for free.
Wir lernen fürs Leben. In der Ausbildung.
Im Studium.
Digital.
Auf dem Campus.
Im Einsatz.
Bewirb dich jetzt.
Und starte deine Zoll-Karriere.de.
Entdecke Jakobs Espresso-Kapseln und erlebe intensiven Kaffeegenuss mit samtig weicher Crema. Jakobs, finde dein Wunderbar.
Kennst du dieses Gefühl? Wenn du spürst, du bist auf dem richtigen Weg.
Fertig?
Wenn du weißt, du kannst dir vertrauen.
Los.
Wenn du den Stolz fühlst, in etwas richtig gut zu sein. Weil du es kannst. Freiheit verteidigen. Frieden sichern. Demokratie schützen.
Okay, and we are back after that short hiatus there. Had to resolve some technical issues in the judging box, but we are now back and the event is on. Due to the wind conditions over this week, we're going to push through as much of the event as we can today. We've still got one more day of competition tomorrow, and the forecast is also amazing as well. So we're going to try and get as far as we can through this discipline today so that we can spend as much time as we like on the finals. We've got round 2 of the females on the water right now, and we are about to get into the action. If you're just joining us here on the live stream, make sure you get involved in the chat. Okay, let's have a look at who's on the water right now. We've got Simona Shazman and Elena Mutis out there as I speak. Round 2, heat 1 of the women's discipline. Let's see what they've got for us on the water. It's tough conditions. It's been tricky for everybody on the water today. So far, it's been quite light. Probably between 13 to 16 knots now as it picks up a little bit. But as you can see in this drone shot, the tide has dropped out, which has probably created a little less pressure in the wind than the riders would have liked. It's definitely been a bit of a struggle for some of them. Some of the bigger riders or riders that didn't bring a big kite in their quiver today. But these ladies are getting ready for their heat to begin. Just waiting for the buzzer to start the heat. 9 minutes in the women's heats on the water. 2 women in the heat, head to head. Simona in the green lycra, Elena in the pink. See a core kite there and a fly surfer kite. Just getting into position in the judging box. It's been tricky for the judges too because of the slight lack of time available left in the event to run both the men's and the women's disciplines. They've been forced to reduce the time that it's going to take to run the event, and I think it's tough for the judges having 3 people on the water all throwing tricks back to back at the same time. Got to keep up with the scoring and make sure that they're getting everything dialed in. So it's a tough one, but we're going to get through it. It's looking like we've got a solid forecast today. Wind building slowly as the day goes on, and we're going to have plenty of riders out there on the water. So make sure you stay tuned, send out the live link, get involved in the comments. I'm Tom Court, and I'm here in the box bringing it to you live today for the GKA Kite World Tour Kite Surf discipline. And we are now on female round 2 heat 1 about to start with Simona Scheisman in the green and Elena Mutis in the pink. Let's see what they've got for us. You can see Simona there looking for the start of the heat. Has the buzzer gone? Not yet. It's about to go. They're on a hair trigger to get things kicked off here. Right, there it goes. That's the buzzer. Simona there in the green lycra, sponsored by Core Kites, Pro Limit, Rebel Fins, and STS Sports Shop. Make sure you check these riders out on their socials. Follow the GKA across all the social media channels, Instagram, YouTube. Ooh, Simona, not what she needed to start her heat there. Got that kite flying a little wrong. Struggling a little bit with that light wind. Also, Elena struggling to stick that first trick. As I've spoken a lot about the strategy of these riders out there. So important. making the most of every minute on the water, structuring your heat correctly, getting 3 scores on the board as fast as you can so that you've got the time to really sort of then push yourself, push your level, push your scoreline. But it's tough. It's definitely tough. Strapless isn't the easiest of disciplines, especially in light wind with flat water. It probably wouldn't be my personal selection of equipment if I was going to be free riding in these conditions right now. But nonetheless, this is kite surfing, and these riders are pushing the limits of what is possible out there on the water. Let's see what they've got for us. Simona scoring for that little jump at the beginning, a 0.03, which is chalk on the board. And they're just landing that straight air grab on the way out. Slight slackening of the kite, but struggling with that light wind. It looks like most of the riders have only a 12 meter as their biggest kite, which is a little flaw in the strategy from the word go there. Always worth, in my opinion, bringing a 15 if you're, especially if you're coming to one of these variable spots, or you have a chance to check the forecast before you go. But Simona there just putting another little straight air ungrab trick down, which is nice, going bigger than the one before. It's got some chalk on the board now with a 1.37, 0.30, but I think that's going to upgrade with that last little jump. Elena Mutis and the pink lycra needs something to open her account today. 6 minutes left out of the 9-minute heat. Big up Ricardo Lopez on the live stream comments. Go Gabrielle. Bit of support there on the comments. That's what we like to see. People getting involved. Share the link. Send it to your mates. Make sure they get a solid dose of my voice today as we get into this kite surf discipline here on the sunny Westerland beach of Sylt, Germany. Amazing part of the world. Perfect for kite surfing, kiteboarding, hydrofoiling, windsurfing, and all of the water sports that we love here. Ooh, Simona nearly landing that front roll there. Not sure she can claim that quite as a landing, but it was pretty close. She's got it in the bag. I want to see that one stuck. As the wind picks up, it's just going to get better and better for these girls. Elena going for a varial transition jump there, but not quite getting it. Landing a little too close to the nose of the board. It's all about getting your feet on the bolts, so to speak, if I was a skateboarder. Just landing with your feet nicely in the middle of the board so that your body weight is nice and central and you can ride away nice and clean. It's one of the biggest variables of strapless riding, how much adjustment you've got of your feet on the board. It's one of the biggest advantages, also one of the disadvantages when it comes to this sort of strapless riding. You can adjust your feet to trim your efficiency and your edge control, but when you're landing, you've got to make sure that you're contacting your feet in the right place on the board, or it's going to throw you off, stall your speed, or miss the board entirely. There you go. Simona upgraded to a 0.77 on that straight air. Here she goes on the way out. Bit of steezy leg action there. I think that is definitely going to come in on her scoreline. That was nice. They call it an air walk, I believe. Elena struggling with the kite control through that. It's not as easy as it looks, especially as the tide drops out. There's a little less pressure than you'd like on the water. The wind is there, but there's maybe a tide rip to come into play, and obviously the wind chop that is slowly building, which we're hoping is going to turn into a point break later on today, but we'll see how that develops. 3 minutes left on the clock for female round 2, heat 1. Simona Schatzmann from Switzerland. Elena Mutis out there, still yet to put down a score. Let's see how we get on. 2 minutes 41 on the clock. Looks like sun's gone in a tiny bit. Might be a good sign for the wind to come. Forecast is for it to build throughout the day. Just looking at wind guru right now, and it's going to get up to 20 plus, apparently. Maybe downgraded a little bit from earlier, but by 3 p.m. this afternoon, well, by 11 a.m. it's up to 19 knots. By 3 p.m. it's up to 20. So we've got a solid build throughout the day. And then tomorrow it's looking like it's pushing up into the mid-20s. Ooh, Simona going for a board flip, straight air board flip. That would have been really nice on her scoreline. She's got a 2.00 and a 0.77, putting her in the lead with a 2.77 combined score against Elena, who's really struggling just to get some chalk on the board. Just needs to land something. She battles these conditions on that fly surfer kite right there. Can see that it's not easy for these riders out there. It's tough to even stay upwind at this point, it looks like. But they're in the heat box. Can always come in and run up the beach, as we've seen from few of the riders in the earlier heats. It's often a good strategy. Just make sure you're at the top end of the heat box. Ooh, just slipped her back foot off the landing there. She's obviously got that front row in the bag, but hasn't quite managed to stick it yet. 40 seconds on the clock. Simona in the lead with a 2.77 combined heat score right now. Coming in there. 30 seconds to go. Not looking that happy with the conditions. Riding the core kite. The core board there. Just coming off the water slightly before the end of that heat. Let's see what the final scores will be. Okay, that's the end of the first heat of the women's, round 2. I'm going to try and get Kelton Lopez up here in the box to join me a little bit. We get a little bit of his impressions on the conditions out there today, what equipment he's riding, and how he's finding it on the water. Let's see if we can get him into the box next to me right here. Meanwhile, next heat is women's round 2 with Caroline and Kessian. Coming up next, Kelton to join me now. Okay, I'm joined by Kelton up here in the box. How's it going, man? Yeah, everything good. Nice to be up here in the live box. And, yeah, watching the action out there on the water. How was it for you?
Man, I mean, it's not that easy, you know. The wind is super light. But,
Yeah.
you know, it's the same condition for everybody. But, you know, people is there fighting. But it is how it is, man. It's competition. Sometimes it's strong. Sometimes it's light, you know. We have to do what we have to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it seems like all the riders out there are sort of battling with the conditions, right? Battling with their equipment setup as well.
True,
I mean, I guess having bigger kites out there. I mean, what sort of gear were you riding during your heat this morning?
Yeah, man, I was using a 10. I started with 10,
Yeah.
but it was super light, and then Machu just gave me a 12 meter because I tried to land some tricks with the 10, but was not enough. But man, I mean, for strapless freestyle, normally we need a small kite, you know, and when it's like light wind using bigger kites, I mean, it's more difficult, you know. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean, struggling with the conditions is one thing. I guess being able to perform in the conditions as well, you know, is another. I mean, you can see the girls out there right now. 8 minutes on the clock to go in the second heat of the females round 2. Oh, nice. That was a good little trick from Casey Rodriguez right there.
From Brazil.
From Brazil. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just great to see the riders out there, you know, having fun. Is it as fun in these conditions as it could be? I imagine, you know, for me, stronger winds mean easier tricks and better performance, right?
Yeah, that's true, bro. I mean, because strapless, like, we need a lot of wind because normally, like, all the tricks you need to land in strapless, you need to go against the wind, you know. You need to put your board on the wind to start to go up and then to grab your board, you know. And if it's no wind, man, it's really difficult, you know. The girls all, everyone is already doing the best to land a trick, but, you know, it's not that easy, brother.
Yeah.
With no wind, it's not easy.
Definitely. I mean, you see here, as they, you know, it's so much in the takeoff, isn't there? So much in the pop, it strikes me, especially with the strapless discipline, like keeping that board on your feet, keeping your rotation stable. What's the key? Like, as KCN comes in here, she looks powered, but is there enough wind to keep the board on your feet through some of these tricks? I mean, obviously, like when you're grabbing the board like that, you're rodeoing the board through some of the rotations. It keeps the board with you. But what would you say is the real technique to not touching your board through strapless rotations?
Bro, I mean, just try to put the board like more in the wind direction, brother. Because, you know, strapless, you don't have strap. Like if you just try to jump downwind, you're gonna lose your board all the time, you know. But if you put the board a little bit more upwind, of course you're gonna go more high.
Yeah.
Even if it's like no wind, you need to go all the time more high, you know.
Yeah.
But by the way, in this condition, it could be like more difficult because normally if it was wave, when it's no wave, you could do better. It's more difficult because normally you try to do your best, but you can. It's almost impossible, man. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
It's almost impossible.
So what does the role in the waves play with, you know, strapless freestyle tricks even, you know, like the takeoff being so important? Is it important to have waves? Like,
it's really important, man.
Yeah.
I mean, normally when it's like this, you see today is light. Imagine if there was some wave, could be way better because wave hiding is more like a surfing, you know. When it's surfing, you don't need to use a lot of your kite. You don't need too much power of your kite. I mean, if we have some wave, we're able to get some wave and do your surfing, you can do your best. But when it's freestyle, it's going to be like way difficult because you need to jump, you need the wind to grab your board, you don't have strap, you know.
Yeah.
But wave is actually better. But as you see the condition from today, like it's no waves, it looks flat. And even if you have wave for freestyle, you can jump better because you find some good kicker, some good pop, you know. It's always better.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're hoping for today, obviously, is like the wind to build, that wind swell to kind of push through. Because we saw yesterday afternoon, there's a few little waves coming through as that tide pushed in.
You see this pop? This time, like, she tried to jump.
Yeah.
She don't find any wave, you know, any pop.
Yeah.
If it was like a little bit more swell, a little bit more pop, go a little bit higher, you know.
A little bit higher, a little bit more time in the air, and I guess a little bit more forgiveness when it comes to doing what you need to do. Looks like Casey Rodriguez, though, is really holding it down in this heat, sitting in first place right now with 2-trick combo over Caroline England. It's a tough one. I mean, with three riders in a heat. I mean, moving into round 2, we've only got 2 riders head-to-head right now, but with 3 riders in a heat, there was so much going on in the water, you know.
But this girl, Caroline, she's is the first time she's competing, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, yeah. First time competing in strapless.
I mean, she'll be nervous there, man. No win, first time. It's normal, you know.
Yeah.
You have a lot to come. Just keep training, keep being positive, you know.
Yeah.
And one day you go to one event, of course you will find a good condition. Competition is like this. Sometimes it's flat, sometimes it's good. Sometimes the wave event we find big waves.
Yeah.
And sometimes we go it's flat, no waves. But the judges, like the organization, they manage to do everything to put the event on. So that's already good, man.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, especially with our whole sport, I'm sure you find that as well. It's hard to plan more than a week in advance, right? Because we're such, at the command of nature and the weather systems. So ultimately, to be a good competitor means to be able to ride in any conditions.
Exactly.
And
when here it's good, bro, it's good. When it's windy and good wave, good swell, the competition here it's on. Like the last year, like we started with no wind. We hope for tomorrow the condition is gonna be better.
Yeah.
But in the end, like the wave was big and the wind was super strong. Let's see. Let's pray for tomorrow.
Yeah, let's pray for tomorrow. I mean, or even later today. Let's see how we go. But I've spoken quite a lot over the last few hours about heat strategy and what makes a difference. Because you obviously got 3 scored tricks.
Yeah.
It strikes me that it's super important to go at your heat with a strategy, and that comes into what you were saying about experience, right?
Course,
like competition experience.
Exactly.
The person that's riding the first ever
True.
heat versus somebody like Ayrton or yourself with a with a competitive experience. It's
But I mean, like the most of the higher, like everyone tries to start with the trick that
Yeah.
Then like you're gonna land this trick just to get one score, and then you can start to go for the bigger trick,
Yeah.
So I think everyone start like this. Of course, sometimes when you land, imagine you know how to land the front. You land your front, and then you go for one front shove. You don't the other tricks, more difficult. Because normally, you have to start from the one just to get probably in this condition, man.
Yeah.
Just to get I want to get even 3 points or something like that. Let me land something. I just need to land something,
Yeah, exactly. It's like that building up that foundation. And I guess, if Caroline out there just getting her first experiences in the event or in an event like this, it's all about kind of looking back at this and analyzing what you did and like how you can get points on the board. But like you say, look at that. 2 1-point tricks. Already it's like upping your point. If you're having 3 tricks on the board, you can beat somebody with 1 trick, right?
Exactly.
Easy. So it's like the game isn't just about doing your best trick. It's about actually, like you say, landing the trick that you feel most comfortable with or building those tricks up before you get your special meter on the go.
Exactly. That's the thing. But everyone, I just want to say congrats to all the hiders.
Yeah.
Being here fighting. I just I see a couple hiders there trying to land a tree, running on the beach. In Cape Verde we call it kite cross. You kite, you go downwind and then you run. But it's like this, man. Everyone is I just want to say congrats to all the hiders to be here, motivated and competing. It's not all the time we are lucky to find a good condition, but I'm super stoked to see everyone happy, and that's the most important thing,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing that kiteboarding and kite surfing is known for, right? Like the vibe, the community, like how everybody in our sport is, so stoked to be part of it generally, and the atmosphere on the beach is always good. People are always going to help you, and I think competition reflects that, right, on the GKA.
Course. I mean, everyone wants to go for a competition, find the best condition, do your best trick, or serve your best wave, But we have to put in mind too, because sometimes we don't have control of everything, Like if we are here, the guys like Tom, Juan Antonio, everyone is trying to do the competition, so that is already good, because even if it's no win, they are trying to put the competition on. They're trying to put us happy. They try to give us the score, I mean, it's not easy for us, but for the judges too, it's not easy, bro. Imagine one judge there, just there. He gonna see someone trying to land one front, and he don't go high. He gonna be like, how much I'm gonna give, which score I'm gonna give this hider, I mean, it's not easy for us, not easy for the judges too. So that's why I'm saying try to be positive and go on the good way, man.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you're saying actually there. I mean, you know, we're relying so much on the judges' experience to judge
Exactly.
the event, but it's also judging to the rules of the event, and it's also judging to the conditions, right? So
Exactly.
things change. It is flexible. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose.
Exactly.
Here we go. Up next, round 2, women's heat 3. Kyla Lehman, Alexandra Makada coming up next. It's looking good. The tide's dropping out for them, but the wind seems to be building a little bit. There's some white horses on the outside of the heat box there. The flags
Yeah,
are
normally
flapping pretty well.
when it's low tide, start to be a little bit stronger. So let's see if it's gonna pick up.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday as the tide started pushing, the
Mhm.
waves also build, and the conditions
Yeah.
changed a little bit. So hoping that, you know, as we get
I
into
mean,
today-
here, high tide is better for the waves.
Yeah.
Because yesterday when it started to be like high tide, like we see some waves. But when it's like this, like low tide, you get some good wind. I mean, you can be better for freestyle tricks, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Maybe this afternoon they're gonna put some wave too. I don't know. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah, what do you think about wave scores? So if we saw waves come, would there be an element to waves in this?
Yeah, my man, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be nice because normally, you know, it's been difficult to everyone to land a trick, you know. And even if we find some wave, it's gonna be better to everyone because everyone is gonna be able to ride a wave, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Because normally when there's no wind, you know, you don't need too much wind. That I was saying, like you don't need strong wind for wave hiding. You know, wave hiding is more like about surfing. You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Surfing, so you don't use too much your kite. So that's the most important thing. So I think in this afternoon, like if things change, they're gonna put some waves. It's gonna be fun to everyone. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
for
better.
sure. Yeah, it would be nice.
Mhm.
I mean, Kaya Lehman, I checked out her Instagram the other day. She's an incredibly good freestyle rider, like putting down some good freestyle tricks and some toe side moves, which I saw on her Instagram, which is super cool. I was speaking to her just before this heat. She said she's not as confident in the strapless discipline.
Man, but you know, like I'm super happy that I start to see like a lot of riders coming from freestyle start to do strapless, man. You know, like
Yeah.
Lorraine, Sokosat, all these guys were they're freestyle or bigger, twin all the time using twin tip, and now everyone start to come for strapless. Like I mean, it's super nice because where I learned, I learned with me too, Ayrton, all these guys, you know, everyone there do strapless, you know.
Mm.
So for me, since the beginning was strapless, you know. But to see all the riders start to come from twin tip or from big air to strapless is really nice, man, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a big fan of that throughout the years as well. Like kiteboarding as an overall sport is so versatile, right? Like free riding and kiteboarding, you look at the conditions, strapless, big air, twin tip, freestyle, wake style. There's so many different options and ways to express yourself on the water. And it strikes me this younger generation is seeing the sort of waterman, you know, vibe and the free ride vibe and coming in and going, do you know what? We'll apply that to competition. We'll have a go at the strapless. And, you know, yeah, riders like Kaya in the
thing,
seat.
bro. I mean, try to do the most you can in the water, spend more time in the water. If you have to do kite foil, do kite foil. If you want to do strapless, you know. Try to do everything because, like, more things you do, you're going to be more time in the water, you know. So that's going to be fun for you. So that's the thing.
More time means bigger tricks, means more points in the box.
Means power.
That's exactly it, man. I think that's so important, that psychology, not to get too stuck in one track. I mean, it's interesting when it comes to competition because obviously in a competition you've got to find out the rules, talk to the judges, and then plan your track in this event based on that. But when it comes to the wider sport, everything you do is going to improve your skill level on every aspect of it, right?
I mean, everything helps you. You know, before I was a surfer, you know, I was doing surfing like since I was kid, and then I went to kite surfing. Like surfing helped me a lot, you know. So that's why this is what you said. Like if you start to do a lot of things in the water, like everything's gonna help you for something, you know.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously Cape Verde being known as it is the best spot in the world for strapless wave riding, right?
True, bro.
But like how those skills and your edge control, everything comes into riding in flat water too, right? Like, I mean, I remember riding at Punta Preta and finding it like the hardest thing ever, you know, like to get into it. But once you get into it, then you kind of get used to the technique, and you see these girls out there right now. Here we go. can see them getting used to the conditions. You know, you just got to get out there. You got to try it. Nice back roll.
You see,
Landed clean.
Uh-huh.
Super nice.
Even light, but they are able to land something. That's good, you know.
Yeah, there you go. 2.90 dropping for Kaya Lehman there in the green lycra. Still looking for Alexandra to get her feet in this heat. In the pink rash vest out there, struggling with those conditions. Maybe looking for a kicker.
And you know what, bro? Sometimes you have some riders that do just freestyle, and you have riders that do just wave hiding, you know. So I mean, this event is good because you can do normally when it's wave, you can do the both. You can do like wave and you can do freestyle, you know. And for the people who likes wave, here it's good, and for the people who like freestyle, you're gonna find these two disciplines, you know.
Yeah.
So for today, probably we don't have waves, but normally, you know, it's a wave and freestyle event, so that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the GKA World Tour sort of looking to find the most versatile, the most versatile disciplines in our sport, and I think kite surfing is kite surfing as its own thing, right? If you're at a wave spot and you're kite surfing, you're obviously ripping the face.
Exactly.
But you can also have different wind conditions, right? So onshore kite surfing is not the same as you might get in Cape Verde, where you have side-off perfect conditions.
True. I mean, that's why there in Cape Verde they do just wave hiding.
Yeah.
You know, because there of course is a spot for wave. You know, is a spot for surfing. But here in this condition, of course you can mix, you can do your best, and you can make things happen here like easy. You know, because if we don't have wave, we have freestyle. And if we don't have that strong, imagine like today. Today's light, but if there was some waves, could be nice too, you know. So you can show it all the time.
I was going to say that leads me on to something also I mentioned earlier as well, like riders like we see like Ayrton specifically, possibly like bringing this style of riding into the waves. And I think for me, looking forward into the future, I was talking about how Hydrofoil big air is going to influence big air in general, how this style of riding is going to influence wave riding in the future, and like taking to the air, rotations, board varials, off the lip. I think that where's that going to go?
Exactly, man. It's like this, man. That's I said, man. Be happy. Oh. Yeah.
Nice. There we go.
You see, imagine this area like backside in the wave, man.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It's nice. Yeah, for sure. Kaya Lehman out there taking control of this heat now with 3 points on the board. 6.26 overall score. Alexandra still struggling to battle those conditions. But I think there's a bright future of combining this style and developing your skills in this style with waves, and like you see like James Carew as well, pushing it in like especially the onshore riding as well, going big in the air, onto the face.
That's the thing, yeah. Normally, I mean, James was before he was just wave hiding, you know, and then he started to get a lot of he had motivated to start to do big air, you know, and now he's like one of the best hider in the world, jumping high, you know. And that's the thing. I mean, if you are doing just wave hiding, you can start to do some freestyle because it's gonna help you. Or if you are doing just freestyle, start to do some wave hiding. Go to somewhere that you find some wave, spend some time there, because it's gonna help you a lot, man.
Yeah, I feel that we're in a cool point of the sport where that psychology is coming around, right? Like everyone's understanding that, at one point everyone was just trying to learn to ride a wave, or trying to learn to do a handle pass, or trying to learn to do something.
But you have some hiders, bro, like imagine there is some hiders that don't like freestyle. Like imagine Sebastian Ribeiro, one of my best friends.
Yeah.
This guy is super strong hider, like wave hiding, but he don't like freestyle.
Yeah.
You know?
Like,
but
has no time for it.
Yeah, but imagine Pedro too, before he was like just a wave hiding.
Yeah.
When start freestyle, it was just like Ayrton, me too, these guys doing freestyle, But everyone start to, they need to do freestyle.
Yeah.
And everyone start to do freestyle. Now they are one of the best. Si Gabriel and Pedro, all these guys.
But that's almost the role of the competition, right?
Yeah.
The competition has brought them into this.
Exactly.
Into this mindset, which is a really good thing, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We saw the end of that heat there. Alexandra managing to get some scores, a score on the board before the heat time ran out, but it looks like Kaya coming off on top of that one with ease out there on the water.
But yeah, congrats for the both of the hiders. Condition is not easy, guys, you know. And they are doing the best. They are trying to land the tricks, but it's not easy to everyone. Just want to say congrats. Focus to the next round. We hope to find some good win. And let's do it.
Yeah, you heard it here. The conditions are not easy. Right, let's go to a quick ad break, and we will see you in the next heat.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist, auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu, Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur. Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag-Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
And we're back on the live stream here for the GKA Kite World Tour, the kite surf discipline. Up next, we have women's round 2, heat 4. Sonia Bunte versus Clemence Derain. It's going to be another epic heat out there. It's looking like the wind is picking up. Some stronger winds incoming this afternoon. Great to have Kelton in the box a second ago. What a cool dude. So much time for the Cape Verde guys. Such good lads. Such good riders. Such good vibes. Always on and off the water. Kelton Lopez. Cool. All-round rider and such good insights into, you know, what it takes to do this style of riding, as well as like how the sport is developing psychologically and, you know, physically in terms of, you know, the tricks that are being put down and how the sort of disciplines inside kiteboarding in general as a sport are sort of merging and really sort of rubbing off on each other in terms of how they're developing. This sort of kite surf discipline and these sort of tricks really making an appearance on the wave riding scene, allowing some of these riders to develop their skills to take to the air and bust out above the lip and perform multiple rotations and board flips, spins and stuff whilst riding waves. I really think that's where the future of kite surfing is going to be with a kite. After all, a kite is such a powerful tool for the shred. Here we go, a little replay here. First score on the board. Almost slipped out on that takeoff, it looks like, but nice straight board grab, extending the feet and just sticking it. Definitely going to put some chalk down for that. Clemence Derain taking the lead with a 2.83. Sonia Bunte there in the green lycra, just sticking her first aerial of the event, of the heat. And you can see the wind is looking good. They're looking comfortable out there. They're not struggling for power anymore. 5 minutes 20 left on this heat. If you're just joining us on the live stream, I'm your host for this event, Tom Court, here in the box, live for the GKA World Tour, here in Sylt, Germany, bringing you the hottest action as we go through this event. We've been live down here on the beach since early this morning, getting up at 5 a.m. These riders are frothing, keen to get out there and get the event done and get the action started. We've got points on the board from both riders right now. 2.83 from Clemence Derain, 1.73 from Sonja Bunte. And as we progress through the rounds this morning, looks like Clemence has got 2 tricks down, 4.16. Respectable score in these light winds. In the pink lycra, looks like she's got her competition mindset on, staying nice and high, upwind in the box. Make sure you get involved in the comments of the live stream. Give us a shout out or let us know who you want shouted out. And I will do my best to deliver the shout outs or the information. Okay, little straighter there by Clemence. She's putting together a nice heat. Looks like she's in command of it. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Solid start to her heat. It's like you see that cloud line in the distance blowing through. If I had to guess, I would say that the wind is going to pick up shortly after the weather front. Wind blowing left to right down this amazing coastline. Side on shore now. Started off a little more offshore this morning, but it has swung on a tiny bit, which is a good sign apparently, especially with those puffy clouds in the background. Looks like we might start to get a bit of thermal effect coming through, which is all to play for, especially as we go further and further into these rounds today. Really cool interview with Kelton over that last heat. Some great insights there on what it takes to do well in an event like this, in this sort of discipline, how, you know, background in wave riding kind of can influence your style, how the sport's sort of developing to sort of unite all the different styles of kiting. Ooh, just mistiming her takeoff there, it looked like. Clemence Derain just looking for a kicker on the way out. There are some kickers out there, definitely enough to help you with your takeoff, especially on a strapless board. But important for riders to display variety nonetheless. Do tricks both ways, different rotations, and different ways of performing your tricks. All go into the judging criteria. I think if I was out there right now, I'd probably be hacking the lips off that shore break. But I don't know whether that would score very highly. Hopefully the waves are going to build as the wind builds this afternoon and the tide starts to push in. But at the moment, it's low tide and light winds for these riders on the water. Sonja Bunte in the green and Clemence Derain in the pink. We see there coming into the beach, probably to talk to her ground team, get some tips on the strategy that she needs to apply. Coming up to only a minute left in the heat. I can tell you, these ladies are getting 10 minutes on the water to perform their tricks, and 3 of their best tricks count. They've got to complete the tricks within the trick categories to achieve all 3 scores, but getting 3 scores is imperative. Really goes into that strategy of performance. Nice front roll, board off attempt there. But Unfortunately, no landing, not enough height. Very difficult to know what trick to go for, I imagine. Whether it's something smaller just to get the chalk on the board, or one of your more consistent tricks. Tacking round on the outside there. Sonja Bunter knows she needs some points to get through this. 10 seconds left. Hard to know what she's going to do to come back here. But if she just sticks this, it might help. No. Close, but no cigar. Struggling with those conditions. Not quite getting the board grab that she needed. Heat is done. There we go. We come to the end. Round 2, heat 4 of the female discipline, of the female section of the kite surf discipline here on the amazing beach of Westerland in Sylt, northern Germany. What an amazing spot this has been for the week. Such an embracing crowd and cool group of people here that just love the outdoor lifestyle, fitness, and the kite surfing discipline. So many health clubs here and cool places to go, paddle courts. I know that James Carew and some of the riders have been thrashing it out on the paddle court whilst there hasn't been any wind. So there's all sorts of things to get involved in. Well, I went paragliding yesterday, and there's kiting going on, e-foiling, wing foiling, skateboarding, you name it. There's a lot of things happening around in this area, and it is set up for the enjoyment of the outdoors right here. So if you ever get the chance to visit Sylt in Germany, I suggest you take it. Such a cool spot to be. Easy to stay right by the beach, and just a town set up for people to enjoy themselves in. And not only that, it's been surprisingly hot too. I thought I was coming to northern Germany and it would be freezing cold, but I've been in shorts and a t-shirt for the whole week so far, to my surprise. And we even had a small groundswell yesterday afternoon, just to get the surfers out on the water. You can see wing foiling going on in the background there. People starting to get out on the water today. As everybody slowly gets down here to the beach and the crowd starts to build, we've got the women's quarter-finals coming up. Simona Scheitzman and Charlotte Carpentier coming up next for the GKA World Tour kite surf discipline. The flags are flapping, and we've got wind on the beach today. Starting early, we got down here at 5 a.m. The event is on, and we are going to get as far as we can today through this discipline, getting all the riders on the water that we can, and see how far we can get. It's not easy though. It's not easy for everybody out there. They're dealing with the conditions, they're dealing with the timings, and variable changes in the weather. Part of the game is having the right strategy as well as having the right equipment. To make sure that you've got enough power to perform your tricks, stay upwind into the box, and get those points on the board. Here we go. Heat started. Buzzer has gone. 8 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Okay, Charlotte Carpentier going out. Straight into a 360 shove. Not getting the landing. Wanted a trick straight off the bat. Simona coming in with an ambitious attempt. Difficult takeoff, the front rotation there, but she nearly had front rolls in her last heat, so we know she's got them in the bag. I think it's just tough when the kickers aren't playing ball and the wind is so light. There we go. Charlotte just nailing a nice little 180 hop to revert surface rotation on the water. Pretty cool. Nice trick. One thing with these boards is it's difficult to land backwards. We've seen a few of the riders doing 540s or 180s and landing the board backwards. But what you've got to understand is the fins on the board are only designed to ride in one direction. So if you do land backwards, the board's going to vary all round. It's going to revert round and go in the direction that the fins are designed to go. So landing a 180 isn't as easy as you might think. Okay. These girls doing well out there, dealing with the variable winds. Charlotte's got some chalk on the board. 1.83 for that little 360. What can Simona answer? She went for it as well. Went for a front side 3. Didn't quite get the landing. It's definitely worth going for the small tricks first. As we heard from Kelton as he was in the box a second ago talking to me, you want to get that first trick in, that trick that you know you're going to land, not think too far outside the box too early in the heat, and just get a couple of notches on the belt. 3.53, Charlotte Carpentier just nailing this heat so far. But still time and possibility for Simona in this quarter-final heat. Looks like off camera, Simona just landed a nice trick, 1.73. Puts her in a strong position. 5 minutes left to go. She's got plenty of time. Just needs one more score on the board, higher than a 1.83, and she'll be in a good position. Let's see if she can make it happen. Got the judges having a hard time today. Definitely keeping their eyes peeled on the water. Making sure that they watch every trick that goes down. Much easier when there's only 2 riders on the water, but we've seen 3-man heats earlier in the day, and it was like back-to-back action and very difficult to keep up with. Right now, these girls have all the judges' eyes on them. Just saw Simona going for something there. Didn't see if she landed it, but Charlotte, another nice little straight air. Gets the landing. Might add to her scoreline if she gets that 3rd trick box full. Here we go, a little replay here. Did she land it? Yes, 360. Happy with that. Little delay in the kite flying, but really got a nice 360 from Simona there. That's going to add to her 2nd trick score, going up into the 2.83 zone, taking her overall score to 4.56, putting her through into 1st place right now, putting all the pressure back onto Charlotte, as she really needs a 3rd trick score to come now. Looks like she may have just got something there. Didn't actually see what it was, but interesting to see if she gets her 3rd trick in the box. There we go, Simona going for a board flip out the back, not quite catching that rail. It's another thing you've got to deal with when you're riding strapless and doing these tricks. You've got to catch the board. It's all very well grabbing it, taking off your feet and flipping it, but catching it is a whole nother coordination level. As we see from some of these riders out there today, they're doing a lot of things in the air. Concentrating on the kite, concentrating on the board, their body, their rotation, and all the things that go into the recipe of a good trick. Okay, we saw Charlotte there drop another score, taking her total up to 4.93, knocking Simona off the top spot by a few fractions of a point, which means the pressure is back on Simona to land a 3rd trick. She just needs something small to compound her scoreline. and get a third trick on the board. Not sure if a transition will count or give her enough. Looking for deliberate tricks as these riders battle the conditions in the heat box. It's a very close heat with only 1.5 minutes left to go. Simona doesn't have long to put down another trick. One minute 20 left on the clock here. Nail-biting action as these two women battle for first place. Fractions of a point in it, with Simona needing one more trick to fill her third trick box. Can she do something? She's heading out now. She's not looking very powered. Hoping the wind's picking up, but could not be the case. Charlotte there going for that 360 rotation, but not quite getting it. It's a tough trick, I can tell you that. I've tried it many a time. Nearly got hit in the head by her board there. That's another dangerous outcome of some of these tricks. Got to watch out. But yeah, 360 rotation is tough without straps. You've got to have so many things in control, not least of which your sheet pressure, your center line movement, as well as your sticky feet staying on that deck. Simona on the outside, looking to utilize one of these kickers on the way out. What's she got? There's not long left in the heat. Seconds left. Can she do it again? I don't know whether that counted as a landing. Bloody close, but not quite. Let's see what the judges are going to give her for that. But Simona just appearing to miss out on the top spot in that heat by fractions of a point to Charlotte Carpentier. Is coming off the water, gritting her teeth, waiting for the updated results. Let's see who goes through in that nail biter. See the riders area there, the heat box, and the setup area. This awesome spot. So cool. It's just such a good infrastructure for an event. You can really see how the setup's developed, how this seafront just provides such a great playground for water sports. And up next, we've got the second quarter-final of the women's kitesurf discipline, with Cassienne Rodriguez and Camille Losserand ready to go head-to-head on the water. But before this heat kicks off, let's go to a quick commercial break.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur. Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Okay, and we are back into the second round of the women's quarterfinals here in the beautiful Sylt, Germany. What a place to be. Got the next two women up on the water. Casey Rodriguez, Camille Lossurand. Brazil and Switzerland going head to head here on the water right now. Very good to see Camille just throwing down some of the biggest scores we've seen in the event so far. There we go. You can see her skill and talent in that front roll. Rodeo. Boom. Got it down as consistent as could be. Big shout out to everybody out there. If you're just joining us on the live stream, we've got some hot action on the water there. Oh, KCN nearly landing that. That would have been a great trick to open her heat with, but not quite sticking the landings. On this awesome day here in North Germany, Westerland Beach on the island of Sylt. This beautiful day. You can see the clouds building up in the background as this wind builds. These two riders looking powered on the water. 6.0 for Camille Lossurand on her first trick. And Casey Rodriguez just trying that same trick again just to get her first trick dialed. She knows she's got to step up against Camille. Camille's not taking any prisoners today. She's thrown down so far. She was in the first heat earlier in round one and just destroyed it with one of the highest combined heat scores so far of the women's event. Riding that Rebel out there on the water, looking like slightly more powered than she was earlier this morning. She'll be happy with her first heat, her first trick score. Camille in the pink rash vest, Kessian in the green. Just going trick for trick here. Making it nice and easy on the judges. Kessian on the inside, about to go for probably the same trick again. She knows little rodeo, takeoff, board varial, back loop, kite loop on the landing, and sticks it smooth this time. What she wanted straight off the bat, but she's got it on her third attempt there. 5.5 minutes on the clock as Camille just throws down another banger. Nice board varial rotation there. Looking confident. Very experienced competitor on the water. She's spent a lot of time training all over the world at the beginning of the season. I've seen her out in Brazil and in some of the best places to ride in the world. So she's put a lot of time on the water. And as I was talking to Kelton about earlier, it's all about time on the water. Doesn't really matter what discipline you're riding. As long as you're getting time out there on the water, you're learning new things about how to do tricks. Whether that's kite control, body rotation, all the things that make a well-rounded rider. See those swells building up on the inside as well now, which could come in handy later. Especially as the wind picks up. Don't need as much space in your run-up in order to perform tricks, so you might be able to use the waves as they come in. There you go, she's taking off. Nice straight air, kite loop. Looking smooth, easy and effortless landing. Let's see that replay on that as she uses that little kicker to take off, grabs the rail of the board, pulls the kite loop, sheets out into the landing, stomps it with her center of gravity vertical. That's what I was talking about earlier. You need to land with your feet in the right place on the board, your center of gravity vertical, and really absorb that landing with the knees, especially if you're landing with your kite low, which I think is only going to add to your points, especially knowing the judges that are in the box today. Landing powered, staying smooth, and keeping speed is what it's all about. Casey Rodriguez coming in. She's got the skills. Nice. Same trick again. Straight air, rodeo, board varial, landing it maybe arguably slightly better than the first one. So it's probably going to up her score. Casey from Brazil. Camille Lossurand from Switzerland. Battling it out. This is a close heat. Camille definitely formidable competitor though. All her tricks at the moment above 5.0. 6.0, 6.17, 5.77, combined 17.94 scoreline. Early in the heat, well, 3 minutes to go. She's got time to improve it. Kasian is looking more and more pinned now. Ooh, that would have been really nice if she'd got that smooth landing. A little bit leaning over the back of the board for the landing. But very nice kite loop on the inside nonetheless. The landing, I mean the takeoff is so important, but the landing really is difficult, especially when your feet are moving around on the board and you could land in any position. One few inches out and you are not gonna ride away. If you're just joining us on the live stream, I'm here in the box today, bringing it to you live. If you've got any questions, make sure you ask them in the comments on YouTube, and I will do my best to get back to you. We've got the the quarterfinals of the female discipline of the kite surfing GKA World Tour here in Germany. There we go. Oh, Kasian really going for it now. She knows she's got to pull something big off in order to equal Camille Losserand. But it's just upping the pressure, which sometimes, almost always, doesn't help. There are some riders out there that thrive under pressure, but like most of us, pressure never helps when it comes to your last minute tricks in your heat. Nice little transition there from Camille. I don't think it will up her point scoreline here though, but Kasian's really got to land one more big hitting trick just to get 3 tricks on the board, but then she has to knock that 1.6 off there in order to come anywhere close to the 17.94 scoreline that Camille's already racked up. She's only got 1 minute and 10 minutes to do it, so it's looking tough. You know, tough order to come back from this right now. Let's see what she's got. No, that's that pressure there. Pushing slightly too hard to get that trick in before the end of the heat. Never helped anyone. Okay, Camille Losserand. Nice. Straight into that front roll rodeo. Just like making it look easy, considering the conditions. The fact that she's doing it on the way in. She's not using kickers to take off. She's just pop tricking it and stomping those landings smooth as if it was nothing. I can tell you right now though, a strapless rodeo front roll isn't easy, especially in 13 knots of wind. It's one of those tricks that you'd go out and try 50 times in a session and maybe land one of them. Okay, Kasian coming in here. No time left. That's it. She's been buzzed out. Didn't even go for the trick because she heard the buzzer from the beach. Knows it's futile as Camille progresses through the women's quarterfinals. Moving into the semi-finals coming up soon. Right, let's go for a quick commercial break and I will see you after the break.
Ich will nicht mehr!
Für Entertainment bezahlen?
Horror. Nein! Blickt er nicht mehr durch.
Damit ist jetzt Schluss.
Was? Ich bin verwirrt.
Die beliebtesten Shows
Gibt's kostenlos für euch auf Joy. Verstanden?
Nee. Nein.
kostenlos.
Echt jetzt? Ja! Oh! Aber ich war gleich richtig hui.
Joy, der Superstreamer.
It's for free.
Wir lernen fürs Leben. In der Ausbildung.
Im Studium.
Digital.
Auf dem Campus. Im Einsatz. Bewirb dich jetzt.
Und starte deine zoll-karriere.de.
Entdecke Jakobs Espresso-Kapseln und erlebe intensiven Kaffeegenuss mit samtig weicher Crema. Jakobs, finde dein Wunderbar.
Auf die Plätze.
Kennst du dieses Gefühl? Wenn du spürst, du bist auf dem richtigen Weg.
Fertig?
Wenn du weißt, du kannst dir vertrauen.
Los.
Wenn du den Stolz fühlst, in etwas richtig gut zu sein. weil du es kannst. Freiheit verteidigen, Frieden sichern, Demokratie schützen.
Okay, we're back. On the water, live and direct. I'm Tom Court, and I am here in the booth, live on the lovely beach of Westerland in Sylt, Germany for the GKA World Tour kite surfing discipline. We're into the quarterfinals of the women's right now, and they are progressing rapidly through their heats out there on the water. It looks like the wind is building. It's been picking up throughout the morning. We've been here competing since 6 a.m. so far, and this is the next heat that is coming to you live. Women's kite surf quarterfinals, Heat 3, Kaya Lehmann versus Sophia Monti. Two very good riders. Kaya Lehmann, known better for her unhooked freestyle, if you check out her social media channels, putting down some really good toe-side freestyle moves I checked out the other day. And Sophia Monti spending a lot of time traveling with Mikaeli Sol, competed all over the world, ridden in some of the best spots all over the planet, and she's here right now for us on the water. That was the heat buzzer for the beginning of quarterfinal Heat 3, the females here. We've got 8 minutes on the clock. What can they do for us? Let's see. Looks like Kaya, she's failing her first trick attempt there. Sophia in a good position, heading out. Look at these kickers starting to roll in now. This is exactly what I predicted. Nice front roll, rodeo. Really good takeoff off that kicker. Sophia's going to be happy with that as a heat opening trick. We're starting to see some nice tricks coming down now. Really nice. Pop takeoff there off the wave. Locked it in between the legs and then just effortless landing. Stoked. Like it was nothing. Super cool. I mean, we're going to see bigger and bigger, more technical tricks as the wind picks up and as we progress through into the finals of this event. Each rider has 8 minutes in their heat of which to perform their tricks. So it's all about heat strategy, how they put that together. And the judges are in the box, keeping their eye on these girls, making sure that they're judging every trick that goes down out there today. If you want to see the heat, if you want to see the live scores, just make sure you go to the GKA World Tour website. You can watch the live stream and keep track of the live scores simultaneously on there. There we go, Sophia. Another similar front roll rodeo trick, scoring a 4.17 straight off the bat, so it does score well. Will they score it twice, or will they replace that scoreline? Difficult to know. But she's got it consistent. I think maybe was there a little kite loop in that? Looked like she had it well under control, but not happy with it. It's definitely not. I think the first one she did was better, so that's a 4.17. It's probably going to stay with that score. 5 minutes 45 on the clock. Kaya Lehmann yet to drop some scores, but we saw her do some good riding in the rounds before. So it's still all to play for with this much time. If you're just joining us, I'm Tom Court, bringing it to you live here in the box for the GKA Kite World Tour. If you've got any questions, make sure you get involved in the comments. Drop us a comment, drop us a question. If you want to see any riders come up here and join me, let me know. Ooh, is that a landing? Difficult to say. Probably not. But yeah, if you've got any comments, make sure you get involved in the comment box on the YouTube. Check out the social media channels of the GKA World Tour for all the highlights of the action from today and days past. We've seen some really good hydrofoil big air during the course of this event. Been a little bit up against it with the wind strength, but we are pushing through to get as much as we can done today, making the most of what nature is giving us. Ooh, nice landing there. Looked like she wanted something else, wanted to revert that round. But Sophia Monti in control of this heat at the moment. Kaya with a 2.93 on the board. Nice front roll. Board grab, board off. Easy landing. I think that's definitely going to put her in a better position. Sophia with a 1.17 to eliminate off her scoreline. 4.17 and a 2.23, making a 7.57 overall score. Kaya's definitely in contention here with a 2.93, only one trick on the board. But if she can fill all three of her trick boxes, she will be in with a good chance of advancing through this round. Going to try and get some other riders up in here to join me and tell me a little bit about their equipment choice for this sort of light wind, strapless conditions. There we go. That's what she wanted. Sophia Monti develops on that front row rodeo with that board varial and then sticks it. As soon as these ladies have slightly more power, you can see how much higher they're going to be able to go, how much more they're going to be able to do it in the air, how much more time they're going to be able to give themselves. But Kaya's still in contention here. 2.93, 2.80, both good scores. But I think Sophia's last trick is going to really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Let's wait for the judges for that score to come in. Get involved in the comment section of the live. What would you do in this situation? Would you be concentrating on the outside of the box? Would you be using the kickers? Would you be riding waves? What would you be doing if you were in the strapless kite surfing GKA World Tour discipline? Kaya Lehman waiting for scores. Both waiting for scores right now. But Sophia Monti looking like she's got this heat in control. I don't know whether they're the same trick families that she's doing over and over again, and maybe that's why the scores aren't quite coming through. But I assume that her scoreline is going to update shortly. Kaya not quite getting the grab on the board, really relying on it to keep the board with her. You can see that shot, wide shot there of the weather system encroaching behind the spot, only going to make the wind more stronger and deliver us with some better conditions here today. Looks like it's swinging it slightly more on shore too. It's one of the most fun things about kite surfing and kiteboarding in general, for me anyway, is the forecasting side of it. You're not just looking at the conditions on the water, you're looking at what's coming, what the forecast's going to do and how things are going to develop. It's one of the things that can make you really safe on the water, is being very proficient at forecasting. And it's a whole nother element to the game. As soon as you learn to kite, all of a sudden you're going to be spending a bit more time on forecasting sites. You're going to be spending a little time looking at the weather, and all of a sudden the BBC forecast is not going to be enough. You're going to be looking at how the clouds are developing, the pressure, the swell, and what's happening with the clouds. There you go, Kaya again missing that grab on the takeoff, not quite holding that board with her. 30 seconds on the clock. Sophia Monti at 9.97, Kaya Lehman 8.63. It's a close heat. Looks like Sophia Monti is not going back out on the water though. 16 seconds to go. Is there enough time for Kaya to do anything about it, to improve one of her 2.80 scores? I don't think there is. 2 seconds. Here we go. Coming up to the end of the heat. She's not giving up. There we go. That is the end of that heat. See how the final scores sit. Sophia, I believe, sailing through that one and into the finals. Sorry, quarterfinals, semi-finals. into the semis. Okay, quarterfinals, heat 4 up next. Clemence Durain and Capucine Delanoy head to head. French riders coming up against each other here. Okay, back on the water. Heat started. We've got the heat number 4, quarterfinals. Clemence Durain, Capucine Delanoy on the water as we speak. Clemence in the green. Capucine in the pink lycras. Let's see what they've got for us. Just heard from the judges that I think we're going to push through straight into the women's straight into the women's semi-finals, and then push through to get the women's finished. There's going to be maybe a men's heat in between. You can see them out there training out the back right now, getting ready for some hot action out there on the water. Wind's picking up. Look at those white horses out the back there. Swell's building. I think we're in for some nice conditions this afternoon as these women battle it out through the quarterfinals for their place in the semis. Let's see what Clemence can give us here. Okay, we just got that heat graphic back up on the live stream. 8 minutes on the clock. Let's get into this heat of the women's quarterfinals. Heat number 4, the GKA Kite World Tour here in the sunny Sylt, Germany. What a spot this is. Awesome town, awesome beach, amazing crowd. We've got the crowds building up. We've been down here since very early this morning. It's a very early start. 5 a.m. up here before sunrise. All the riders had their kites pumped up before the rise of the sun. Frothed on the shred. Just trying to make the most of the wind for today, as we've got 2 days left of this event here in Westerland Beach in Sylt. All the riders eager to perform today. There we go. Straight air attempt from Clemence there. Trying to use those kickers on the way out just to break the surface tension, get off the water without using the kite too much. Unfortunately, it didn't stick the landing. But let's see what Capucine can answer to that. Coming in on the inside tack. Leaning into that heel edge rail. Nice front roll. Almost a fin grab, but not sticking the landing. Landing is everything when it comes to the points here. The judges aren't going to score you if you butt check or sink or come off your board. So it's imperative to land the tricks that you go for. Consistency is one of the biggest weapons in a competitor's arsenal, because if you're consistent, even in the small tricks, you can come out on top. And it really does make a difference. A little straight air there from Clemence. That'll be the first chalk on the board for her. Capucine just throwing down that front roll that she wanted a minute ago, getting it. That's definitely going to up her score line. And be a good score, I think. That's a nice one. Just a strapless front row in itself is very difficult to do. Got to really bend that front knee into the rotation and keep the board facing into the wind. Isn't always easy. If you're just joining us here on the live stream, make sure you get involved in the comments. Big up to everybody out there. Zach Hera, upside down, getting involved. Mariam Pompon. Good to see everybody watching, tuning in. What a cool place to be here in Sylt, northern Germany. We've got Clemence Derain on the water, Capucine Delanoy out there right now in the lead with the pink lycra with a 3.53 for her first trick. 4 minutes 45 on the clock. Oh, failing to get the board grab on that last attempt there. Clemence not getting the points for that. Capucine on preferring the inside tack as she comes in towards the beach. Definitely some strategy into that. There you go, firing off a trick in the background there. Didn't look like she landed it. But she's got 2 solid scores on the board so far. Good to see you all out there supporting these riders. Getting behind the live stream, dropping some comments. Big up to everyone. Here we go, replay on that last trick. Ooh, front roll 360 shove. I mean, like I said earlier, that is by far my favorite strapless kite surf trick. Really does look cool and it's performed well. Often stomped hard as well. You can land it with that kite nice and low and really use the sort of pop momentum to keep that board on your feet. Naturally drawn to that sort of wake style or slightly more powered vibe rather than the ascent kite tricks that some of them are doing. If you send your kite when you're strapless, you definitely need to grab the board or put it between your legs, as we see many of them do. But if you don't send the kite, you can do a lot of these sort of really cool front back rotation tricks with sort of a powered element of board rotation, which doesn't require a grab. Ooh, nice there, Clemence. Back row, board off, landed. It's definitely going to add to her scoreline. Looking to get 3 scores on the board. Capucine in control with 3 above 3-point scores there. 11.19, that's a strong scoreline. Hard one to beat with Clemence on 4.30, 4.30. She's going to struggle with 2 minutes 25 on the clock. Upside down, yeah, obviously here. Get down to the beach for some live action. You can keep streaming in your pocket if you like. Unfortunately, you won't be able to hear me unless you're on the live stream watching from home. I am Tom Court, and I am in the box, bringing it to you live today for the GKA World Tour Kite Surf discipline here in northern Germany. Couldn't be happier to be here. Stoked to be able to be part of the event and bring this epic sport to you live and direct. Hopefully bringing you some information along the way and maybe some funny moments too. Just got to be careful what I say and the jokes that I make too much. So just warming myself up this morning. I've been down here since 5 a.m. getting ready for today's action. But here all week, bring it to you live. So get involved and comment on the live stream. Make sure you follow along to the GKA social media channels. Get behind the Kitesurf World Cup Instagram account and support this event in this awesome place in northern Germany. One of the OG spots for water sports events in the world. It's been hosting events since the early 80s with some of the biggest prize purses in the world. Who've we got here wandering into the box? It's like Mr. Ruben Lenton himself. joining me live and direct.
What up? How's it going, people?
What's up? What's up, Ruben? How you doing, man?
I was gonna say good morning, but you've been up for a while.
It is indeed a good morning. I've been here since 5:30, I believe.
I've been following you closely, mate.
It's great to be here, though. Been straight up in the action this morning as the conditions get better for these guys out there on the water. You been watching the live?
I've been watching the live and doing some work on the side, so it's always a good combination. I wonder who's doing the same at home. Fill me in a little bit. Already into the quarterfinals here. Capucine, nice.
Yeah, there's some strong riders out there. We're into the quarterfinals of the female discipline, of the kitesurf discipline today already. So we're pushing through strong into the event, considering it's still early days in the day, and it looks like the forecast is ramping up. So there's going to be some good action. I believe we're going to push forward now into the women's semi-finals. So we're up next is going to be the women's semis, and then we're going to go back to a little bit of men's action before we go into the finals of the women. So
nice. And where are we at with the men's ladder?
We are at the first round of the men's ladder. So
okay.
We're still coming back into the quarters for the men, progressing up into the semis, and then through into the finals later today. I don't know whether we're going to get that far in the event today or whether we're going to save it for tomorrow, because tomorrow is looking really good on the forecast too.
Yes, there was some rain for today on the forecast. Luckily, that has cleared out, so it's a dry day, some sunshine. The vibes are all time on the promenade. And here we got Charlotte and Camille battling it out for the first heat in the semifinals. So that's going to be an exciting one to watch. Camille, was she scoring big time already?
Yeah, Camille's definitely looking like one of the, definitely the highest compound score heats so far today.
Oh, wow.
And one of the more consistent riders on the water, making it look effortless out there, really. She's got her trick list pretty consistently, landings on lock, and a good variety of tricks too, from kite loops through to rodeo rotations and board flips and stuff. So, I mean, it's pretty technical. I don't know whether you've ever tried strapless freestyle yourself.
I'm looking to put on a comedy show at some point again.
Yeah, you heard it here first. Ruben's looking to get into strapless freestyle.
Strapless comedy.
Strapless comedy. If you're live with us or you're tuning in right now, make sure you drop some comments in. You got any questions for Ruben, who's here with me in the box right now?
Bring them on. Lots of strapless tips and tricks from me. No, I haven't ridden the surfboard that much, but definitely a few times I tried it, and I need to spend more hours on it for sure. It's not something that really clicks for me right away. I feel a bit clumsy with it because I'm so used to being like locked in either my boots or my foot straps. So yeah, the surfboard hasn't gotten much time for me, but hey, who saves some for later is
save some for later.
In for a treat.
Exactly. I was talking a little bit earlier about how great it is to see so many of these riders and the younger riders these days getting involved competitively in multiple disciplines. Like I mean, you're obviously a massive pioneer of the big air side of the sport and super passionate about that niche. I myself in the past have been super passionate about wake style, for example, as a small niche inside the sport.
Styling it
out at the time, but then moving forward as we've gone on, expanding our horizons into the free riding side of things. But a lot of these riders now are coming through in the competitive side of multiple disciplines, and how that looks to improve your overall skill level. As you get into different sides of things, like wake style, for example, as we see Ayrton and some of the guys putting in unhooked riding into their strapless side of things. The cross-pollination of disciplines really is showing through in this event, I think.
Yes, 100%. I mean, it all comes down to what feels natural to you. And this is a first move in this heat from Camille. Of course, sponsored by Red Bull here with her nice helmet.
Nice, yeah.
But yeah, it's all due to how much time you have on the water, maybe how much cash you have to buy all the different setup. And yeah, how much you're willing to learn and progress. Obviously, some do it more natural. But I wish I was doing more disciplines, but I'm just so locked into my groove with the twin tip and the big air that it just feels so good. And every time I can get on the water to get better at that, that's what truly feels good to me. But everybody's got their own taste and flavors to play with.
Indeed they do. Indeed they do. It also comes down to how much time you have as well, right? Obviously, you can have all the toys in the world, but if you don't have the time...
Beach bums for life, man.
There we go, you know. Here we go. Consistency is key, and Camille going massive out there with that. That's exactly what I was talking about. Back rotation, board varial, and clean as you like on the landing.
Oh, a little front.
Ooh, nearly had it.
Well, Camille caught a nice gust on that, and she really lofted up into that back roll, spinning her board with her backhand, and then getting it under her just before the landing. It looks very technical, and it's all about moving the board into the wind, right? So that it kind of gets pushed against you.
Yeah.
Here now the wind is pushing against it. It gets kind of weightless, and then, well.
Yeah,
nice.
and also like allowing the board to move with you, right? Like, because obviously a trajectory of a jump is one thing, so you've got to kind of have that impetus upwind on the takeoff, and then when you're taking the board off your feet, feels like they're really almost bringing the board downwind with them at that arc of the jump. So, because if you separate from your board, and we can see it now coming into some of the big air guys on twin tips doing those multiple board flips as they fly downwind.
Oh, your kite loop.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Center of gravity, vertical on the landing, bending the knees, taking it perfectly. I've been talking about that as well, how important it is in the strapless discipline to land bolts, as they call it in skateboarding, with your feet in the right place on the board and your center of balance over the top of it.
Charlotte just crashing that front roll again, and Camille is already racking up the scores here, already onto the 17.69. opposed to the 3.42 for Charlotte.
Yeah, coming into a combo situation there for Charlotte. It's difficult to overcome. Only 5 minutes left in the heat. With 7-minute heats, there really isn't much time in a 7-minute heat. I don't know whether, back in the day when we were competing, 7 minutes was a standard heat length. And for me, 7 minutes would always go in a flash.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. There's never enough time to put down all your tricks, and if you crash your first one or your second one, then you start to kind of get stressed out because you really want to open up with some good scores. But yeah, it's all about keeping your head cool throughout the heat, having a bit of a strategy, of course, so you're really racking up the points in the right way as the judges like and score it. But yeah, sometimes it flies by. I mean, time flies anyway in general, right? Look at us sitting here like two granddads.
When you're having fun. Time flies when you're having fun, and these guys look like they're having fun out there.
Well,
nice.
Eventually everything is fun, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Looking back on that.
Looking back on that, we've got the fun hypothesis up in the box right now. Right. Cool. She got that trick there, Camille. And yeah, she's looking like she's in control of this heat right now. Sorry, looks like I'm being picked up on pronouncing Camille's name. Sorry for pronouncing that wrong, whoever that is. Upside down. Camille on the water.
Nice, that sounds better.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Easier to say. Thanks. It's probably my dodgy accent.
There goes Camille. Yeah, one thing that always helped me to keep my head cool during a heat was definitely focus on my breathing. Yeah, being very aware that you use your oxygen wisely. Losing the board.
That would have been insanely technical. Like doing these board flips and spins without a handle. I mean, it's difficult to appreciate. These guys are doing everything, with just the rail of their board. We see in big air twin tip and stuff, they're using massive handles these days. These guys, no handle to be seen.
She's not getting that front roll down. She must be gutted about that because she definitely needs a couple scores. However, I think Camille is way ahead of her. It's going to be a hard catch. So yeah, looking to secure her spot in the final. That's exciting.
Yeah, that is exciting. This is the first round of the semis here for the female kite surf discipline in Sylt, Germany for the GKA World Tour. And the wind is picking up and the action is heating up here. As Camille Losserand puts down one of the top score lines of the day. 17.69 combined score. Really consistent riding from her so far in the 3 heats that she's been out in. Looking forward to what's to come. It's looking like it's getting better on the water. The wind's picking up and the swell is coming through.
Yesterday there were some really nice waves coming through later on around sunset. So let's see what the tide does today, and hopefully we are going to see some nice clean sets rolling in as the day progresses. Because how would you describe these conditions? Like, it looks a little bit choppy, but also like not too crazy difficult, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's choppy, but there's kickers, right? I think the difference between these conditions and butter flat is quite different. I mean, that we see her there taking off, coming in. You're not taking off with a kicker. You're taking off on the back of the chop with the wind. It doesn't necessarily make it any easier. I think. Would you say that dead flat water conditions would be easier than this, or actually using these wind chops and these kickers is going to help these guys?
I actually have no clue on what is better for this discipline, as I haven't done it enough myself to judge that. But this rodeo front roll from Cammy really looked nicely put down on the way to the inside. And I think it's also the wind angle today is kind of side shore, but also sometimes off. So I suppose it's very gusty as well. So it's very hard for them to time. So I suppose that the chop and the kickers is helping them a little bit to build up the right pressure. And if they time it well and they catch a nice gust, then they can make a smooth jump. Yeah, swings and roundabouts on that one, I think. Could be easier, but if you get it wrong or miss your timing or miss the kicker, miss the chop, I think it's all about looking ahead of where you're riding and having the capacity to really time that takeoff. It's sort of what you were saying the other day as well when we spoke a little bit about looking ahead of where you're riding, choosing your takeoff spot and having everything lined up for that moment, right? Like having your kite in the right spot, having your body in the right position, and really kind of leveraging that rail correctly upwind so that you kind of take off with the wave rather than, in the trough, let's say. But because the troughs are so short frequency, that can be quite difficult sometimes. Yeah, 100%. You need to be ready to pull that trigger, and that's why we always look far ahead to really read your playground. You can also compare it maybe to driving on the highway. You're always looking very far ahead to see what's coming up and how can you prepare best in terms of speed and position. Also on a mountain bike, like hitting the trails, you're always looking far ahead to, or as far as you can see in the trails. But that really helps you to navigate and manage your speed, and I think that comes down in this playground and in every session actually. So. Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing to take into almost any sport. Think about what you're doing. Try to not just let it flow too much, and look ahead of where you're going. Just full throttle, mate. No holding back here. Okay, we've got a comment from Willow River Tonking, who's tuning in. Willow, what's up,
Big
brother?
up. We will address your question shortly after this commercial break.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist, auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag-Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Okay, we are back. I am in the box, live and direct, here with Ruben Lenton right now, and we are commentating on the GKA World Tour Women's Kitesurf Semi-Finals, heat number 2. Sophia Monti and Capucine Delanoy coming up on the water.
Nice one. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, everyone, here for the Defender GKA Kitesurf World Cup on Sylt. Tom, phenomenal job. Thanks for filling us in this morning already on all the epic action that's been thrown down. A lot of female riders showing off their strapless skills, which is always amazing me, to say the least. I have no clue how they are doing that on that board, but maybe one day I will practice. And Willow, to get back to your question about foiling, there is a fun video that we just dropped on the Kite Mana channel, I think a month ago, where Fred Hope came to the Netherlands, and they scheduled a nice little foiling session with me and Fred, the master, on the foil. And the conditions were so challenging. They picked a terrible spot. The current was super rough, and the waves were like terrible. So I couldn't even get up. So if you want to have a laugh, definitely check out that video, and then you're all the way up to date with my foiling skills, mate.
There you go. Professionally blaming it on the conditions there. That's what I like to hear.
And the gear was very small board, very small
dodgy
wing.
gear, dodgy conditions. I mean, very, very well-trodden road, that one.
No, but always very inspired by watermen like yourself, Willow, and also you, Tom. Like, if you can do all the disciplines and you're just so in the... I mean, I guess you guys just have too much time on your hands and just grew up in the right spot, like on the islands. And, yeah, that's just when you get more natural gifted like that, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely helps. There we go. Opening up her account out there right now on the screen. Sophia Monti in the green lycra. Capucine Delanoy in the pink. What has she got for us? Nice, solid front roll tail there. She's going to be happy with that as a heat opener. 6 minutes on the clock.
So only one can make it through to the semis?
Yeah, no,
to the finals?
This is the semi-finals. Yeah, so we're battling out for the final here. So these are the top girls that we're seeing on the water, all capable of lots of different variations of tricks, both tacks. Seeing Sophia Monti putting down some really technical multiple board rotations earlier in the heats. And Capucine Delanoy always consistent.
Yeah, it's been great to see all these ladies come onto the scene, slowly making their career and seeing their skills upgraded. It's been phenomenal to watch, and now they're performing here on Sylt, and yeah, even in challenging conditions, they're putting down some nice scores on the board. Capucine has a little girl. I saw her train in Brazil, where they have a nice hotel in Praia, and yeah, it's just so much hours on the water, and you can just totally see the confidence in all her tricks and the joy that she experiences kite surfing all the time. It's amazing.
Yeah, let's take a little look at the replay. Oh, Monty. Nice. Rodeo. Was there a loop in there?
No, front roll. Just
front roll.
Oversteering.
Rodeo. Oversteer, but lands it. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, to most people, to be honest, most kite surfers, to be honest, a lot of strapless is like wizardry, right? You look at it and you're like, how on earth are they keeping that board with them or doing that with their board? And I have to admit, it is mind-blowing, some of the stuff that these guys are doing and these girls are doing.
Well, even just riding like this is a perfect shot. Like, how can you stay so stable and not get falling off your boards, right? Like, it's all the technique and feeling the playground and adapting to it. And yeah, I mean, it takes time, I guess. And
feeling the flow.
The flow. I mean, even riding the wave is super hard without the straps. I see a lot of guys do it on the big waves as well. And
oh,
nice
front roll 360 shove, and I reckon it's maybe not the cleanest of landings, but she dealt with it. She was on the board. I think that's definitely going to improve her scoreline there. That's actually my favorite trick, and yeah, I think Willow backed that up on the comments a second ago. Like, keep like the powered tricks, the more powered tricks in strapless, like the ones where you're maybe not using your kite as much. Like the front roll 360 shove, or sometimes you see the double front rolls that the guys are doing. Really look, for me, they're the mind-blowing tricks, because you know, obviously when you use your kite, you're forced to kind of either grab your board or do the rodeo, or you know, have various things going on. But it just looks really smooth when you have that sort of radius delivered by that kite, that low kite.
Or seeing Ayrton do Anu. Well,
there we go. Went for it again to improve her score, but arguably more of a butt check. Be interesting to see what scores she gets for those two attempts there.
Yeah, sometimes the riders, they're repeating their tricks because they think, my signature one, I can do it much better, so let's do another one. But unfortunately, this wasn't the best second attempt.
Not the best second attempt. With only 3 minutes left on the clock, it's pretty incredible sitting here. I mean, the time's going quickly for me, let alone the girls that are on the water. And I've been talking since 5 a.m.
You need to be doing tags back and forth and stay in the competition area because you see the buoy down there. There's 4 buoys, so they have to perform their tricks within the field. So it also takes some time to tag back upwind and then find the right kicker and find the right gust again in order to perform your trick. Because, of course, both of these ladies want to advance to the final. That's why they're here. They want to win. They want to get that title.
Yeah, and they are both on track for that at the moment with only 2 scores, only 1 score each on the board. It's going to change considerably now after that one. 4.13 for Sophia and 3.87 for Capucine. Very, very close. 1 minute 57 on the clock. We're still waiting for scores. Obviously, Capucine just desperate to get a clean landing on that front roll 3 shove, which, again, is one of my favorite tricks.
Back roll here, see, pushing that board against the wind.
Nice.
Flipping it.
Making sure she's flipping it up into the wind so that when you let go of that board, it blows back into your hands without somehow hitting yourself in the face is all in that technique.
No helmets are being worn here. What is the difference between, like, because if there would have been nice waves, there would have been also, they would have been scored on their wave riding abilities as well, right? So they would have to switch boards because I see the freestyle boards are more like kind of straight instead of round and no point. What's the difference there?
Yeah, so the main difference between, let's say, a pure wave board and what this would be a strapless freestyle board, but is also arguably a wave board as well, but much more driven towards smaller waves. Having a straight rail or a longer straight section in the rail, which is why these boards have got such a square shape, gives you the ability, like we're seeing here, to edge with that wide stance, much more like a twin tip, which gives you the possibility to pop much more like a twin tip, which is what we saw just there, you know, with that front roll 3 shove. It's a very twin tip style maneuver. So having a straight edged rail on these boards allows them to sort of ride upwind more efficiently and a bit more stable when they're riding in this flat water conditions. Whereas when you're choosing a wave specific board, that's why they look a lot more oval, because you've got a slightly rounder rail edge with probably a sharper back trailing edge as well, but it stops the board.
Complaining about the conditions, I guess.
Did she get it? Did she land it?
She landed, but on the buzzer. The heat is over. This is after the heat.
After the heat.
Not scoring anyway.
Will it count? That's the question.
It won't count because she crashed. Oh, you mean the one from Capucine?
Yeah, the one from Capucine. Doesn't that count?
Maybe on the buzzer.
On the buzzer.
Let's see. I don't know. Did she need it? Ooh, it's maybe some scores will have to come through still.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for scores to drop from that heat. The judges are having a tough time there. But yeah, back to board shape. I think, you know, the more oval shape of a more aggressive wave board, it stops the nose diving when you're dropping down the face, because obviously you're dealing with the, you know, with the varying pitch of the wave and things like that, steep wave. And having a straight rail on a very steep wave often can create a nosedive effect, you know. So, you know, a lot of more aggressive boards have a very thin tail and a very thin nose. That's why the shape is sort of designed like that. But you know, actually you can see this sort of board.
Nice one.
That was perfect. There we go. She got what she wanted. That was a great replay.
Look, she's
Banging.
really landing that.
Stoked on it. 4th attempt of that one trick, which paid off in the end. Be interesting to see what that does to her scoreline.
This could be a Devi if they don't score that anymore.
Yeah, she was really going for that. Such a good rider.
She's defending her title, so she definitely wants to make this
count.
Let's see. Oh, I see a cheeky smile there from Sophia already.
Yeah.
What does she know that we don't know? Or she's just happy in general. Okay.
She's happy. She's got Mika on the beach, though, as her beach caddy. So she's got good competitive knowledge.
Good intel.
Good intel happening. Okay. Looks like we are back to the men's kite surf round 2. Heat 1. Hendrik Witchy. Imad Luangi. I don't know. You can try and count that in.
Amit. Imad. Amit.
Yeah. Imad. I got that bit. Yeah. If you got any pronunciation tips on that one, guys, let us know. for the GKA World Tour here in Sylt, Germany. That was a heater for the women's semi-final. They're all pushing through. There you go, Mika on the beach there. Sophia giving tips, support, and ground handling. Not quite sure what's going on. Looks like the AP flags popped up out the window, but maybe that's just a little break between the heats there. But yeah, going back to Willow saying, yeah, thanks boys. 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours he's talking about, you know, like the how you get to be, you know.
I got a few things that I did for 10,000 hours.
Yeah.
And yes, it does make you very good at it.
Yeah.
So I need more 10,000 hours on things.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at the 20,000 hours at this stage, you know.
Perfect.
10,000 hours before you start getting worse at it again.
Exactly. The age starts kicking in, tricks start fading away, things start to hurt.
10,000 hours. My meniscuses have definitely done 10,000 hours, that's for sure. Here we got Hendricks dropping into the box right now. Look, here we go. He can see the waves. He's imagining the waves out there.
I was just going to ask, like, of course, the gear choice of the riders depends on the conditions at hand. But is there like a perfect balance between a surfboard to still ride waves and do the strapless air? So is there an ideal outline that works for both disciplines?
I think yes. I personally ride a whip board, which is it's got a slightly squared outline, but a round, like more of a rounded and thin nose with an aggressive tail and a central concave. So with a thruster fin setup. So 3 fins, I think, is the most aggressive tail shape for riding waves. It may not be as fast down the line as a quad or something like that, but it definitely comes in. It definitely comes in when it comes to riding waves. And I've noticed that I can handle pretty decent wave size, even with a squared rail-shaped board, as long as you've got a nice tail shape and you don't have too much volume.
Yep.
Because if you
still turn it around on the tail.
Yeah, you turn it around on the tail, it can handle speed. I think that's one really important factor, especially when you're taking it into bigger waves as well, is handling speed. Because if you have a board with the wrong shape and all of a sudden you're dropping down a double overhead wave, you find yourself for a moment going like, 40 k's an hour on the base, and the last thing you want is that sort of vibration of the rail or like the board not to be able to handle the speed. So the main difference in shape and volume of boards from small waves to big waves is that, in my impression,
And it greatly depends, of course, on your height, your weight. It's very personal preferences, like what size board you ride, what volume you need.
Yeah.
Oh, look, some nice wave slashes here.
Yeah, exactly. And height, weight definitely comes in. Style comes in. I mean, you see there's riders that are insanely good at wave riding in this event, like Hendricks, like Ayrton, like James Carew, for example. But they've got wildly different styles and wildly different requirements when it comes to kit. So if you gave James Carew Hendricks' board, he would probably snap it in like half an hour, whereas he, is such a heavy-handed rider, an aggressive rider, that he requires something bigger, I imagine.
Just breaks it.
Nice. Yeah, just ripping the fins out on every turn, man.
Oh, it's crazy. Thinking back of my 20-plus years of kite surfing, I've broken very minimal gear, actually. It's all held up pretty good. I mean, I've gone through a fair amount of boards, but these surfboards, they're much more fragile, I suppose. Are they still soft, or I'm sure they play with it?
I mean, the brands have a job on their hands to make equipment that runs the line between, being really lightweight and high performance that they want them to be, and being strong enough to handle the everyday bashing that these things are going to take. I mean, for a kite board, it needs to be way stronger than a surfboard, for example. You'll look at Mick Fanning or Medina or the guys with the surfboards, and their boards are going to be like so light, so fragile,
soft,
and designed soft, designed for purpose, with even a little bit of flex in the construction, because that comes in for them in a competitive situation. Whereas with kiting, you really are capable of putting some severe stresses through your board, even on a flat water day. Gabriel Medina's not even getting his board out of his car on a day like today. But kiteboards take a good beating, so that brands have put a lot of R&D into development with the riders' input and everything like that, just to get that balance right.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people, they were actually just grabbing regular surfboards and then going out or breaking them or just denting their heels into them. So yeah, it's really important that you grab the right kit. Also, I think surfboards have been very favorable for downwinders as well.
Yeah.
Doing downwinders is, of course, one of the most magical feelings in our sport. No matter what you're riding, just going with the flow, going downwind is just always a great adventure, especially during sunset.
Yeah, I agree. Downwinding is sort of, I guess, I don't know whether it's unique to kiting. Obviously now you've got winging and obviously windsurfing. I don't know whether they do downwinders quite to the extent that we do in kiting, but it is one of those magical experiences, like you said, like just the freedom just to go from point to point, backcountry, powder, riding, downwind, Brazil being an amazing place for that sort of thing, right?
For sure. Yeah, imagine doing a downwinder with your windsurf mate. You need to call a truck to pick you guys up with all that gear.
Yeah, and I don't think it's always that comfortable to be going downwind either. You know?
Well, down the line if there's good waves.
Yeah, down the line of the endless point break. No, but yeah, so yeah, I mean, wave boards in kiting have a massive place for all sorts of, riding styles. I mean, a lot of people even ride them on flat water just to build their skills up, things like that. Obviously, less of a place there, but it's definitely its own discipline within the sport, and something that the equipment is designed specifically for. But yeah, if you try and use a surfboard, or a high performance surfboard on a kite, it will be really, really good for about 5 tacks, and then you'll either break the fins out the back of it, snap the tail off, or severely dent your deck. So it doesn't really cross-pollinate like that.
It's like snowboarding, but without your bindings on.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
Snow skating.
But I've talked a bit about how everybody's styles are combining. Especially from this event, we saw Hydrofoil, Big Air. We're now seeing kite surfing, largely strapless, and how they're all getting involved in everything. I think there's been a definite combination of cross-pollination from kite surfing into other sports when it comes to the materials that we use in construction, because I know that the search for a strong wave board has driven the kite surfing industry to use some different weave materials, different cork decking, different things, maybe different high density foams as well in the middle of the boards, and I know that that's definitely come across into surfing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's been a journey of learning and lots of testing and breaking stuff, but I think all the kite surfing brands, they're always looking to innovate and bring new products to the market, which customers can enjoy to the fullest to make the most of their sessions on the water. So not unimportant at all the R&D that goes on. So mad respect to all the kite brands. And also in terms of kites, of course, they make a specific kite for each discipline. That's with great reason, because you always want your kite to feel like an extension of your body and the tricks that you're doing. So they're trying to get the right performance into a wave kite, so it drifts down the line perfectly. It turns very fast, so you can be hitting the lip at the right time. Whereas for big air, of course, you don't need such a fast turning kite. You need more of a floaty kite, so a whole different shape there. And I always find it so fascinating. Some people rocking up to my big air clinics with a wave kite, and I'm like, come on, this doesn't work that way. It's like, hook them up with a big air kite, and they're like, oh, that's so much better already. And it's like, you definitely want to use the specific gear for your discipline or for your session ahead. Of course, there's some all-round kites as well, which give you the options to change the settings on the bridle. So the angle of attack gets a little bit different, which gives you a more all-round performance and a broader range of performance. So you can use it to jump, but you can also set it to the wave and foil settings. So it works really good for that. So just make sure, whatever discipline you're at, make sure you have your gear set right, because it's going to feel much more natural and fluent.
Yeah, exactly, and it really does make a big difference. If you're riding a sea kite and you're trying to ride waves,
watch me go, bro.
Yeah.
Pulley bar,
for example. Yeah, sea kite and a pulley bar, and you're going down the line at one eye. It's not gonna end well.
This is gonna be a fun one. We're gonna do it. Willow, we're coming for you at one eye with a pulley bar and a sea kite.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So, technical issues coming to you. Liv Ramos, why are the scores taking so long? It looks like there were some technical issues there with the live stream and with the event setup, but we're getting back on track now. Hope you were able to hear that detailed equipment chat that we just had between Ruben and myself right here. Very interesting thoughts and knowledge going into the development of the kites that we all use and love on the water at the moment. And nothing brings that to the forefront than an event like this, where you've got multiple disciplines on the water, from big air hydrofoil freestyle to now kite surfing and strapless tricks that these riders are throwing down. And it's so noticeable to see how, you know, all these bits of equipment really revolutionize the sport and change the way these riders are riding out there on the water. So if you're joining us on the live stream, make sure you get involved in the comments. Give us some feedback. If you've got any questions for myself or Ruben, let us know. We'll do our best to answer you. And we're going to bring you the action live from the GKA Kite World Tour here in Sylt, Germany. Look at that drone shot of the Westerland beach stretching out in front of us. What a spot.
Yeah, and more people coming down on the promenade. And I also see some white caps building upwind of us. So that's a good sign for some increased action, because the more wind, the better the action, I always say. Or the faster the wind, the faster my heart beats.
Yeah, nothing like seeing white caps on the horizon. Beaucoup de moutons, as they say in France. We call them white horses in England. Sheep in France. What do you call them in Holland?
Ja, witte koppen.
Witte koppen. There you go, you heard it here.
En nog wat rimbaars op de derde bank. Getting some, don't get me started on all the Dutch terms here.
Big up to the Dutchies out there if you're tuning in. Always been a strong kite scene in Holland.
Yeah, but in this event I've only seen one. So what's happening?
There wasn't even a British flag on the stage.
Exactly. So what have we done wrong?
You would have thought we would have done something right in all these years.
We've put the bar too high for them. They're like, nah, not gonna go after these guys.
No, but good showing from Switzerland here. We got Hendrik with Witchy out on the water, and Imad Ahalugu.
Aligunu.
Okay, cool. I won't try and say that again. In the pink lycra, and Hendrik in the green. 8 minutes on the clock. We're poised to have this heat start any minute right now. You can see the difference in the sea states drastically changed. I wonder if the winds come slightly more onshore. It's definitely picked up, and the tide might have just turned, meaning that the waves could pick up here today.
Nice. Don't forget to share the live stream here of the Defender Kitesurf GKA Kitesurf World Cup on Sylt here with your friends, so they can also enjoy this beautiful Saturday action here from Sylt with some of the best riders in the world. As the conditions are building and this heat is almost underway, they got 8 minutes to perform their best strapless tricks on the water in front of all the spectators here. Which is a great vibe. I'm also looking forward to play for the whole crowd on the beach here. Nice sunset DJ set will start at 7 p.m. And hopefully we're going to get one of those stunning sunsets like the other day. It was precious.
Yeah, I mean, we've been blessed with the weather since we've been here on the beautiful island of Sylt. Been lucky enough to be here all week, and it's been absolutely stunning. Warm weather every day. Light breeze, picking up now, but it's still really warm. I did not expect to come to northern Germany and be in shorts and t-shirt every day. But it's such a good spot.
I put on my long sleeve today just for the wind, but now I'm here in the sweat box with you.
Yeah.
Don't mind if I take my shirt off.
Maybe it's just me being in this little container in my shorts and everyone else is shivering outside, but it feels like it's been warm to me.
I was wondering why you didn't get that question in the comment section yet. What are you wearing, Tom?
No, luckily we don't have a camera on us today, Ruben.
Oh, oh perfect.
So you can take your clothes off if you like.
Didn't even see that.
Right, that's it. Heat has begun. Hendricks versus Imad out there. 8 minutes on the clock for this round 2, heat 1.
Big shout out also to Liam Dredge, Lewis Crathern, and Joe Siastula, of course, our OGs in the box usually. And I miss you guys.
The boys, yes. Liam out there on the journey. Joe, I believe, is at the CrossFit World Games at the moment.
Ooh.
And everyone's keeping themselves busy, but big up. Hope we're doing you proud here in the box.
Well, you are for sure, man. I'm amazed by all the hours you've put in already this morning, giving us all the live feed here from the Defender GKA Kitesurf World Cup 2025 already. I cannot believe how time flies and the years just keep getting better and better as we get more aware of what we love, who we are, and why we're here. We're in it together. I love this kite surfing family, and I love seeing people getting introduced to the sport and everybody being so friendly. Also, all the riders on the beach doing autographs for the people, making a nice chat. Kelton Lopez, what a great vibe he is as well. And
yeah, he's a good lad, huh? He came in earlier, came into the box,
nice.
dropped us some knowledge about his take on the sport and how the combination of all the disciplines is leading to a very interesting future in the kite world tour. There we go, Hendricks taking off. Wanted the board flip there, I think, but decided against it. Consistent landing.
Imad Ali Ganu is riding out at sea, looking for some wind, trying to time it. He still has his kite quite low, so he's not going to jump now. So he's just looking for a nice kicker to take off, or maybe he's going to turn. Oh, there he found a chop.
Nah, no cigar on that one. Unfortunate. Looked like he was forcing it to me. Slightly underpowered.
Kite not in the right position, just trying to do like a little ollie, which wasn't going to give him proper points anyway.
Yeah, but trying to make it happen. Mowing the lawn, they call it, when you're riding underpowered in one direction. Or at least they call it like that in England.
Definitely. I need to mow my lawn, mate. Got to go back home, take care of the garden, take care of the family again after this event is over. Looking forward.
Nice.
Miss you, baby.
Shout out to the girls at home. There we go. Hendricks taking off. Double back rotation. Board flip. Very technical there.
And look how far, like how are the judges even going to see that? Like he's all the way out the back in the box.
Yeah.
Like with the camera you can see it, but the judges don't have zoom lenses in their eyes.
Yeah, it's tough.
Wow. Back roll, double back roll flip.
Yeah.
And just
not quite having enough height to get those legs down and the landing gear down.
But yeah, I think he was doing it more on the back because there's a little better wind out the back, maybe some bigger kickers. So I think that's why Hendrik chose to jump there. But also on the inside, I think it's nice to do some tricks right up close to the judge tower. And for the spectators, of course, bringing the extra vibe. I always love riding in front of people, right? You're putting on a show. And Hendrik, unfortunately, not landing this one, but he knows what it means to put on a show. We saw him slashing a few waves on the inside to splash up some water in front of the crowd.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see a few wave-integrated tricks here, you know. I mean, the waves aren't big, but they're there. They're waiting to be used.
Rumor has it it's going to be barreling later. Double overhead, so stay tuned for more epic action. Oh, another face plant here. Not what he needs.
Another face plant.
I mean, you know what is the most difficult in kite surfing? Kite surfing without wind or without actual proper conditions, because you just want more power in there, but it's just so hard to find and time the gusts.
Yeah, indeed. It is very frustrating, especially when you're hunting for tricks, when the wind isn't quite enough or you can't quite stay at wind. How many events have you done where you're running up the beach between heats? I mean, I don't know about you, but I've done way too many of those heats. But that could have actually just been me not being able to stay at wind, I guess.
Yeah, work on that first before you join the world tour, bro. No, definitely. It's. I mean, these events are planned. We've got a week window to score the right conditions. Of course, they're held at the right time in favorable kite surfing locations. But yeah, you cannot control the weather, so we have to make the most of it, and that's it in life. I think making the most of your opportunities at the hand. Don't resist, just flow.
Yeah, I mean, kite surfing brings so much of that psychology to your life.
There are, again, not enough height to perform that double back roll board flip.
Yeah, kite surfing brings the knowledge of flow to your life in many ways, eh? Not least the fact that you can't plan anything more than a week in advance because the weather forecast doesn't go that far. Definitely. So you've got to always react, always be fluid, and ready for whatever Mother Nature is going to throw at you.
Well, this morning during breakfast, there was, I think, like over 30 elderly people around 70, 80 years old. They were all doing yoga on the beach and then going skinny dipping all together. So I was like, hey, that's life. Let's send it.
Yeah, there's a good skinny dipping scene here, actually. I've been going for morning runs at 7 a.m. every morning. And
naked.
There's not naked runs, but there's definitely been some skinny dipping going on whilst I've been running, which has made the time fly. There we go. Hendrik. Little trick on the inside. Putting some more chalk on the board. He's looking like he's dominating this heat. There's only 1 minute and 45 on the clock. He's got 2 tricks down, scoring good points, and looks like he's got a third on the way. Just waiting for the judges. Imad's struggling to get into this. He looks like he's chronically underpowered to me. Maybe more underpowered than the rest. Maybe he's on a smaller kite. Looks like he's on a tiny kite. Just looking out the window here. Maybe he used to some stronger conditions at his local spot.
I got some nice jokes lined up here, which I will keep to myself.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was saying that earlier. People were saying some nice commentary. I'm just saying I'm just holding myself back in the box here, you know?
It's not easy for hours on end. I mean, I think I could compete with this guy. Imad, like, that looked like my signature trick. I think I can still dial that one in for you guys.
So there's hope.
There's always hope. Come on, bro. That's the least we can do.
Yeah, there is. That's true. There we go. 40 seconds, counting down. What's Hendrik got for us here on the way out? Looking powered. Little kicker.
Yeah.
Nice pop. Timing perfect. Board flip. Ooh. The fin landing, dude.
Oh, dude, I had that like 6 weeks ago. Also did a board off on my twin tip and dropped the board and then was landing straight downwind of me, upside down in the water, and I came down, right with my foot on my fin.
This is one of those things that you have to watch out for in this discipline specifically.
Oh yeah.
Wow, the shove it flip. Man, the shove it flip could have been. There's one thing I'm missing is a little bit of like foot flips. You know, I feel like they're
flips.
Yeah, they're flipping the board with their hands, but I feel like there could be some 360 flips. You know, more skate-inspired tricks going on.
Yeah, I think the shove it is easier to do, but like to flip this board, like, yeah.
I think it fundamentally disturbs the way the wind is flowing over the board, which is difficult to predict, right?
Kicking it into the, I don't know.
But it must be possible. I mean, Imad just almost landed a shove flip there.
On wake skates, they do a lot of flips, like Alvaro Anieva.
Yeah.
He used to be the legend on the wake skate. Still, I think he used
to. Or Andre Philippe as well. Big up to that legend.
Definitely.
Big up. Big wake skater.
I always want to organize like a big reunion of all the old.
Or Jason Stone. Do you remember Jason Stone?
Do I remember
what a
Jason
boss.
Stone?
Yeah.
Definitely.
What a boss.
Definitely.
Always repping the wake skate. There hasn't really been a wake skate revival in a long time, has there?
We're gonna organize a big reunion somewhere and bring out all the OGs and all the disciplines.
On that note, we will look forward to the wake skate revival.
Exactly, Jason Stone, better get going, bro.
Big up. Right, we're just gonna go to a commercial break, and we will be back shortly.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
And here we are back for some more action on the Defender GKA Kitesurf World Cup on Sylt. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton. Tom Court will be joining us right back to bring you all the latest info from this beautiful event. We've got an exciting heat coming up. It's the mini final between Charlotte Carpentier and Sophia Monti. So let's see what the mini final is going to bring into action. We got Tom Court joining us right back here. Right on time for the mini final, bro.
Back in the box, here we go. For the mini final, the female discipline of the kitesurfing event here in the GKA World Tour. And the beautiful Sylt. Look at this. Look at these conditions now.
I love the drone shots. They make it so nice. Just cruising with them.
Yeah, you can really start to see those waves building. Little kickers coming through on the outside as the tide drops out. Really nice. The wind's picked up a bit. Here you go. Sophia Monti going for a nice front roll rodeo. Not quite getting the height that she wanted. Didn't stick the landing. But getting it done. Getting it started. What a lovely scene for the mini final. Heat 1 of the female kitesurf discipline on this epic beach. Look at that. Crowds are starting to build on the beach. Got the riders area in the background. All the events set up. It's a cool spot, isn't it, for a kite event here?
I mean, this whole promenade is great, and this island in general, you can ride with every wind direction. There's some beautiful flat water spots behind the sandbars, and the nature here is, yeah, I really, really love it. We went for a little exploration session in the Defender 130 yesterday. What an absolute dream car. It drives so nice, and the looks are next level.
Did you get it off-road?
No, we didn't off-road it. No, we have to stick to the rules here. There is a nice off-roading track somewhere close to Dusseldorf, which I am looking forward to visit. You can test all the vehicles. They will give you some some off-road training. So I'm looking forward to go there and drive some more Defenders.
Yeah, I can testify to that. They're great bits of kit. Highly enjoyable.
To the max.
Highly enjoyable to drive. I did have one for a little bit. The 110. Nice suspension on those things.
I like the roof tent as well. I'm a DJ and a festival lover, of course. So visiting some nice festivals in this Defender, I can already picture myself. So I will put
positive projection there, Ruben.
Put it on the wish list.
Yeah.
Always keep working towards your dreams.
Keep visioning that dream. Set up.
Oh, here we're talking about are we calling it the Walk of Shame?
No, not in a World Cup. No, this is a beach run, yeah. Solid beach run, yeah.
That's it, an upwind run. But yeah, I remember many events having to do that. My dad or Aaron or Kevin dragging us upwind. Like, it was so funny. Well, I get ready for another move.
There we go. Sophia sticking it.
Nice. A little kite loop.
Little transition. Straight loop there. Sophia Monti just needs some chalk on the board. Almost a little Benny Hanna there from Charlotte Carpentier on the yellow rash vest.
So it's a fun technique. Sometimes to grab the board with the front hand and sometimes with the backhand. In order to grab it with the front hand, they either need to or keep pulling it with the backhand into a loop, or when they jump, they need to send the kite forward immediately so that then they can land with like a back heli loop. So some different techniques there to perform different maneuvers and different rotations each way. I think the judges are really loving the variety that you can do tricks both ways and with different rotations. I'm very clumsy though. Like we all have a preference of being right-handed or left-handed, and I only can grab my board with my right hand.
I think that's often something. Oh, nice trick there from Sophia. I think that's something that's actually largely underestimated in kiting, because everyone thinks about the stance that you ride, whether you're goofy or regular, right? But with kiting, you've got right and left hand too. So you've got left and right hand and regular and goofy. And it's something that, you know, with wake style riding, I noticed a lot, you know, because some tricks you can do one way, some tricks you can do another, and it's almost nothing to do with your stance. It's more to do with your hands.
100%. That's a good point. I never actually put it that way, that it makes such a difference that you have a goofy and regular and then right and left hand, because like with snowboarding, you're not holding anything in your hand or anything.
Yeah.
Or with surfing. So with kite surfing, yeah, my right hand is dominant, so I want to take my board off with that and ideally steer my kite with that as well. But I prefer managing my board with my right hand because my kite is easier
on
to
the
manage.
left. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Very nice little rodeo front. She got the landing on that one. Looking like she's dominating on the trick list here, Sophia. She's going to be happy with that.
And it all comes down to putting in the hours, like doing tricks both ways. Here she's grabbing with her left hand, doing that nice front row rodeo.
Yeah, and switches hands.
She is oversteering that kite. Very weird with this trick, though. I don't know why she does that. Like, so on the side, and then she has to do a very aggressive maneuver, and then she still lands. I don't know.
To do with that timing of that rodeo board grab, I think.
And doing it with her front hand, so she only has the back hand on the bar.
Yeah, probably with a slightly more wind, give her slightly more.
But it feels so unnatural to practice. Oh, nice.
Ooh,
Back off the
little
wave.
kicker. Oh!
She enjoyed it. She's so positive,
She
always
was stoked
smiling.
on that.
Also on the beach, like so happy.
Didn't see that one coming.
Whoa, that flung me around nicely. And she landed it, so I'm curious what the score will be for that.
But yeah, the hand and the foot thing, definitely the stance versus the left and the right hand.
Nice kicker,
really
bomb,
makes a
taking off,
difference.
good timing, nice kite loop, a little higher than the previous one.
Yeah, solid landing.
Bettering her score. She is in the lead currently, Sophia Monti over Charlotte Carpentier. So let's see. This is the battle for third and fourth place.
This is the battle for the third spot on the podium. Both of these ladies will be happy to be in this heat. But who's going to be stood on the third spot right now? It's looking good for Sophia right now.
But they're not far off.
But
the clock is ticking. 1.5 minutes to go in this mini-final between Charlotte Carpentier from France and Sophia Monti from Italy. Thank you all so much for tuning in, checking the action live. We feel that the conditions are building. We're seeing some more tricks happening on the water already. Sophia not landing that, unfortunately.
Yeah, 1 minute to go for these two ladies out there today. They look like they're having fun. Conditions are nice. Few kickers coming through the heat box. And steadily powered out there.
We finished off the hydrofoil big air discipline already. The champions were crowned yesterday. Oh, look at that. A rodeo and a board spin.
Adds the spin into the same variation of tricks. Definitely going to up her score points. Still slightly slow on the landing.
Yeah, but still, it was a good combo. I didn't expect her to do that in that move. Let's see what the judges think about it. It wasn't super high, but she still managed to kind of ride out of it nicely. So, oh, there we go. Charlotte looking for a nice kicker.
Can she better her scoreline?
She's always smiling. I love it.
Happy with the landing.
Oh, nice chop.
Yeah, there we can see that kite looping round into the landing.
But yeah, going back to that left and right hand, it just feels so unnatural to train your wrong side or your weaker side. But I see the guys now training it, or the riders train in the gym even with their boards. Like, I cannot even do it on the beach with my left hand, the board flip. But if I just put in some time, I possibly can.
Well, this is actually it's a really difficult thing to make yourself do, isn't it? Train your weak side.
Yep.
And like, because when you're free riding, you go out and just have fun. It's like wave riding switch, for example, as well. Trying to learn to ride just switch stance is difficult. Then trying to learn to do something with your weak hand is difficult. I would say wakeboarding being the closest and only sport that really has that left and right hand thing. But that said, you're not steering the boat. So
100%. Yeah, you put in the time here. Mika is stoked for Sophia here, who is yeah, landing on that third spot by the looks of it. So let's see what the results.
Yeah, I would say that was a solid result for her. She's going to be really happy with that. Let's have a look whether as the results come through.
Are we switching to the men's heats, or are we going to continue with the final of the women?
That is a good question, Ruben.
Yes, I asked a good question. That doesn't happen often, so enjoy it whilst it happens.
Okay, got confirmation there. Sophia third,
nice.
Charlotte fourth. Now the women's final. There we go. We have it answered.
So Capucine and Cami can battle it out. Of course, we got title defender Capucine, who is hungry for that title. But we saw very, very strong riding from Cami there already. So this is going to be an exciting one to watch. You guys are tuned into the right channel on the right day at the right time. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, of course, visiting Sylt for the good vibes, seeing everyone on the scene again, and watching the action here with Tom Court. There we see Cami and Capucine. Cami, of course, from Swiss, sponsored by Red Bull, and then we have Capucine from France, but she does spend a lot of time in Brazil. And
yeah,
both of these ladies are traveling a lot for their sport, so...
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it, when you get to a stage where you're traveling to some of the best places in the world to ride. I mean, that's one thing that really ups the game of these riders, ups their skill level, just getting time in some of the best places in the world. If you spend time in Brazil, your riding level just goes through the roof. That said, it doesn't make it any easier to deal with adverse conditions sometimes, you know. If you're riding in the best spots in the world, sometimes the worst spots are often more challenging.
Because it can just spoil you. You're just so used to like the perfect takeoffs and the perfect wind. But yeah, training in all kinds of conditions is definitely key. And yeah, these girls are the best in the world at this discipline. So I'm expecting to see a nice show. Cami just warming up with a little bunny hop, a little ollie. Just getting the feel for the landings, warming up the legs.
It's got those Velcro shoes on.
I think this is a good move for me to start at. Get the bunny hops going.
We've got 8 minutes on the clock, locked and loaded, ready for, there we go, that's the buzzer.
You see Cami also using her kite as advertising space. We see a nice Red Bull logo on that duotone kite. This is a great way to create advertising, as well as on her helmet and on her board, of course.
Yeah, she's recently joined the Red Bull team, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's been a year or so now.
Okay. Nice. But that's always that's a real benchmark in a rider's career, isn't it?
Of course.
You would know.
I mean, there's only, I think, around 500 or 600 Red Bull athletes worldwide. So it definitely comes with great privileges and dreams that just come through, because you're working with a company that supports your vision, your dreams, and really wants to do unique things within your sport.
Yeah.
And yeah, it has a great reach, great for the sport, great for the athlete, and great for Red Bull. So definitely a great marketing machine there.
Well, for sure. I mean, it's so, you know, over the years, Red Bull has done so much for these sports, hasn't it? Not just kite surfing, but, you know, sports, extreme sports and action sports in general. And it's great to see brands really getting behind these niche industries and bringing value to the riders and caring about the sort of, you know, the markets that we, that give us the products that we all love.
100%. Yeah, the Red Bull has been the driving force in the kite surfing sport as well, of course, with their signature events and athletes that they support, putting the sport on the map worldwide, as well as the GKA, of course, in good hands there over the past couple of years, putting down some solid events worldwide, which don't only push the riders and the sport to the next level, but also portray our sport to a whole wide audience, and yeah, getting newcomers into the sport. Also change their lives for the better, because I really believe that water sports enhances all areas of life, and it just changes what you spend time on, the way you think, the way you spend time with, comes with the whole community and this stoke in nature. So definitely feel welcome into this sport. There's of course a bit of an entry level and way to get into it, but once you know what the journey will look like, on what type of rider you want to become, then it's definitely all worth it.
100%. And, you know, we both do kite camps for, you know, in different different levels of riders over the years and off into the future as well. But how nice is it to be part of bringing new people into the sport?
Oh, Cammy.
Nice.
Just
didn't quite get the landing.
Back roll board spin. But yeah, getting new people into the sport is something great. And actually, yeah, we do kite camps in Brazil, Madagascar, South Africa, and other spots. And I love taking a group of beginners out, actually, because their stoke is just unreal. Going from 0 in the beginning and then joining us on the sunset downwinder towards the end of the week has been, yeah, some of the biggest smiles I've ever seen. So, yeah, definitely nice to convert them into kite surfers.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the amount of people we've probably both seen lives totally change into kite surfing, you know? And, like, you may, you know, have a completely linear life right now. You get into kite surfing and somehow, before you know it, you're looking at the weather forecast.
Booking holidays to windy spots.
You're teaching your PA to read Wind Guru.
Very important. Built into the calendar.
Built in. Here we go. 4.5 minutes left on the clock in this heat. Females final right here. The best female kite surfers in the world. Camille Rosseland, Capucine Delanoy, battling it out for the first place here at the GKA World Tour in Sylt, Germany. Currently, Capucine with an 8.20, but only one score on the board.
And title defender. She won the previous 2 times here, but I think Cammy is now on that back roll with a board spin and kind of
not quite getting it close, but not quite. She's been incredibly consistent up until this heat. But it's looking like Camille with an 8.20, only one trick on the board. She's in a pretty good position, but she's only got 3 minutes to...
Capucine with a front roll 1-footer.
Front roll 1-footer, just clean lands it. A little bit underpowered, but...
Some scores on the board.
It's definitely going to add to that 8.20. Going to put Camille in a difficult position if there isn't another score ready to drop.
This is an interesting time to watch because there is still quite some time on the clock, and both of these girls, they are ready for the win to put that title on their name. And who is it going to be, Cammy or Capucine? Let us know in the comments what you think.
Yeah, drop us a comment, give us a shout out. Let us know if you want us to shout anyone out or talk about anything. If you want any info on the gear, the riders, the spot, or the GKA Tour. I'm here with Ruben Lenton, myself, Tom Court.
Groetjes aan oma Adrie Lente. Hi, love you. Just a quick shout out to my grandma, of course, who's tuned in.
Ah, nice. Hi, Grandma, and all the grandmas out there watching today's epic action on the water.
And if your grandma isn't tuned into this, then definitely give her a shout today if you haven't already. She would love to hear from you.
Send your gran a message right now. Here we go.
Maybe after the final, because here it is. Oh, no, not landing that. That was a backwards, sticking it blind.
It would be nice. Some of them are landing backwards, right? But I was explaining earlier about how difficult that is because the fins are designed to ride one way. So, you know, if you land a 540 rotation, for example, on these boards, you really have to be ready for that instant whoop flick. It's possible, but it's difficult. Capucine Delanoy.
I am inspired to get into more disciplines, finally. I think I saw the light. I've got so many epic kite surfing trips coming up, and I'm just envisioning how I can make them even more fun. And I think it's about time to switch up my game. What am I saying?
Mate, here we go. Less than an hour in the commentary box, and Ruben's going to take up strapless. I mean, this is, you heard it here first, guys.
I was talking about the wake skate, bro. I'm going to Brazil. Egypt.
Right. Your wake skate fits in your carry-on as well.
Exactly, my hand luggage. Nice. Capucine, another nice score on the board there. And Cammy, what is she going to reply with?
Okay, this is getting serious now. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Camille Losserand, 8.77 combined score. They've both got an extra blank space waiting to be filled by the judges. Capucine Delanoy.
She's riding out to sea at that upwind line and then looking for a kicker, but unfortunately she couldn't see it. But here, also turning around. But they're always riding on that upwind line because the pop is past upwind. And when you ride at that upwind line, then all you have to do is put your kite in a little bit of a higher position and then edge against it. And that's how you build up the tension in order to catch some airtime and perform a trick. Oh,
Ooh,
unfortunate.
no. Capucine has got 3 scores on the board. 15.07, currently sitting in the lead. 25 seconds to go.
Whoa, that 8.2, where did that come from? What was that move?
The 8.2 was at the beginning of the heat. That was her
Banger.
first score. First score on the board. Camille Losserand has got a 3rd score.
Whoa, back
Ooh,
roll.
What she got? Oh, nice. Back roll board varial.
Nice.
Late loop. Lands it smooth. Back onto the face of the wave. Just in the closing seconds of this heat. Will it be enough?
I don't think it's going to be enough, but hey, I'm not a judge, and that's for a reason.
Yeah, why do you think they haven't asked you to judge, Ruben?
Sorry?
Why do you think they haven't asked you to judge?
I'm too expensive, mate.
Yeah, it's a good reason. It's a good reason.
I need some company in the box, have some good time.
Yeah,
With my mate Tom Cord over here.
This is it. This is
The
it.
judges are all way too serious for me here.
This is a good place to be at. It's such a pleasure to be commentating on this event and just be part of the kiteboarding industry. 'Cause as we've spoken about a lot, the kiteboarding scene is so cool, isn't it? And all the riders, such good vibes. Everybody in it looks out for each other, and you know, the vibe on and off the water is always good in kiting. And I think anyone that kite surfs and starts kite surfing can testify to that. So even though these guys are, you know, at the top of their game, top of the world, they're all smiles.
100%. And
Capucine coming off the water there, looking pretty stoked.
Look at that. Is that a 3rd title here on Sylt for Capucine de Lannoy? That's getting a little bit ahead of the results, but I think the scores were pretty clear, and this face says it all. So congratulations to Capucine.
Yeah, it's confirmed. Capucine in the top spot, number 1 here in Sylt, Germany, with Camille Losserand. Just not quite making it, but landing in 2nd place.
She was very consistent throughout, but it looked like she was getting a bit tired or couldn't really connect with the right takeoff spots. Oh,
not looking as happy.
That's a 2nd place face.
She should be, but
she can be proud of herself. And Capucine had her eyes on the prize. She's done this twice before, right here at the Defender GKA Kite Surf World Cup in Sylt, landing again in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, it is. Competition
Third
is
spot,
always
first
tough.
spot for the 3rd time.
Huh?
I said 3rd spot. In the 1st spot for the 3rd time.
In the 1st spot for the 3rd time. Defending champion on the top again. What a result for this young lady.
Yay. That's a good new profile picture with a smile like that. Yee-hoo. Stoked. Nice. Well trained for. Yeah, well prepared for, and she dealt with the stress. She made the most of the challenging conditions, and I think we are going to continue with the men's very shortly. What do you know about that?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the call from the judges. I believe they're going to go to a beach podium now for the women's kite surfing.
Nice.
Camille up on that top spot there.
Because the conditions tomorrow look
Capucine up on
fire.
that top spot. Yeah, tomorrow's looking windy. We've got wind rolling out through this afternoon here on this amazing beach in Sylt, Germany. Wind's spinning a little more onshore this afternoon, but it looks like it's getting up to about 19, 20 knots around 2 p.m.
But then dying off again.
And then maybe dying off towards the evening. And a similar forecast for tomorrow.
Perfect weather for a DJ set.
Yeah. What time are you playing?
At 7 again. So it's high tide at 6:45, so high tides, high minds.
High tides, high minds with Ruben Lenton here at the GKA World Tour stop on the decks this evening at 7 p.m. You heard it here on the live stream. Make sure you come down if you're in the area.
Well, then you should be on the live stream.
Well, you know, they just like the sound of our voice.
That's
you know?
true.
I don't blame you if you're in your headphones still on the beach. Good on you.
Exactly, true that.
Good on you. At least you know what's actually going on.
Double whammy.
Okay, we're straight into the men's round 2, heat 2 without even a break. We didn't go to a podium, but I dare say that's happening.
We got Simo Bilro and Anel Buchesne. Wow.
Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Nice back roll.
Didn't quite get it.
Board off, but no, not enough lift in his kite.
Bit slow on the loop. Simao Bilro, first chalk on the board, 2.87. going to be a quick fire round. Looking a tad underpowered. Switching that stance on the board.
Very smooth. I would have face planted that. Oh, nice.
Case for the
Whoa,
pop.
From the toe side, popping in and going around and in 360. How would you call it?
Pop 360.
Pop 360.
Front side 3.
Nice.
I reckon you can see it doesn't look dissimilar to a twin tip right now.
Yeah.
Just waiting for that.
It's quite flat.
Pop gust.
Quite a flat board. Oh, here.
Yeah.
Front roll shove it. Capucine landed it better in her heat. So let's see if he is going to go for another attempt. But it looks like a trick that he really wants to get on the board.
Yeah. Like you said, it's definitely the strategy to get your basic tricks down first. Lay down the foundations before you start pushing it. I don't know. It seems like these guys aren't on the biggest kites they own, which is a mystery to me.
Yeah, why wouldn't you grab the biggest kite you could find?
I haven't seen any 15s on the water, and I would have definitely taken a 15 if it was me.
Yeah, but who are we?
Exactly. That's why we're in the
just commentators,
box.
mate. What do we know? 15 is too slow for the strapless board.
It's true, yeah.
Can't ride any waves on the fit. Well, we're going to have a nice kite off later, maybe tomorrow, if there's time.
Yeah.
Before we leave the island, we need to squeeze in a sesh, bro.
Yeah, it would be good. It would be good. It's always nice to come to these spots where all these epic world-class riders are putting things down. Super inspirational to see. Oh, there's a nice trick there from Simao. Looks like he landed it cleanly. See if we can get a replay on that. There we go. What have we got here? Back roll. Board off. Adjustment. Kind of saw that he hadn't got enough height. Looked like he wanted something more, but that's the skill of these riders. They can adapt mid-trick to just make sure they land it. Get that chalk on the board. 4 minutes 30 left in this men's heat, round 2, heat 2. We've got a long ladder to climb here, Ruben.
A long ladder to climb. I've got to head out quickly. I'll be right back with you, Tom. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, bro. See you again. See you again. I will be here keeping you all entertained at home. So make sure you tune in. Get involved in the comments. Drop us a big up. And I will see you in a little bit, Ruben. There we go. On the beach right now, we've got the female podium. First, second, third, and fourth right there. Big smiles on the beach today. Stoked in the sunshine and the wind to be top of the world right now. I mean, what a feeling. As the men battle it out behind them on the water. There we go. Awesome to see. Okay. Back row. There we go. He gets the board off. Varial to smooth landing. That's what he wanted before. Second attempt on that trick. Put it down. Currently leading. Simao, 6.07. Looks like that last trick's probably going to be in his third trick box, which is going to only combo him up in score points. Pulling the full upwind beach run. Classic contest move. Called the walk of shame if you're not in contest, but if you're in contest, it's totally fine to be doing it. So, if you're just joining us here on this sunny Saturday in North Germany on the beautiful island of Sylt, we are at the GKA World Tour, sponsored by Defender. What a spot this is. Such an amazing location. You can see the little kickers rolling through now. Wind building. And the riders of men's round 2 are on the water. We've got men's heat action for the rest of this afternoon of the kite surfing discipline. Here, we're just fingers crossed for a little bit more wind. We're hoping it's going to pick up. just to provide us with a little bit more high-octane action from the men. You can see they're starting to get a bit more height now. Nice back roll from Simao Bilro there in the green lycra. Currently leading this heat. Combination score of 7.10. No huge tricks on the board, but it looks like they're struggling a tiny bit with wind strength. I don't know what fins Anel is using, but he looks like he's struggling with the rear end grip of that board. Needs to maybe look at some Ayrton fins. Right, here we go. Again, Bilra Anel, no, fails the takeoff. Doesn't get the grab. Struggles through the trick. Samil Bilro leading. I think we're waiting for scores to drop. We've got a couple of tricks that I've seen that I haven't seen scores for yet. 53 seconds on the clock. Here we go again. Bilro coming in. Goes for, he wanted the front roll, 360 shove, I reckon. Tried it at the beginning of the heat, didn't get it. Saved it until the end. And now outside, right at the back of the box, near that defender marker there. Probably not good strategy for wind strength, not the best strategy for letting the judges see what you're doing. If you've got some extra style points on your tricks, difficult for judges to see right at the back of the box. Here we go. He's gone for the front roll, 360 shove. Not quite powered enough by the looks of it. Struggling to ride out of it. Not much time left on the clock now for Anel out the back. Here we go. Right on the buzzer. Back roll. Not really as smooth a landing as he would have liked. Okay, that's it for that heat. Moving swiftly onwards. I'm pretty sure we're going to be ripping through the heats now as we move forward in the men's kite surf discipline. Let's go for a little commercial break, and I will be back with the action shortly.
Für Entertainment bezahlen?
Horror. Nein! Blickt er nicht mehr durch.
Damit ist jetzt Schluss.
Was?
Ich bin verwirrt.
Die beliebtesten Shows
Gibt's kostenlos für euch auf Join.
Verstanden?
Nee.
Nee. Nein.
kostenlos.
Echt jetzt? Oh, ich heul gleich richtig. Ui.
Join, der Superstreamer.
It's for free.
Wir lernen fürs Leben.
In der Ausbildung.
Im Studium.
Digital.
Auf dem Campus.
Im Einsatz.
Bewirb dich jetzt.
Und starte deine Zoll-Karriere.de.
Entdecke Jakobs Espresso-Kapseln und erlebe intensiven Kaffeegenuss mit samtig weicher Crema. Jakobs, finde dein Wunderbar.
Auf die Plätze.
Kennst du dieses Gefühl? Wenn du spürst, du bist auf dem richtigen Weg.
Fertig?
Wenn du weißt, du kannst dir vertrauen.
Los.
Wenn du den Stolz fühlst, in etwas richtig gut zu sein. Weil du es kannst. Freiheit verteidigen. Frieden sichern. Demokratie schützen.
Okay, and we are back on the sunny afternoon now as this day slips away here on Sylt, Germany, effortlessly as all these riders are having fun on the beach. We are back for the kitesurf discipline, men's round 2 of the GKA World Tour with myself, Tom Court, here in the live commentary box. If you're just joining us, make sure to get involved in the comments on YouTube. Drop me a message on my socials at Caught in the Act, or follow along on the GKA social media channels to get involved in the latest, hottest kite action out there today. We're just waiting for the start of men's round 2 heat 4. Leonardo Casati, versus Woodley Hall. Woodley Hall all the way from Australia. Leonardo Casati from Italy, representing the Casati Bros, who competed yesterday against each other in the men's hydrofoil big air. Can see Leonardo hot for it today, banging first trick out of the box, back roll, double board varial, super technical and smooth, putting the pressure on Woodley Hall right now, psychologically in his head with the first trick out of the box. Here we go, Woodley Hall answering back. Back roll, single board varial. Will it top Leonardo's double board varial? It'll be interesting to see the different point levels between those two tricks. You can see these little waves rolling down the point right now. This is what I was talking about earlier. Could possibly crank up to being epic later as these waves build. Nice, Casati again. Solid back roll, board off, nice and smooth, looking effortless out there. These guys are firing trick for trick. Big up in the comments, Carole Beaucoup le Mouton out there today. Big up the French crew, everyone out in France if you're watching. Gonna have to speak some English today. Why does no one have foil kites? Question on the live. M. Ridder. That's a good question. They did have foil kites. Yesterday was sort of one of those days where that question may have been more relevant because the foil big air was on and foil kites definitely seemed to win out in the scoreline. I don't know whether foil kites are used that much for strapless freestyle discipline or kite surfing. In fact, I've never really seen a foil kite used for kite surfing because there is simply not often the need for the efficiency that a foil kite offers. And if you crash a foil kite in the waves, then it's normally a one-way ticket to the reef exit. There we go. Replay on Casati's trick. Super smooth, nice, effortless landing. Really showing us what's possible from these guys. There we go, their first trick scores coming in. See Casati doing the double varial, getting the 5-7-0 versus Woodley Hall with a single varial 4-0, over a point difference between those two tricks. Woodley Hall not giving up. Woodley Hall travelled all the way from Australia to get here. One of James Carews' good friends. Probably with the same psychology of competition as him, I imagine. Which is very hard to beat. Psychology definitely plays in to these situations when it comes to focus, determination, and rising to the pressure in these short time heat scenarios. You can't let the pressure get to you, especially if you're on the back foot. Casati there just slipping on that method grab and board varial takeoff. Different ways to grab the board with strapless riding from the both heel edge or toe edge rails, nose, tail. Seen different variations from lots of different riders, but you've got to grab the rails of the board to keep the board with you throughout your trick. Leonardo Casati just throwing down consistently right now, landing almost everything he tries. It'll be very difficult for Woodley Hall to come back from his position at the moment. He needs to upgrade at least 2 tricks to get out of a combo. What's he got for us? Is he going to make the most some of these little waves? Okay, man, look at that. Quad board varial there with a slow back roll from Casati. Edge to edge on the rotation of the board. Takes a lot of coordination and concentration to just look at your hand and rotate the board like that while steering the kite, whilst managing your rotation, concentrating on your landing, And having the board in the right position when you come around to land it is a whole different level of technicality. There we go. He's firing off, heading out into the kickers. It's looking really nice now in terms of waves to take off on. Wind's picked up a little bit, and the kickers are rolling in nicely. Double back roll, effortless rotation there. Dropping some big scores, 6.67, 4.80, 6.37 for Casati, 17.84 total score. Still waiting for some of Woodley Hall's scores to drop. I imagine this is a tight nightmare to judge in the box. Looks like they've been having problems with some of the judging software as well, getting the scores out. That's why some of the scores have been a little slow to come up on the screen, I think. Just overloaded by the sheer volume of tricks that are being fired out today. Is there anyone riding Elevate in the strapless competition? It's a good question from X Beats on the live stream. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Have a look on that drone shot in the background, see if you can see them on the beach. There's riders from most brands here, riders from most countries here, except the UK. Bit of a shame. But yeah, it's a well-represented event. Lots of riders, lots of different equipment, lots of different styles out there on the water as well. Seen lots of interesting and unique approaches to the event, both in the hydrofoil discipline and today in the kite surfing discipline. Oh wow, there we go. First hand board flip we've seen so far, or double board flip was that in this heat. Leonardo Casati just piling the pounds of pressure onto Woodley Hall, who just stuck that front roll nice and smooth. 6.97 for Woodley Hall at the moment, but I imagine it's going to improve as this next score drops. 4.40 and a 2.57. Ideally needs to replace that 2.57 with maybe an 8 or something in order to advance here. Looking good on the water though, confident. He's got some skills. Casati can't afford to relax. Little kite loop there. Back roll kite loop. Here we go. Woodley Hall going into a boogie. Knew he needed to do something big. That would have been really, really good if he'd landed that. A boogie loop is a front roll with a back roll kite loop. For those that don't know, it applies to, that term applies to most styles. When you do a front roll and a back roll kite loop, it's called a boogie loop. Casati just taking off on the buzzer there with another triple board spin. Looking very difficult to stop now with a 17.84 at the close of that heat. Looks like Casati's going to advance. Here we go. Takes off. Just look at that. Look how easily he's rotating that board, keeping it in control, dropping it into the landing, landing with a limp wristies there like a skater. Easy peasy, as they say. Not sure whoever said that, but I just said it. So, right, there's a crowd on the beach. Everybody looking on. Crowd's definitely building. There's a lot of people here down on the beach to enjoy this event on this lovely day. I'm looking out the window right now from my hot container, looking at everybody sunbathing on their deck chairs. Very jealous of that time on the beach right now. What a place to be for the GKA World Tour Kite Surfing here in Sylt, Germany. Some of the best riders in the world here to put on a show. You can see the waves building there behind Woodley as he comes up the beach. Not going to be happy that he didn't go through that round, but very difficult to beat Casati. He was consistent and detailed in his tricks. But Woodley, a good rider, probably not helped by all that water stuck in his wetsuit there. Definitely adds a few pounds. I'm amazed they're in full wetsuits actually. It's so sunny and warm out there today. They could be in shorties. But maybe that's just the Englishman in me talking. Maybe it is actually freezing. There, that's the riders area. You can see with those tents and the riders setup area with all the equipment, with the event in the background. Okay, here we are. Set up for round 2, heat 5, men's kite surf discipline. Nikola Adjabrev versus Bennett Hoop. Coming up next. If you've got any questions, get involved. I know I keep saying it, but send me some comments. It makes me feel like I'm not here alone in this box talking about kite surfing for 9 hours. But here I am. We've been going since 6 a.m. this morning. We got up at 5, got to the beach early to make the most of this glorious day. Couldn't ask for much more, really. Wind, sunshine, and a beautiful beach with which to host the GKA World Tour stop here in Sylt, Germany. Nikola Adjabrev versus Bennett Hoop coming up. 8 minutes on the clock. Buzzer just went. Let's go. Nikola just kicking off his strategy straight off the beach. Top of the box. What's he got for us? Nice, straight into a little simple, effortless, strapless front roll there. Let's get those first points marked down. It looks like Bennett Hoop in pink hasn't made the heat box yet. I wonder if he knows his heat's on. This is an absolute rookie error, missing your heat. Definitely one thing that you can do in a competition to ensure that you may go through, and that is be in the heat. There he is on the long lens. Looks like he is out there, but maybe he's downwind of the competition area. Hasn't realized that his heat has started. There's only 6 minutes 58 seconds on the clock, and Nikola is chalking that board as we speak, using those kickers. That's what we want to see. Yes, back roll, board flip, off the wave, little wallet drop on the landing, but smooth nonetheless. You see the pink lycra downwind of the heat box there. There he is, stood on the sand, wondering what's going on. This is another massive argument for having a good ground team. No one's telling him that his heat is on. Get out there, mate. Throw down. Let's see it. Nikola just cruising through this with 2 3-point tricks, a 3.87, a 3.10, 6.97 comboing so far. And Bennett Hoop jogging through the contest zone. No points for that. Greets from Zanzibar. Big up, guys. Thanks for dropping the comments. Zanzibar crew. Another lovely place to go kiteboarding, kite surfing. Awesome island, in fact. One that I've been lucky enough to visit a few times. But nothing similar to here in Germany on the beautiful island of Sylt. What a lovely day it is here. Got small waves racking in, side shore wind, and the best riders in the world giving us a display here. In the kite surf discipline for the men's round 2 heat 5. 5 minutes left on the clock in this heat. Bennett Hoop only just made it into the event. It's like he's so relaxed, he's not even bothered that he's used half his heat jogging up the beach. Let's see what he's got for us. Nice extra stee with the toe flicks there. Unfortunately doesn't get the board flip into the landing. Really putting himself up against it here. 4.5 minutes to go. No chalk on the board. Nikola 6.97 combined score for 2 tricks. I'm pretty sure he's got another trick score waiting to be dropped. Sponsored by Red Bull. Nikola Adjabrev, current heat leader in this men's round 2. Looking to get through into the quarters. Just slowly working our way through this heat ladder here as the wind picks up on this amazing day in Germany. Ooh, nasty, abrupt landing there. Didn't quite have his feet in the right position. Going for that. Front roll, 3 shove. Bennett Hoop still wondering whether his heat started. Little ollie there. Was it a shove it? Was it a sex change? Couldn't quite tell. But maybe they'll score him for it. Bennett's with elevate. Here we go. Bennett's on elevate. So yes, the answer is somebody is on elevate here in this competition. He just doesn't realize he's in a heat. Nikola Abdubrev just slowly stacking the points with this small tricks. Nice. Only 3 minutes to go now. Nikola looking relaxed. Heading out. Use those kickers to his advantage. He wants the shove 3. Just gets the front roll. But it's definitely dropping some tricks that are going to fill up his 3rd trick box, which is going to only put Bennett in a worse position here. Nonetheless, looks like he's having fun out there. Just soaking up the rays on this amazing sunny day in northern Germany. Couldn't be better. Perfect sideshore breeze. Look at that event site. Look at those people on the beach. I mean, Bennett is just soaking it up. Here we go. Coming in on the inside. Boom. There it is. Nice back roll. Board off. Controlled. So you're going to hack a few lips on the way out. Here we go. Nikola wants a different variation. Goes for the back roll. Board varial. Gets it, but definitely a bit of a board butt check there. Bennett Hoop putting some chalk on the board with that 2-2-5. Finally, only a minute and a half to go. But it is possible. He could come back. Oh, nearly a barrel. Went for the barrel. Lost his board. Probably won't score much. But first guy we've seen using the waves, even if it was for body dragging. Let's see. What has Nikola got for us here on the way out? 1 minute, 22 on the clock. Wants the front shove 3. Doesn't quite get it. It's a hard one. Looks like a hard one. Yeah. Kite Life 04. No wind comp. It is a little tough. The wind has been up and down all day. But the riders have been dealing with it. There's been some good riders out. There's been some riders out there putting it down. I think maybe it has depended a little bit on when their heat is as to how windy it's been. It's a little variable, a little gusty. But everybody's sort of in the same boat. So, they're all dealing with it. Bennett Hoop, combined score total now of 4.42. Coming back. Doing well considering his late entry to the heat box and his relaxed style, slowly chalking up. He's not in an impossible situation if he scores big on this last trick. 19 seconds in the bag. What's he got? There we go. He actually went for the shove it flip, which I've been calling for. That's not a bad. If he landed that, that would have been first shove it flip in the event. I would have cheered. It's unclear what the judges would have thought. Oh, look. Shove 3. Straight shove 3. Nikola throwing down, going for the unhooked. Bennett just putting out a bunch of tricks right on the buzzer there. It's going to be interesting to see how that comes off. But Nikola looking like he's in a very good position with a 12.97 combined score against a 4.42 from Hoop. And that is the end of that heat. Waiting for the judges' final decision. But I'm pretty sure it's probably going Nikola's way. If you're just joining us here, we're on the sunny beach of Sylt here in Germany for the GKA Kite World Tour. There's an amazing view there of the beach, the setup, the amount of kites we've got in the competition zone, and this amazing beach for kiting here today. Riders coming off the water from that heat, moving on to the next round shortly. With me, Tom Court, here in the live stream commentary box, bringing you all the action live and direct from the GKA. Make sure you tune in, send the link to all your mates, and get involved in the commentary box. Sorry, get involved in the comment section of the live stream. Obviously, if you want to come into the commentary box, you're more than welcome, but I'm just here holding it down. The guys coming off the water there, shaking hands. Always a good vibe and a good atmosphere amongst the riders. Hoop putting actually down a good display after a slow start. It was really good. Big up. Up next, Heat 6, Round 2, Kelton Lopez, Alex Midler. Had Kelton in the commentary booth with me earlier, just giving me some knowledge on his thoughts about the sport, about the discipline, and about how all the different disciplines are adding towards the bigger picture these days. How good it is to see the younger riders coming up and enjoying various disciplines within the kiteboarding sport. And how strapless and kite surfing has evolved over the years. Super interesting to hear. And some great insights from him if you get a chance to watch them back. There we go, look at that. It's the setup box there with all the competitors' kites in it. We're pushing through today to get as many men's rounds of the kite surfing discipline done as we can. Hopefully the wind is holding up for a little bit longer, and we can get moving through the heat ladders. We're in men's round 2 heat 6, 7.5 minutes to go. Buzzer is on. Kelton Lopez coming in. Looking a little underpowered right now, I'm not going to lie. Wind forecast is for it to pick up. 2 p.m. being the strongest. It's only 1 o'clock here in Germany. So another hour to go until the wind peaks. Let's see what these guys have got for us. Alex Midler in the pink rashi on the way out. Nice back roll, super controlled. Keeps the board on his feet, steezes out the grab, transitions out of it. Very nice. Straight into the points game. Here we go, Kelton Lopez. Looks like he's doing a few short tacks. Needs to get moving on his scoreline here. What's he got for us coming in? Looks like he's about to hit it. Nice, managed to deal with it. Front roll, always steezy. Looks like he had a dodgy takeoff, but managed to make it work. Obviously, the wind is dying a tiny bit. These guys running up the beach. I don't know why you wouldn't be taking your biggest kite out there today, but it looks like their biggest kite's a 12. Alex Midler's on a 12. Kelton Lopez there. Nice front roll 1-footer. Doesn't quite stick the landing. Not gonna be happy with that. He's actually on a 10 meter as well, which is not going to give him an advantage if the wind is dropping out there. But he has put a 4-point score on the board, so he's not in a bad position. Choosing to run up the beach in knee-deep water, I would say, is also a bad strategy. Here we go, back on the sand. Come on, Kelton. He's got Matthew there on the beach, giving him support. Homies. Always a good vibe between those guys. Here we go. Alex Midler. Just missing the grip on his board there for that varial. Not what he wanted, but he does have 2 scores down, so he's above Kelton right now, sitting in first place. What can Kelton do? Let's see it. 5 minutes on the clock. Counting down. He's definitely got the trick volumes. Front roll. Nice and easy. Does always amaze me how they manage to not lose any grip on the board through these tricks. Like that, for example. Front roll 1 foot. What happened to the other foot when you've got no straps? Crazy. Such a good display of skill and performance from everyone on the water. Really is not easy. These guys have not got any attachment to the board whatsoever. So it really is just skill and timing on most of these tricks. Big butt check there. Alex Medler. Kelton Lopez coming in hot. Front roll. 360 shove. Slips his back foot. Doesn't get it. Not what he wanted. Coming in. Same trick. But landed from Alex Medler. He's going to be happy with that. Psychologically, that will put him in a good place. Probably fill his 3rd trick box up as well. Kelton needs to really stick a couple of tricks now with only 3.5 minutes left on this heat. It's not easy. Time flies. Time flies when you're in the heat box, that is for sure. Not sure time's flying in the commentary box, but we are watching the best kite surfing in the world right now, and it is such a pleasure to be here, bringing it to you live, talking about it, talking about these riders. Ooh, little mistake there from the ground team. But running up the beach, keeping themselves upwind to the top end of the competition box. Matthew just helping support him as he runs up the beach there. 2 minutes 45 left on round 2, heat 6. Alex Medler just holding it down right now. Oh, landing on the hands there. 14.20 at the moment. Looking very good. Kelton needs a 6-0 score. Ideally. See what he's got. Back row. Not enough height. Not enough wind. I think he's really struggling with the 10-meter kite. He's not a small guy, Kelton. He's must be 6'3". And he's on the smallest kite on the water, which at this point is not an advantage. Especially with Alex Midler throwing tricks like that. He's already got some nice score lines there. 14.20, 4.50, 3.87, and a 5.83. 3.87 to knock off and improve. Yeah, Kelton needs to land the front roll 360 shove within the next minute and a half. Ideally, if he's going to do anything about this. Okay, 1 minute and 15 on the clock. It's difficult for these riders in this light wind. They're putting their all into this. Kelton, nice. Kelton landing that. Wanted the shove, but got the switch front. Medler, boom, back roll, board varial, clean landing. It's ridden really well in this heat so far. But not getting that one. Okay, if you're just joining us, get involved in the commentary. We are here in Sylt, Germany for the GKA World Tour Kite Surf Discipline, and we're going to be pushing through today. as far as we can in the men's rounds. I am Tom Court, and I am bringing it to you live from the commentary box, the GKA Defender World Cup. What a day it is, too. Such a nice day outside. I know, because I can feel the heat coming through the walls of this container. What a spot to be. What a lovely moment in the kitesurfing calendar. There's been some great events here in Germany in the last few weeks, and Germany really does have a whole host of good water sporting events, including wing foiling events. So it's definitely a country that really loves water sports, really prizes its athletes, especially with the new German kite and wing team. There is a wing and kite team for the German athletes that they're part of, I believe, aiming to get them supported by different brands and different people to allow riders to compete around the world as part of the German team. Which is the sort of thing that really does help, you know, like if countries get behind you, can get behind you as an athlete or the athletes from your country, it really puts it on the agenda. And that's definitely what we like to see. Athletes being supported by their nations and thinking a bit larger than just non-water sports, because after all, it's great to be out on the water. It's awesome for everything. It's good for your mental health and your physical well-being. And kitesurfing really is one of the sports that can be most beneficial for your life. Okay, up next in the men's kitesurfing, round 2, heat 8, Asieno Diaz and Gray Foster coming to you live from Sylt in Germany. I'm doing my best to bring you some interesting info and narrate the action as it happens here in this amazing spot. Waiting for the heat to begin right now. It's looking wavier and wavier out the back as the tide has now turned. It's starting to push in. I believe we're going to get some slightly bigger waves in the box. Will we start seeing some wave riding? That is the question. What tricks would you be doing if you were out there right now? If you were in this heat, what tricks would you be doing? Asieno Diaz and Gray Foster coming up next. Asieno in the green lycra and Gray Foster in the pink. What do they got for us? Round 2, battling it out for the quarterfinals. It's a big men's heat. It's a big men's ladder, in fact. Over 50 competitors registering for this event. So it's a big crowd, big crew, and a lot of competition. A lot of good people to get through if you want to win this. Very nice double board flip there. Back roll double board flip from Gray Foster straight off the bat. He's going to be happy with that. It's definitely going to be a nice entry level score for the first score of the heat. Can Diaz answer back? It's looking very light. Nice, and again, Gray Foster just putting on the hammer pressure there. Second trick landed less than a minute into this heat. Gray needs to really step up. Oh, just lost control of the board pop. Once you lose control of the board, even on takeoff, it's very difficult to regain that control without concentrating on that 100%. So you lose the momentum in your trick. Very difficult not to crash. Okay, Diaz heading out. What's he got for us? Needs to put something down. Haven't seen the scores dropping yet from Gray's first 2 scored tricks. But I assume they'll be quite good ones. Okay. Gray, Foster, again, heading out. Front roll, 360 shove. Doesn't quite get the landing. It's a tough trick, especially to pull it off with power. And especially to pull it off in choppy conditions like this. Here we go. Diaz coming in. He's looking for a spot to take off. He's favoring the nice flat water of the very close inside. But as you can see there, he hit the beach. That isn't ideal. I don't know how the judges are scoring that in terms of in and out of the box and where the inside of the box is. Looks like the boy is actually on the beach, so they've got the capacity to go in as shallow as they like. All the crowd sat down there at the front, just soaking in these epic riders out there today. Still, Diaz, 0 points on the board. Gray, Foster, again, front roll, 3 shove, on the way out, off a kicker. Very nice. Gray's got a heavy lead here at the moment, 5.33, 3.40, and another score waiting to drop with only 5 minutes to go in this heat. Diaz, back row, gets the grab, lands on the wave. Not happy with the power level that he's got, but it's definitely something. It's better than nothing. Gray Foster, hunting on the inside. Wondering what's going on. Has he got a ground team? Thumbs up. Sometimes that's all you need. Is a thumbs up. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Going for the board flip again. Not quite getting it. Gray Foster throwing down out there. Yeah, it looks like that wind pressure is maybe it's something to do with the tide, eh? Could have been outgoing tide, wind against, and then incoming tide. It does look like the sort of general motion of the ocean is left to right on the screen there. Maybe there's a bit of a rip that's picked up with the incoming tide, probably taking the pressure out of the kite. Though there's wind still there, it does reduce the pressure. Nice, there we go. Diaz, front roll, 3 shove. Great trick. He's already got 2.43, so he's got some chalk on the board. I think that front 3 shove's definitely going to up that. I would say somewhere in the 5-point line. Let's see. Gray Foster, can he upgrade any of his points? Wanted the same trick. Got the static front roll, just about. But he does have 3 points on the board. 3 scores registered. Gray Foster, 14.76, but looks like Diaz is starting to answer back. He wants it. 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. What are they going to score him for the front roll 3 shove? That's the question. All hangs on that here. Gray Foster in the pink, coming in. Doesn't look like he's going to fire anything off this round. Going to tack out, maybe use a kicker. Kicker's starting to roll through the heat box area. Definitely something that's worth noticing. Here we go. Off the kicker, front roll on the way out. He's already done the front roll, 3 shove on the way in. You saw that score drop in from Diaz. I assume the front roll 3 shove was 4.87. He's looking at 10.40 combined score. So he's got some good combo possibilities there to upgrade the 2.43. Definitely needs some solid points, though, in order to advance through this heat. With less than a minute and a half to go, it's going to be tough. So the problem also when the wind's so light is that, you know, the time, I mean, it flies anyway, but the problem when the wind is so light, you might have to wait for a gust, or, you know, you don't get riding as quickly and as, you know, as fast as you would like. So the time just ticks away, sponges away with getting upwind and getting prepared to do a trick. So when the stronger wind, the time stretches out a little bit. Nice, the little back roll grab on the inside. From Diaz. Gray Foster right now coming out, heading out into the kickers. What has he got for us? Nice back roll takeoff. Board flip, triple board flip. Pretty much lands it, eh? Triple board flip. Bit sketchy on the landing, but definitely rides away from it. Not bad. You can tell Diaz not happy. 11 seconds left on the clock. Gray just putting in a backside snap for good measure. That's it for that heat. Men's kite surf, round 2, heat 8, here at the GKA World Cup on the beautiful beach of Sylt in northern Germany. What a place to be. With me, Tom Court here live in the commentary box. Make sure you follow along. If you've got any questions for me personally, at Court in the Act on Instagram. Follow the GKA live stream. Comment on YouTube. Get involved in the comments. Follow the GKA social medias, Instagrams, TikToks, Facebook channels for the best highlights from the day. And we are going to go for a quick commercial break before continuing with the action at the GKA World Tour here in Germany.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag-Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Okay, welcome back to this beautiful beach here in Sylt, Germany for the GKA Kite World Tour with me, Tom Court, live in the box, bringing you the hottest action. We are in to the next heat. Heat 1 of round 3, moving forwards in the men's ladder, going up to 2 men's heats for the men's kite surfing. We've got Theo de Manes against Hendrik Witchy in this next heat coming up. 2 big hitters, ready for the shreddy. They're going to push through as many rounds as they can today. We've got great wind forecast. The wind's peaking in about half an hour's time. You can see out there, there's good wind. Little bumps coming through as the tide's changed incoming. Got the waves building and the sun coming out on the beach. All the riders ready to go. Let's get in to men's round 3, heat 1. Hendricks just stood on the beach waiting, poised for action. If you've been following along, if you're streaming it live, please get involved in the comments. Drop me a message. I've been on here chatting since 6 a.m. this morning, so very much appreciate your engagement. Awesome to be here. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be commentating on this amazing event and being part of the GK World Tour here in Germany. Here we go. Hendricks on the way out. Big back roll takeoff, board flip for his first trick. Bit of a wallet drop landing, hand down, but very clean anyway. Double front roll from Theo straight off the bat. Very difficult trick. Didn't touch the board, using the wind to stick it to his feet. Can see these kickers starting to come into play as these guys get into these conditions out there right now. Let's see if Hendricks has got an answer. Big back roll, double board varial there from Hendricks. 2 big tricks in the bag so far. Theo Manes coming in, looking for that double front rotation, the opposite tack. Not quite getting it, landing it backwards. Couldn't deal with the fins. Didn't stick it. Good question on the live stream from Johnny. Is it only strapless freestyle? Is it kite wave also? The answer is it's kite surf, which if we had waves, would include waves. However, there aren't really any waves out here at this spot at the moment. That's not to say that it doesn't get wavy at this spot. You do get some really good waves here in Sylt, Germany, especially when you get nice weather fronts coming through. However, these riders are so versatile that even in flat water, they're riding kite surfboards to perform these awesome tricks today. It is indeed strapless, but obviously it's a kite surf discipline. So I think the stance of the GKA World Tour is it's kite surfing because they can evolve the discipline and the judging criteria depending on the conditions and the spot, because obviously, as I've talked a lot about over the past hours, it really does depend on the conditions and the forecast as to what style of riding you're going to use. Heard from Ruben Lenton earlier as he came in to talk to me about how important it is to sort of learn to appreciate different weather conditions and different equipment for that. And these guys are just really showing how good they are across various ways of riding a kite surfboard here at the GKA World Tour. So we've amended the judging criteria depending on the conditions. And as you can see here from these shots, it would be a shame to just put this down to waves, because there are no waves after all at this spot. Another question coming in. What does it take to qualify? And where would somebody unknown to any rankings start from? That's a good question. I believe you can just enter online on the GKA website. If you go onto the GKA website, World Tour for kite surfing, freestyle, whatever it is you want to compete in, and register, build yourself a profile on the GKA website, you will be able to enter, or at least register to be entered for an event. And then it depends how many entries and riders are registered for an event as to how full the heat ladder is. If the heat ladders are completely full with pre-registered riders that have already got ranking, you won't get in. But if there are any gaps in the heat ladder, you might just be able to get yourself in the event. It definitely helps at this level of riding and competition to have done some local events, local competitions. If you've got any local or national ranking, it will definitely help you. But really, you can't get a ranking on the World Tour until you start. So just get on there, get on the website, sign up, create your profile, fill in your history and your experience, and see if you can register for one of the future GKA events. Okay, 3 minutes on the clock. Interesting scoreline. Theo Manes running away with this. Hendricks really letting cracks appear in his performance here. He's waving. Something's wrong. He wants to change his kite. If I was his beach caddy now, that's what I would be taking that as. He's like, give me another kite right now. Front roll, 360 shove. Kind of manages to pull that out of the bag somehow, but it won't be as clean as a clean landing. But Theo with a 17.93 combined score, looking comfortable versus 11.45. Going to be difficult with only 2 minutes left. Changing his kite. See friends on the beach there, making sure that his new gear's ready. Probably a bigger kite. Theo just taking it easy now on the outside, tacking round. What's he got for us on the inside tack? 1 minute 49 to go. Going for the double front. We saw a double front the way out. He's now trying a double front the way in. Kind of backwards landing it. Not quite getting the height that he wanted. Not reacting to those fins hitting the water backwards. Is it going to create a gap for Hendrik here to take it away? Needs to improve a 2.70. So it's not a huge score to knock off his scoreline. But he needs something big. He's gone to the unhooked. He's gone, oh, it's a really dangerous maneuver unhooked. 313 on a strapless board, I think, because you never know how you're going to land on that board. So unless, like Ayrton, your feet never move, you could land all sorts of funny ways on that thing. Like if it accidentally flips over, you land on the fins, or you land, off balance on the deck. Can really put a lot of stress on your knees. Unhooked tricks are not to be underestimated when it comes to strapless. I really feel that. So they should be scoring high. Okay, questions coming in from Ron. What size kites are they mostly riding today? It's been a bit of a spread, really, but I would say the common denominator is about a 12 meter. Some riders out on 10s, some riders out on 12s. Oh, there we go. We saw Hendrik go for it again. Unhooked 313, strapless. Very, very difficult trick, but that brings that heat to an end with Theo Demanes. 17.93 on the final scoreline. It's like he's advancing. Coming in off the water after that heat there. Going to be happy with that one. Light wind, but he definitely made the most of it. Coming off the water with a smile. Happy to get past Hendrik there. That Cabrina board looking like a tiny slither of a board under his feet. Pretty perfect for these sort of freestyle conditions. Final scoreline. Theo Demanes 17.93. Hendrik 11.45. Can tell he's pretty stoked on that. Definitely happy to be advancing through into the further heats in this series. Round 3, heat 1 that was, of the men's kite surf discipline here in Sylt, Northern Germany for the GKA World Tour. Pretty epic conditions out there now. Looks like there's a lot of free riding going down, just downwind of the box. There's a lot of fun being had on the water. Some good wing foiling going on as well. Okay, here we go. Round 3, heat 2. Men's kite surf. Ayrton Cosolino against Simao Bilro. Can he take out the champion, Ayrton Cosolino? So much experience in this field. Pop 360. Sticking it on the bolts. Bill Rowe looks like he crashed his first trick there. Looks like he's kept his hair dry though, which I would give him points for. Here we go. Ayrton seeing these kickers like a playground. Big front roll board varial. Smooth as you like. Using that kicker to his advantage there. This is what I've been waiting for riders to do. Really start using those waves. If you start really close to the beach, you can send it off those kickers. Great strategy. Expecting a lot from Ayrton here. Bill Rowe, though, first scored trick, 2.83. Missed that one. Ayrton coming in. Nice. Straight air. Board flip. Late back. Easy peasy. He's definitely invented more of these tricks than most out there. He was one of the first, arguably the first, rider in the world to kind of coin the strapless movement of freestyle tricks, as nobody before him could even believe that they were possible. Big up to everybody watching. 300 of you out there almost. Staying tuned here, listening to my voice on the live stream of the GKA World Tour as we go into round 3, heat 2. Ayrton Cozzolino, one of the biggest hitters in this event, already on an 8.03. Definitely a low score line on the 4.83, but he's got to work for his points. Samal Bilro up against one of the legends of the sport. Sponsored by Baby Bell, apparently, as well now, which I thought was a pretty nice title sponsor. As long as you don't eat too much cheese. Because if you eat too much cheese, you might not be doing these tricks. There you go, Bill Rowe trying to get another score on the board. Struggling a little bit. Wind's sort of up and down. You can see there, like Ayrton really trying to make the most of the light wind. He always amazes me how he manages to ride in almost no wind, seemingly powered. I've ridden with him a few times where I couldn't even stay upwind, and I was on a kite twice the size of him, and he's getting barreled whilst I drift off downwind. Here we go. He's on the way out. Looking powered now. Drone following him. Nice unhooked straight air. I mean, even if you tried to do that as an unhooked straight air, it would still be difficult. Bill Rowe, back roll, board flip. Gets it slightly wrong, but deals with it. Very impressive display of control there. And Cozzolino on the inside. 12.93 at the moment in his scoreline. Only three minutes to go. Simao is trying to get a second score on the board. Needing that combo situation to answer Ayrton. Ayrton pulling out that tack. Bill Rowe, double back. Not getting it. Struggling with that wind. And just not even bothering. If he finds he's underpowered, just pulling out the tack, changing direction, coming in and resetting. It's going into his competition experience. Here we go. Look, you can tell he wants to kick a trick here. No, didn't get it. Didn't get it. Wants to kick a trick. Knows they're there. He knows the kickers are there. I'm willing one to come in for him right now. And repositioning, running up the beach. Yeah, we've got Blendro on the comments. Ayrton the GOAT. I reckon if the GOAT is anyone in the sport, it's Ayrton. I mean, we've got a few goats in the kitesurfing industry, but Ayrton's definitely one of them, especially in the wave game and definitely the strapless freestyle game. Always been representing the sport to the best of his ability, making it look good, innovating, and being just a cool guy all round. Still inspiring the next generation to come through and adopt the styles that he's invented over the years. Bill Rowe running up the beach, looking to reposition. Here we go. Ayrton looking for the kicker. Found it. Gone too big. Too big, too soon. But he wants it. He's got it in mind. He knows he's got three points on the board. He knows he's doing all right. He's got a minute left. Can we see a massive backside 3 straight into the next attempt? Didn't go for it though. Okay, he's washed in, got his board straight back up the beach run. 40 seconds to go. Is he going to make the effort to get back to the top of the beach, or is he just going to chill? Bill Rowe, with only 1 score on the board, I assume he's probably got some scores to come in. I mean, that's definitely going to count. So let's see how Bill Rowe's scoreline goes. Ayrton, 20 seconds left, running up the beach. I mean, he never gives up, this guy. 15 seconds. Is he going to go for a massive punt regardless? It's always a pleasure to see him on the water. You never know what you're going to see. The only thing you know is that it's going to be insane. I've ridden with him a few times at his home spot, and yeah, he's always pulling the most unlikely moves out of the box. There you go, Ayrton on the way out, wants another unhooked, goes for it, but doesn't get it. Whilst Bill Rowe lands, back roll board off on the inside, knows he needed that. Going to be interesting to see what they give him. Pretty interesting, the low score point that Ayrton's getting. I can't help but feel maybe he didn't get the scores that he wanted there. Definitely not as happy as he wanted. He definitely wanted a big unhook trick towards the end. But didn't get it. Let's see how those scores level out. If you want to check the live scores, go on to the GKA website. You can watch the live stream and see the live scores all at once. Yeah, looking like final scores are in. Ayrton advancing to the next heat. Ayrton with a 12.93 combined heat total. It's not the highest, to be fair. And then Bill Rowe with a 5.83. You can see Ayrton advancing. Knows he could have done more, though. Saving it for the coming heats. So make sure you stay tuned. Okay, here's the next heat, round 3, heat 3. Keanu Merten, Matthew Lopez. Matthew Lopez, another big hitter from the Dominican, sorry, not from the Dominican, from Cape Verde. From Cape Verde, one of the legends of the sport, backing up Ayrton. Keanu Merten, local ripper. It's going to be a good heat to watch for this GKA Kite World Cup here in Germany, northern Germany, and on the beautiful island of Sylt. One of the most amazing beaches for kite surfing here in Germany. Open, sandy stretch with sideshore wind and small waves coming through. Starting to look really fun out there on the water, as we can see that bit of free riding going down off that point break just downwind. Starting to believe that maybe some of the wave action could come into the heat box shortly. Let's see what Matthew Lopez can deliver for us on this amazing sunny beach day here in Germany. Okay, 8 minutes on the clock. Keanu, Matthew. Keanu in the green, Matthew in the pink. Both riders at the top of the heat box, waiting for their turn. And there goes the buzzer. Let's see who can stomp the first banger. There you go, Matthew. Front row, board grab, lands, switch backwards. Not many riders could deal with that. Easy, no stress. Front roll toe side, arguably, and then manages to deal with it. What's Keanu answering back? Back roll, board grab, double back roll. Nice. Lands smooth. Rides away. So it's going to be a close one, this. Both good riders. Keanu just coming onto the inside with that epic double front, board varial, rodeo. Somehow holding onto his board there. Riding that Rebel, making it look good. Not happy with that though. As Matthew heads out back, he's looking for a little takeoff spot. He's got the front row rodeo to no landing. Largely due to the wind strength by the looks of it. The rider's struggling with the wind today. It's definitely variable, a bit gusty. That's really nice front roll from Keanu. I really like the way how he flattens that board out and kind of lays his feet flat on the deck to kind of cork it round. It's almost like a corked rotation. It's very cool. Nice style points there for Keanu. There we go, Matthew taking off. Bang, big air, right over the top of Keanu. Front roll, rodeo into the upwind tack. Just displaying exactly how much steez, style, and control Matthew has of the situation and of his board and of his kite. But then Keanu answering straight back on the inside there with that one. It's going to be tough for the judges. Okay, scores are starting to drop now. Keanu Merten currently in the lead, 7.56. 3.43, 4.13 versus Matthew's one trick, 5.07. Matthew's got a higher score for the one trick. Haven't seen many of his other tricks scores laid down yet, so it'll be interesting how this is scored. Looks like Keanu Merten has got another two. Oh, there we go. Two points dropped at the same time there. I think Matthew is also waiting for two trick scores to drop. Oh, nice takeoff. Super controlled. Decent height there from Keanu. I think Matthew's got his work cut out from here. There he goes. No, I think he's pulled out of that one. He was about to do something. Maybe he's going to continue out. Do it on the outside. Here we go. Little take off. Rodeo. Board varial. Doesn't quite get it. I think he was put off by that first takeoff that he wanted and didn't get. For this round 3, heat 3. The GKA World Tour. Keanu versus Matthew Lopez. See Keanu on the way out. Nice front roll. Double, triple. Gets the ball back on. Fails. Just at the last minute there. Gets pulled over the front. Obviously got the kite flying a little bit wrong. Does seem to be some waves rolling through now. So very interested to to see what they do with those. It's weird that Matthew hasn't got a third trick score in the box yet, because I swear he's done a bunch of tricks. But that's why I'm not a judge, because I am here in the live stream box. 3 minutes left to go. Round 3, heat 3 of this men's event and of the kite surf discipline here in Germany. Sylt, Germany, what a spot. Great place to be. Awesome water conditions out there today. Matthew riding a 13-meter Rebel. Looks like he's gone on his biggest kite. 13-meter would be the one to ride today. Get as much power as you can in your hands. Both riders, in fact, riding Rebels out there right now. Keanu looking comfortable. Big pop, front roll, rodeo, board varial, smooth landing, switches stance to head out. He's riding very smooth, I would say. Again, he's firing tricks off. Left, right, and center, Keanu. He's got some energy. Matthew definitely more well known for his big wave style. His backhand barrels. He's the master of backhand barrels, as he lives out in Cape Verde, just slaying the waves that roll through there. He's always got some of the best backhand barrel clips in the world on his Instagram, so make sure you check those out. If you want to know what kite surfing really is, have a look at Matthew's social channels. You'll see his background in the sport, how long he's been involved in it, and how good he is at dropping the wallet in the barrel. Out there today, struggling with these conditions. Light wind, small waves, strapless freestyle tricks. Both riders heading out. Keanu's got the advantage, psychological advantage right now, especially stomping that right in front of Matthew. That was a nice trick. 6.17 on the board already. 15.77 total heat combined score, leaving Matthew on the back foot. He needs to replace a 3.17 with a 5-point score, and he will then be back in the mix. See what he can do. 28 seconds. 28 seconds. One attempt left. Can Matthew pull a high-scoring trick out of the bag? And what's Keanu got for us? Here we go. Big pop. That crazy tweak that he does with that front roll rotation pop is mental. Matthew sailing out past him. Knows he needs to do one more. Needs something. Time is running out. Went for the unhook. Knew that that was going to score well. Didn't get the rotation, but unhooked straighter nonetheless. Probably will not improve Matthew's situation here. Shame to see. See what the final scores are from the judges. I know that there's a bit of a slow delay on the scoring system, so it's tough to see the final score. But I believe Keanu Merten will advance. There's Keanu on the beach, chatting to his ground team, doing the social media for the GKA. Make sure you check out the GKA social media, all the social channels, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. If you want to see the highlights from the day, you want to see impressions from the riders, you thirsty for some more kite surf action, get involved. Comment on the live stream. If you've got any questions for me, Tom Court, sat here in the box, bringing it to you live. Up next, Pedro Matos versus Leonardo Casati. Big hitters on the water for men's round 3, heat 4 of men's kite surf discipline. Let's get it. We've been firing off the heats back to back right now. Hot action. Just trying to get as much of this event done as possible as we go through the day here, making the most of this amazing wind and weather forecast that we have. Some good free ride action happening downwind of the contest area right now. Wingable conditions, kite hydrofoiling, strapless wave riding, you name it, it's happening. What an epic place to be here in northern Germany, on the beautiful island of Sylt, on the beach of Westerland. Very, very cool place, amazing island. Had the opportunity to see a little bit more of it last night. Driving around, looking for a few spots to ride. Such an amazing spot with incredible sand dunes and just awesome natural environment. And just empty spaces, which is always nice when you're looking for a bit of freedom. Up next, 8 minutes on the clock. Pedro Matos, Leonardo Casati. Matos in the green or yellow, depending on if you're colorblind or not. And Casati in the pink. Hit me up on the live stream if you've got any comments, questions. Give me something to interact with. Okay, Ayrton the GOAT. Yes, he is indeed. What are the judges scoring the most in this discipline? Height, extremity, or technicality? It's a good question, the exact percentage points of those 3 recipe points there, but I believe they're judging all of it equally. This isn't a height game, so therefore the technicality definitely comes into play. The judges tailor their score line based on the conditions out there on the water, especially at the beginning of the day. So it's very much a display of the best rider on the water in these conditions at this spot. And I think it's up to these riders how they interpret the conditions and the place. What would you be scoring highest in this discipline right now? That's one of my personal favorite tricks from Pedro Matos right there. A front roll, 360 shove. Bit of kite surfing in there with skateboarding influence. And a little bit of powered influence from the side of kiting where you don't move your kite and you do a pop trick. For me, that's a good combination of everything you just mentioned there. Ron, on the live stream comments on YouTube. So drop me a comment if you want anything answered. You got anything to say, let me know. Pedro Matos, 2 tricks in the bag, 10.8, 10.80 already. He's doing well. 2 really nice tricks. He's known for being powered and stylish, especially in the waves. From Brazil, Casati headed out. He's got the triple board spin, back roll from the toe edge of the board. Really, really nice. Seen that trick before in the previous heats. Consistency just flowing. Pedro Matos back roll. Ooh, single board spin. Locks his knees out on the landing by the looks of it. Doesn't quite get it. Gonna land downwind with fins that big. Yep, Yusuf the Wave, judging by your name, you're probably not that interested in flat water kite surfing, so that might be why that your comment reflects it. We are here at the GKA Kite World Tour in Sylt, Germany, and these are the best riders in the world at the moment out there in the kite surf discipline. Pedro Matos currently in the lead, but Lorenzo Casati throwing down with the aim to knock him off the top spot right now. strapless kite surfing freestyle tricks. They are definitely an acquired taste, something that a lot of riders are very into, but something I see as a necessary stepping stone to the advancement of kite wave riding as a whole. I believe that kite wave riding is going to go to the air above the lip, and it is going to be insanely technical when you combine these tricks with wave riding. If you can do a front roll 360 shove off the lip back onto the face, I've got a feeling that even Youssef the Wave would find it interesting. Pedro Matos just losing out now as Casati drops his second trick score. 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. 11.85 for Leonardo Casati, but Matos firing back. 3 tricks are scored. They've got an empty trick box to go. Both of them waiting for scores. Let's see what Casati's got for us on the way out. Starting to use these kickers to a bit more effect. But we are now approaching the windier section of the day as far as the weather forecast is concerned. So hopefully it's not going to drop too quickly afterwards. We've been very lucky so far today with 14 to 18 knots most of the day. I've been in this box since 6 a.m. this morning, so we've been up against it. Good day on the water for these guys. Just shows how much fitness and, you know, sticking power it takes. These guys have been literally on the water since 6 a.m. It's now 2 p.m., so long day before the bar. Long day behind bars for these guys. Pedro missing the varial there. It's looking like Casati is doing pretty well out there. He's done some very technical tricks. Pedro currently in the lead with 14.37, but Casati waiting for a third score to drop. The box is open, so it looks like there's one going in there. 2 minutes to go in this heat. And we will see who comes out on top for this round 3 heat 4 men's kite surfing discipline. Looks like Pedro wants something from his beach crew. He's got his hand up in the air. Not happy with his setup, maybe. He's taken his leash off. Looking to change his kite. Knows he wants something bigger, probably. That must be a sign that maybe the wind is dropping, the pressure's dropping out there. I did think the tide might have something to do with it. Like you can see that side left to right sweep on the water out there. There's a bit of a current building. Wind with tide, never good. Casati back in first place now with 15.35 versus 14.37. 2 big scores, 6.25 and a 5.60. That said, Pedro just needs to replace the 3.57 with something bigger, and he'll have it in the bag. He wants an unhook trick. Oh no, he didn't get it. He's got that Evo D-Lab that he's replaced with his other kite. Is it going to give him the advantage here? Let's see. 16 seconds to go. Leonardo Casati in the lead. Can Matos answer back in this last moments of this heat? Casati with the last word there. I don't think Pedro is going to get this. Pedro coming out of the water with dismay on his face. He rode really well in that. He opened the heat perfectly. I thought he was up there with a golden chance there. But Leonardo just proving too strong. This young rider just sending it. Super consistent, super stylish. And one of the Casati brothers, they just seem to have kite surfing in their blood. Lorenzo, top of the rankings right now in the big air kite surfing world tour. Leonardo, his younger brother, competed against each other yesterday in the Hydrofoil big air. Leonardo just missing out on the podium by 1 point to his brother, who came third. Just a Cinderella story there by the Casati brothers. Look at that event site. What a spot that this is. It's a small town, but a lovely town. And then when you go outside of the town, you just got open wilderness for miles here on Sylt, the island of Sylt in northern Germany. About 3.5, 4 hours on the train from Hamburg. Easy to get to, surprisingly easy. And once you're here, it really is a little slice of paradise. Such amazing town, as we can see there from that drone shot. It's got health and fitness center right on the beach. Amazing tourism facilities. Amazing high streets for shopping. Accommodations all through those high-rise buildings you can see there. I've been going for my morning runs along the seafront, which stretches out for miles. And then you can see off in the background there, look, it just stretches out into open wilderness at the edge of the town. Plenty of room for mischief and fun having. Look at that coastline. Waves racking down it, graced by the strong winds of the North Sea. Very, very cool spot. As Ruben mentioned when he was in here earlier, great place for downwinders. Can rip the whole length of the island on the right day. I believe they've got a paddleboard race from one end of the island to the other, I heard the other day as well. Not the sort of thing I would be signing up for, 40 kilometers on a paddleboard with side wind. But some people love it. Yeah, Ariana Atten smashing it indeed. Definitely the GOAT. One of the most decorated kite surfers in this event. Here we go. Heat 5, round 3. Lorenzo Casati up against Nicola Abdebrev. Let's get it right now. I think that buzzer has already gone after that long beauty shot of this spot. We're back at the GKA World Tour men's kite surf discipline with Lorenzo Casati straight out of the box. He's just taken the kite off his brother, out of his brother's hands, and he's straight in the water, firing hammers. It's going to really force Nicola to step up here. Landed the trick, but didn't get the kite flying right. There's many levels to getting these tricks right, not least of which the kite. Lorenzo Casati just slamming hammers down. That's the second trick landed already. Bit of a wave kicker trick with a rodeo in there. It's perfect kite control. It's one thing that Lorenzo gets from his big air riding, known for his big air riding at the moment as one of the world's best big air riders. Casati has that kite control down like some sort of magician. He's definitely done things on a kite that not many people could even dream of when it comes to the big air scene. And he's done things that have made even the most experienced kiters double take, especially with his kite and his late loops, heli loops coming into landings and stomping tricks that are ridiculous in conception. Nicola there getting mugged off by the landing. Casati crushing his account there. 5.27, first score on the board for Lorenzo. Yet to see the judges drop a score for Nicola. Another 4-point score there, dropping into Lorenzo's box. 9.25 combined heat total. Not bad. 5.20 left on the clock. Lorenzo's scoreline's continuing to stack up. Nicola just squeaking out a front roll there. You can see the frustration of his body language on the water, whilst Lorenzo Casati just remains strong. Okay. Finally, Nicola 3.0 and a 3.03 score dropping. 6.03 gives him some chalk on the board, but not much against Lorenzo's powerhouse performance so far. Tricky conditions. Real side chop waves. Lorenzo inverted front roll. Board varial. Smooth landing. Nice pop. Epic style. Big kicker for Nicola here. Nice back roll. Solid control. Can tell he wants more. But the ocean is not delivering. But that was a nice kicker though. It's great. Looks great from the drone shots. Looks a lot better than it probably actually is out there. For this heat here, Lorenzo Casati versus Nicola Abjabrev. It's looking like Casati's got the edge right now. He's definitely seemingly more powered as Nicola runs up the beach. Lorenzo hasn't had to do that yet. Here we go. Kicker on the way out. Big back roll. Double, triple, board varial. Doesn't get the landing though. Not enough height. Bit ambitious on the spins. What can Nicola answer back here? He's got 6 points on the scoreline versus 13 for Lorenzo. Insane views from the drone. Looks so good. The little waves running down the coastline. Makes this spot look absolutely magical here on the island of Sylt, Westerland. For the GKA Kite World Tour and the kite surf discipline. We've got the best riders in the world right now going head to head as we work our way through round 3. Heat 5 of round 3. Moving soon into the quarters, semis and finals of the men's kite surfing discipline. These guys making it look all too easy out there. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. And Casati coming in, his brother there, phone on the beach, looking at the live scores. It's all about having someone on the beach, looking at the live scores, doing your strategy for you, letting you know what you can do next, what you need to go for, how many points you need to score to advance, or how far ahead you are indeed in Casati's position right now. Boom. Front roll, rodeo, board varial to crash. Close but no cigar. He does have a bunch of good scores on the board though, so he's not particularly worried about this. Nicola just struggling to get that front roll 3 shove. Looks light to me. Looks like that maybe the wind is just backing off a tiny bit. Difficult to tell from this box, but from what I can see, we may be looking at a little bit less pressure. Look at these kickers though. Really starting to build. What are we going to be seeing? Front roll. Wants the front roll 3 shove. Needs the front roll 3 shove. 45 seconds left on the clock. Lorenzo loading. Just forcing that takeoff in the light winds. Boom. Front roll, board varial, making it look steezy. Yeah, it's all about getting that board speed, not losing too much downwind, being able to... he's gone for the unhooked. Oh, nice. Had the pass. Pretty much had the board in the right spot too. Just didn't get the landing. Landing strapless, powered, unhooked after a pass has definitely got to be one of the toughest things, especially in these conditions. Lorenzo just going for that last trick right on the buzzer, but it doesn't matter. Looks like he's advanced 13.57 on the scoreline versus a 6.03 there from Nicola. It's game over for Nicola, and the Casati brothers are now through to the next round of this kite surf discipline here in Sylt, Germany, as we work our way through the heats today. It's been an insanely long day so far. Really crushing me here in the box since 6 a.m. But luckily there's been some epic action to talk about, so it's all my pleasure right now. These guys absolutely killing it. Lorenzo just coming in here and just destroying the inside of that shore break. See, I feel like there's room for that as well in this contest as well. So let me go down to the beach, tell them there's room for a few tail hacks in these riders, and we'll go for a commercial break.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag-Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Okay, welcome back after that short commercial break. We are pushing through today as the wind continues to deliver here at the GKA World Tour Kitesurfing event on Sylt, Germany. We've got round 3, heat 6 of the men's kitesurfing discipline coming up with James Carew from Australia and local rider Alex Midler hitting the water next in these awesome conditions that we've got here in Westerland. I'm Tom Court, and I am in the commentary box for the live stream for the rest of this event. So join me and listen to my monotonous drone for the next few hours as we get deep into this event and hopefully see the final for the men's kitesurfing discipline. These guys pushing through round 3 right now. You've got James Carew out there, big hitter, versus Alex Midler, local ripper. He's been riding really well so far in this event to get this far. Dealing with the conditions really well. Consistent delivery of tricks. Here we go, back roll, board varial. Pulls off the landing. Oh, not quite. That's the argument case for some volume in your board right there. Sunk a little deep. Didn't quite get the kite flying right, but plenty of time. Okay, James Carew, big pop 360 there. Consistent, steady, and powerful. I think probably 3 words that sum James Carew up in 3 words. Alex Midler, haven't actually made 3 words for you yet. We'll get there by the end of this heat. Let's see, James. Big back roll board off. Steezing those toes out. He's going to get extra points for pointing the toes through the rotation. think the judges are looking carefully at the toes. Storming out the back there. Definitely no stranger to competitive situations. I would not want to be up against James Carew in a competition or in a fight. He's definitely got the mindset for it. Very, very strong headspace. He's known for his big, powerful riding style and tackling some of the biggest waves in the world on a kite and a surfboard. I've dropped him in the lineup at Nazare before and seen him paddle into something that I wouldn't even go near on a jet ski. Alex Midler just failing that back roll board varial there. Struggling a little bit in the light wind. James has seen a kicker here, using it to his advantage. Big inverted back roll, gets that board in hand, takes his time, positions and places that board under his feet like a machine. You can tell he's done this before. Running up the beach, looks like the wind is, as I said, maybe dying just a little bit. Bit of pressure there, I can see out the window. James Carew on that new D-Lab. Nice blue material there. Just putting it through its paces in this light wind. See how it does for him in these tricky conditions. It's been sort of up and down all day, really. Probably gusting between 13, 18 knots. Hasn't really picked up as much as it said it would, but nonetheless, look at this. Oh, that would have been epic. Inwards, shove it, 3. Inward 3 shove. Little steez grab at the end would have been really cool. I like those sorts of wave tricks. Nice. Alex Midler coming in. Nice front roll off the back of a wave. Filling that time. You can see the judges have dropped 2 trick scores for James already up in the 4-point range. It's a good start for James. See, he's changing up now. He's changing off the D-Lab. See what he's changing onto. He's changing onto the Evo D-Lab now. Very nice. He's got a good ground team. He takes this very seriously. You can see Midler as well. Got the German support from the German kite and wing team, as they're now called, I believe. National team for the governing body of the German team. It's great to see such community here in Germany, taking things seriously as always, abiding by the rules, staying in the box. It's good to see. Here we go, James Carew heading out. What's he got for us? I want to see that kicker in 3 again. Looked like he was doing it sort of casually, spontaneously, but nice straight air from him there. A little kite loop maybe. If you've got any questions, you join us on the live stream. Make sure you hit me up in the comments. I will do my best to answer any questions or get involved in any banter. So make sure you drop it in there. Big up to everybody watching. Big up to everyone around the world here to support their favorite rider. Let me know who it is. Let me know who you think's going to win. Let's get some atmosphere in this box. Here we go. James, new fresh change of kite. Looks like he's probably going to go to the unhook section of his game now. Big 3-1-3. Unfortunately, even for James, that landing was too heavy. Those tree trunks couldn't cope with it. Could have been the fins. Alex Midler. Your goat, Flo Hilhau. Nice. You know, everyone's got their own goat, but I think greatest of all time is the meaning of goat. So, you know, I think you need some time under your belt to be the goat. If you look at Ayrton's hairline, you can see why. Right, we've got James Carew on the water, Alex Midler battling it out. Round 3, heat 6, 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. James Carew sitting in first place right now with a 12.47. 3 scores on the board. And looking like he's in a good spot. Coming up to that 1 minute mark. James just... Oh no, that was Alex Midler. Nice front 3 shove. Really nice. Pulls it off. James looking a little keen there. Through the inside. He really wants to kick a trick. He knows he's got less than a minute now. Wants that flat 3. Or the 3-1-3 rather. It's definitely one of his more powerful tricks. As you can see from that last attempt, he is a beast at them. Really consistent too. Like how on earth he manages to keep that board on his feet. He'll be annoyed that he didn't manage to get it, but as it is at the moment, he's comfortably in first place. That said, Alex Midler just dropped that trick score, taking him up to 11.00. Still not in first place, but close with only a 2.70 to replace there, and only less than 2 points to gain. And he's just done a front no, fails the landing. Unfortunate. Can James do something before the buzzer? This looks like the kicker. And there goes the buzzer. Oh! Sticks it. Nice. Very nice from James. That's what you call keeping a cool head under pressure. Third attempt. Sticks the 3-1-3 strapless off a non-existent kicker. Very nice rotation. See that center of balance on the landing. It's like a really nice heavy landing with your center of balance on the bolts of the board. That's some cool head under pressure activity right there. Expected nothing less from James Carew from Australia. World champion, kite surf beast from Australia. Leonardo Lee's coming back on that one. Ayrton will always be the GOAT. Yeah, there's room for more than one GOAT in an industry, but Ayrton is undoubtedly one of them, that's for sure. It's going to be exciting to see him coming up next, or coming up later in the future rounds. This event, there's going to be some big hitters in the coming heats, and we're going to really start to see sparks fly when we see these guys going head to head. You can see there James's cameraman stacking the clips. I've filmed some videos with James myself as well. Great guy to film. Always an exciting guy on the water. Men's kite surf. Round 3, heat 7 coming up. Noah Nicholas versus Yaris Delomo. Head to head in the next round. Noah, also an awesome rider. Full of enthusiasm and good vibes. Good style on the water and super consistent. Also junior world champion in the past. Definitely decorated with a lot of competition experience. Had the pleasure of riding the whole Dakhla Downwind Challenge with him a few years ago. Getting to know him really well on and off the water. Cool kid from Tarifa in Spain. Definitely one of the faces of the GKA Kite World Tour from the last years. And one of the up-and-coming kids who I believe has got his driving test coming up. Good luck with that. Yeah, there we go. Blendro Lopez coming in with Jaime is the best kite surf trick ever. Jaime. Oh, James. Sorry, I'm just reading in Spanish now. It's been a long day. It's been a long day here in the box. James. James Carew, it would be in Spanish. Yeah, James does have a big bag of tricks and throws down some of the best tricks out there for sure. Most powered, heaviest landings. Probably arguably the most gear breakages as well. Why did James switch kites? I think it's to do with his unhook setup. He switched specifically to do an unhook trick, so it's probably to do with that. Either his bars trimmed for unhooking on the kite that he switched to, probably saves him trimming his lines. Because if you're going to do unhook tricks, often it pays to have longer back lines so that the kite is not as powered. I think that might be the case. As you see, Noah now has gone out on the Evo D-Lab 2026 out there. And Yaris Delomo out there on the Gong kite. 6 minutes 40 on the clock. Where do these heats keep going? 5.50. Noah Nicholas on his first trick. Must have been a banger. Putting it down as you would expect from him. Super consistent riding. Jamie Small coming on with a question about why are we competing in Sylt if there's no wind. I don't know whether you've ever tried to plan an event, Jamie, but you've got to choose a location and a date first off. So there you, in that, have your answer, because this is the date and this is the location. And as you can see on your screen, there is wind. So here we are, competing for the GKA World Tour Kite Surfing Men's Round 3 Heat 7. Noah Nicholas and Yaris Delomo on the water. Noah in green, Yaris in pink. 5:50 on the scoreboard for Noah. Ahead of the game right now. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. The conditions are holding up. The kickers are getting better. And these guys are sending it. Let's see what Noah's got. He's heading out now. Knows he needs 2 more tricks to fill in. Yaris riding for Gong. Looking like he might be on Ayrton's board there, actually. Or he's got a Red Bull sponsorship that we don't know about. Head to head now in this heat. Look at that crowd on the beach. Look at that event setup. If that's not a reason to have an event here, I don't know what is. This is one of the OG spots for the history of water sports, the history of kite surfing and windsurfing alike. They've been hosting events in this location since the 80s. And here we are today for this innovative discipline. We've seen kite surf hydrofoil big air during this GK event. And now we are in the men's kite surfing with some of the best riders in the world out there on the water. Noah Nicholas throwing down off the kickers on the way out. Big up to Wayne. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Glad you're listening. Hope I'm not boring you. Trying to bring a bit of flair to the event and a little bit of info on the area and the riders and location as much as I can. I've been in this box since 6 a.m. this morning and the action has heated up as the day's gone on. We've got 2 more days of this event. So today and tomorrow, both with a good forecast. So looks like we're going to get a full hat trick of results as we go into this men's round 3 heat 7 of the kite surfing discipline. Noah Nicholas throwing down front roll ball varial on the inside there. He's performing tricks in both tacks, which definitely comes in the judging criteria. Points for variety, technicality, difficulty and risk. Not sure if you get points for running up the beach, but does seem popular. Machu Lopez there, giving a bit of team support, probably whispering in his ear the tricks to do next. Having said that, Noah on a 9.93 with 2 tricks scored is not looking like he's in a bad position. That said, Yaris, very nice trick. Front roll, rodeo, clean landing. Ooh, Noah, a bit over-ambitious. Just let the board get away from him there on that 3 shove. It's pretty interesting how the different riders have different styles with that trick. Some of them are really inverting their legs, putting the board up above them and three shoving out, and other people are just doing it much flatter, using the wind differently, using their board differently. 2.5 minutes left to go. He's come in to change his board. Yaris just doing a little gear switch there. Put Ayrton's board aside, and he's running up the beach with his teammate there. Right. Noah. Ooh. Trying to ollie that wave. You see the kicker's getting big now. Kicker's definitely getting big. They've just mugged Noah of his board right there. His board's bouncing into the beach. Unfortunate delay in the last minute and a half of this heat. One more trick to score. It's all to play for still. Crowds. Look at the crowds up there massing on the coast now. Sort of lost track of time of this day. It's 2 o'clock. 2:51 here. Time is flying as we rip through these heats. And these guys deliver all they've got out there on the water in this strapless discipline of kite surfing. I don't know what the policy is with riders running straps in the kite surf discipline. I have to admit, I didn't ask that, but I don't see why you couldn't, arguably. 50 seconds on the clock now. Last tricks. They've both got 3 scored tricks on the board. The heat's going well for both of them, arguably, right now. 11.18 for Yaris, but a 16.20 for Noah. Comfortably in the lead. It's not a combo situation, but it's not easy for Yaris. Last 30 seconds right now. What's Noah got for us? Back roll, nice. Board varial. Will he get the rotation? Just gets his feet under him at the last minute. That kite just powering him through that landing. The wind is light, but he got that trick in the bag. I wouldn't say it was the cleanest landing, but definitely kept the board with him. So let's see here. Action replay. Downwind. Big cut onto the takeoff. Taking that board to work with him. Just squeaks it under his feet. Lands with 3 legs on the board. Very nice. Big up Claude Dauphin. Amazing to watch. Thank you. I mean, it is great production. Awesome working with Case Productions and the GKA. Big up to the whole event team here, actually. I mean, it's a big event and a massive event team. So just want to shout out to everybody that's been part of this event. Case Productions, the GKA, Tom Hartman for having me here. Big up to Josie Asler, who's normally doing this. And Liam Dredge, who's journeying on as the junior tour manager. Big up to the crew, to the judges, and everybody that makes this event happen, from right from the local event organizers and the guys that have been putting up my backdrop, setting up the event. Takes an army of people to make an event like this happen, so it's often underestimated. But it's a lot of us do it for the love of this sport, and it's definitely myself. I've done a lot in my life for the love of kite surfing from the early days. 1998, I've been kite surfing since, so it's all about the progression of the sport, the progression of the riders, and the love for the brands that have allowed us to live and enjoy this amazing lifestyle that kite surfing has to offer. As you can see represented right here at this event, it's all about those incredible locations, those special people, and those competitors that you really want to beat. Okay, men's kite surf round 3, heat 8, Gabriel Benetton, Gray Foster, head to head. Brazil versus the US. Let's go. Let's see what these riders have got for us. It's just a little short break between the heats. Those riders just competing, coming off the water. Gabriel stoked on this progression through his last heat. Gray Foster. 8 minutes on the clock. Round 3, heat 8. What are these guys going to pull out of the box? Big up to everyone getting involved on the chat, on the live stream. It's much appreciated. Sounds strange, but I am sat here on my own talking about kite surfing for a while now, so it's nice to react to some comments. It's good to know that people are watching. 7 minutes 50. No tricks done. Let's go. Round 3, heat number 8. Boom, opening the account there. Gabriel Benetton in the green lycra. Oh, Gray Foster. Pink lycra, not sticking that first trick. He's not going to be happy with that. It's always annoying when you don't stick the first trick of your heat. Gives you a nice little energy boost when you land that. Gabriel Benetton, 3.00 for that first trick. Nice to know you got it in the bag, but easily improvable. Looking again like there's a bit more wind again. Was looking like it dropped a bit, but kind of up and down. Gray Foster, now in the pink lycra, heading out to sea, needs a trick in the bag. Goes front nose grab to double board flip. Very nice. Gabriel failing to land a front roll free shove. It's one of these riders' staple tricks out here. It's been such challenging conditions. I feel we haven't really seen too much innovation throughout these rounds, because I think they've been battling with the conditions a little bit. Light winds, really struggling to get to their top performance level. That said, there's been a couple of heats that have pushed the box, pushed the boundaries, but definitely a tough spot to innovate at the moment. Willow's still here. Big up, Willow. Amazing. You managed to listen to it for almost as long as me. What a boss. Gabriel Benetton coming in the green lycra. Crowd. Oh, no. Didn't go for it there. Definitely a big difference between popping on the way out versus popping on the way in, especially as these waves start to build. And I think that tide's definitely playing in with windward tide, as I see the riders running up the beach out the window here. Making that swell a little bigger, but probably the conditions a little harder to maintain in a good strategic position out there. Gray Foster dropping a 3.87 now, taking that first spot with one trick. Gabrielle putting that Alula core kite to good use in these light winds. You can see the big trick going on the inside there. Will he land it? No, but Gabriel Benetton will. Front roll free shove. Very nice. Very nice. Good landing. Don't need to say anymore that's my favorite trick, but it's becoming it. Nice to see that you guys are all listening out there. Big up. Big up, big up. Pleasure. Pleasure to be here. It's an absolute pleasure to be here for me. Culmination of a 25-year kite career. Gets me in this container right now, watching these boys battle it out. GKA World Tour kite discipline, kite surf discipline. Round 3, heat 8. 4 minutes on the clock. Gabriel Benetton, Gray Foster, heads up. Waiting for scores to drop from those last tricks. I think Gabriel had a really nice one. Yeah, there we go, 6.13. Taking him into the lead. Gray Foster, nice, consistent front roll, smooth landing. Always good to keep the judges happy. Double front, going for that sort of double S-bend, double front style trick. Gabriel Benetton, not quite getting it. Tough one to land. Possible to do 3. Don't know whether I've even seen 4 at some point in history. But it's pretty incredible what these riders are doing strapless these days. Much like in the big air discipline, some of the most unbelievable tricks being sent these days. I believe it's to do with the development of the equipment and also the enthusiasm of the younger riders coming through these days. It's not that the older riders don't have the enthusiasm, I guess, but probably the skill level has just gone through the roof as Gray Foster stomps another trick there. 3.87, 3.07, makes 6.94 apparently. Not enough to get above Gabriel Benetton with his 9.132 tricks scored. But yeah, there are some tricks missing on the scoreline, Marlon, but they will pop up. The judges are tabulating them as we speak. It's tough for them with these guys throwing so many tricks back to back. The scores will pop up though, and there's also trick families, so you have to take that into account. Some tricks will be in the same family, so I believe that's why it could sometimes be confusing. Gabriel's third trick coming in at a 3.53 there. 12.66 total score, and waiting for a score from Gray Foster. Wayne with roots from the Isle of Wight. Nice, mate. Big up the Isle of Wight crew. Big up anyone listening in the UK. Big up anyone listening in South Africa. Lekker brew. Hope you're enjoying the show. Hope you're enjoying these guys out on the water right now. Staying tuned with my dulcet tones and useless info here in the box at the GKA World Tour Kite Surf discipline. This is round 3, heat 8 in Germany. We are on the beautiful island of Sylt, and it is a very, very cool spot. Perfect for kite surfing. Literally one of the best event locations that I've seen. Gray Foster running up the beach there. Can tell it's classic competition conditions out there. If it wasn't difficult, it wouldn't be a competition. I think that's the answer to most of those questions. Failed there on that rotation. That front roll 3 shove just giving everyone some problems out there today. Gray Foster needs that third score. That 6.13 of Gabriel Benetton's early trick just really sailing him through this heat. Yeah, there we go. A bit of trivia from Willow there. Big up on the live stream. Gabriel was the first guy landing quad fronts and quad front shove-its, which is absolutely mental. I agree with you. It's true. It is pretty physically difficult to understand how you do a quad front roll without straps and then do a 3 shove. It's almost a ridiculous number of rotations. Doesn't make much sense. Keanu going to win. Big up, Liam. It's nice to hear that you've got your name in the betting arena there. Keanu. £10 on Keanu. €10, wherever you're from. Big up to Alberto Rondina. Big up. Was in his home spot recently, actually, out in Sicily. Didn't get to link up with him, but heard you had a good session with Martin out there. Hope everything's good on the Sicilian Isle. What a spot you've got there. Such a nice place in Masala. Look at that spot here, though. Such a nice beach, such a sunny day, such a good vibe here on the water in Germany. Let's go to a quick commercial break, and I will be back with more banter.
Ich will nicht mehr! Für Entertainment bezahlen?
Horror.
Nein!
Blickt er nicht mehr durch.
Damit ist jetzt Schluss.
Was?
Ich bin verwirrt. Die beliebtesten Shows
Gibt's kostenlos für euch auf Join. Verstanden? Nee.
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 Nein.
kostenlos.
Echt jetzt? Aber ich war gleich richtig. Ui.
Join, der Superstreamer.
It's for free.
Wir lernen fürs Leben.
In der Ausbildung.
Im Studium.
Digital.
Auf dem Campus.
Im Einsatz.
Bewirb dich jetzt.
Und starte deine Zoll-Karriere.de.
Entdecke Jakobs Espresso-Kapseln und erlebe intensiven Kaffeegenuss mit samtig weicher Crema. Jakobs, finde dein Wunderbar.
Auf die Plätze.
Kennst du dieses Gefühl? Wenn du spürst, du bist auf dem richtigen Weg.
Fertig?
Wenn du weißt, du kannst dir vertrauen.
Los.
Wenn du den Stolz fühlst, in etwas richtig gut zu sein. Weil du es kannst. Freiheit verteidigen. Frieden sichern. Demokratie schützen.
Okay, and we're back for the GKA Kite Surf discipline, and that we are now progressing through into the quarterfinals. Heat 1 of the quarterfinals. We've got there, guys. Excited to be in the quarters today. We've got 10-minute heats now. Slight adjustment to the heat format. Ayrton Cozzolino looking like he's having some serious difficulties so early in the heat. Not what he needs right now. I missed that first trick. Maybe we can get a replay on that. Or is this just a kite launching scenario? Hard to tell. But considering it's 1 minute deep into the heat, this is not a good sign, but I guess it's better than 8 minutes deep into the heat. There we go. He went for a backside 360 off the back of a wave coming in. Unfortunately got his leading edge bogged down in that wave, and it really has not gone well for him there. Is this a seriously bad tactic from Ayrton? I don't doubt he's got the capacity to come back from it, but it won't have put him in the best headspace for the beginning of this heat. Alberto Rondina, if you're just joining us, we've actually finished the ladies discipline. We did the ladies podium on the beach, but we'll do a main podium once the men's is finished. So we're going to push through now into the men's finals, I guess, if we can. We're into the quarters, and the wind is still here, and it's looking good. Ayrton failing another trick now. You can see, I think, there's something not quite right with his the beginning of this heat for him. That first trick will definitely be in his mind. It's not like Ayrton to be at the bottom end of the box 2 minutes in. Theo Demanes sticking some tricks. Definitely going to have some scores on the board. Ayrton really needs to kind of take a few deep breaths here. Dust it off. That's it. Drink some of those electrolytes. 7.5 minutes to go. There's no rush. He's got time. Keanu going to win it all. Liam sounds pretty certain on the live stream comments there. We've got Ride Engine, big up Ride Engine, coming in with a few comments about a different spot in Sicily. Nice, glad you like it. Yeah, the warm-up for Ayrton, a nice bag of water there Couple of deep breaths will sort him out. Slow walk up the beach, no rush. Double front there. Theo going off the kicker with his Cabrina kite, trying to get an early lead. Replay. Here we go. I can't imagine doing 4 of those, to be honest. But in these light winds, it is tough. I don't know what's happened actually right now, whether the heat has been reset or what. Was that cancelled? We've gone back to 10 minutes on the clock. Maybe I can get an update from the guys in the box as to what's exactly going on here. Ayrton with a huge crowd favourite support on the beach. Maybe they just restarted the heat because he crashed his kite, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Or it was a false start. I'm not sure. It seems like there's a few issues with the running order, but I'll find out what happened for you over the intercom shortly. Theo Demanes versus Ayrton Cozzolino. We are into the quarterfinal, heat 1 of the quarterfinals of the men's kitesurfing discipline. I don't appear to be able to see any of the scores or the timings right now, but we shall see what's going on exactly. But both riders are in and on the beach. And just riding out, just drying his kite out by the looks of it. Okay, so information coming in right now. They've just cancelled the start of that heat. I'm not sure why, but we've got a 2 minutes and 45-second countdown to the start of that heat again. I have no idea why that was cancelled. Can see that tide pushing up now. Shrinking the size of the beach, but the waves are getting bigger and bigger. It's almost a point break from this angle. Looks like it could be incredibly good fun for wave riding. Okay. It's like we've got a 2-minute countdown now for the start of the heat. It worked out somehow quite well for Ayrton there. Definitely had a few deep breaths on the beach. Calmed his heart rate down after that terrible start. Belendro Lopez, that's what happened with the time. I guess there was some sort of error with the start of that heat, or misunderstanding, I'm not sure quite which, but we've reset the timer, and the heat is about to start in less than a minute's time. Oh no, there we go. There we have a shot of the red flag. Thanks, guys. 2 minutes 40 to the start of this heat, so bear with me, stand by. The heat is about to start. Okay, we've got the riders on a holding pattern right now. They're less than 2 minutes till the start of this heat. Just waiting out there. They're just getting up to the top of the heat box, getting themselves prepared. I think Ayrton's probably recovering from the crash he just had. But, yeah, we're about to kick off. Let the heat begin. We've got, here we go. There we go. We've got a shot of the timer now. We're on the yellow flag, so less than a minute till the start of this heat. Is that, and just going to go straight in and try that same back three on the way in again. Probably, knowing Ayrton didn't put him off. Here we go. Back of the wave, just straight air this time. Didn't get what he wanted to get. Okay, the buzzer has gone. The heat has started. Slight delay here in the timing graphic, but here we go. Yeah, what kite size are they generally using? 12 meters typically. It is the kite size of the day, the 12. Most of the riders have been going out on the 12. Some on the 10s, but mostly 12 meters. Ayrton, staple, front roll, inverted. Catches the board slightly wrong. Doesn't quite get the landing. I mean, Lanudi, competition isn't always easy. It isn't always about the best conditions. It's about doing your best in the conditions that are given to you. So if you've ever competed, you will know that. It's the best rider on the day. They're both dealing with the same conditions out there. So it's all about how they interpret them, how they deal with them. Ayrton just busting a nice little front three, little rewind. Well, not rewind, but revert on that front 180. Let the show begin. Theo Jimenez dropping a 6.43. Ayrton, low score on the 0.50 for that back roll board flip there, but just sinking on the landing. Ayrton's not feeling it so far. Is his experience going to come through and recover him from this terrible start? 7 minutes 50 on the clock. We've got slightly longer heats now that we've progressed through into the quarterfinals. Heat one of the quarterfinals this. Theo just not being able to hold on to that rotation. Not be able to keep the board on his feet. What's Ayrton got for us? Back roll, inverted, just board off. Knows he needs to land it. Not quite sure why he tried to put that last 180 in there, but normally he would have stuck it on the bolts. It's just really scratching for points right now. Not to worry, still got time. Theo just dropping a couple of scores. 8.93 combined score total right now. And just as they come into the 7 minute mark, which would be the normal heat length of time. So Ayrton squandered that extra time, but maybe he likes the pressure. No rush. Here we go. Ayrton riding out. Sees a kicker. Going straight into the unhooked maneuver. Doesn't get it. Risky at the beginning of the heat. I feel like something's got into his head and stopping him from putting together the structure of heat that he normally would, which would be consistent with his competition experience. Sitting with 3 points on the board. I'm not sure whether 0.50 went, but 3.00 is there. Looks like there's been some issues with the judging software. But 5.52 now. That last minute just flew by. There we go. Theo Jimenez. Nice. 3 shove. Awesome. Really holding it together against the GOAT here. Ayrton Cozzolino. Needs something to get himself out of this situation. Looks like the wind again having another lull as I look out the window. Difficult to tell exactly what the wind's doing from in here, but definitely the rider's struggling with it. It's been a bit of a struggle all day, but they're managing to make it work. As I said earlier, it's not about the conditions. Really, it's about how you interpret them. So, like, what makes a really good competitive rider is how they deal with these difficult situations and how they overcome these moments like Ayrton's just had, or continues to have right now. Once you get that sort of cloud of panic in your mind, once you stack that first trick or crash your kite, how you actually overcome it and move forward past the speed bump. That's what makes a really strong competition rider, regardless of the discipline. Ayrton, absolutely massive kicker there. Back roll, board flip. Knows he needs to land it smooth. Lands switch, switches stance, rides out. I mean, he is the master. He doesn't need to land too many bangers. Only 3, in fact. Nice, Gabriel. Double front. Not high, but technical. He's got the moves. Sorry, Theo, not Gabriel. Theo. My brain is slowly turning into kite surfing mush after almost 8 hours in this box. But we're getting there. Yeah, Theo coming in to change his kite, I think. Needs a bigger kite. Looks like the conditions are definitely changing. You see him running up the beach on the inside there. Giving Ayrton dangerous time to regroup after a bad start to his heat. Can he make it work? He just needs a couple of tricks. He's got 3 minutes to do it. Gabriel's come in to change his kite. It looks like this is the option of these riders before they start doing unhooked tricks. There's not many of the riders that are doing unhooked tricks on the same kite that they're doing regular tricks on. It's pretty interesting. I mean, it used to be the same for wake style and unhooked riding a lot of the time. You would always ride a C kite for that, or a kite that had considerably less back line pressure, so it didn't backstall. That's what I would put my money on it's about. Having said that, Ayrton seems to manage even on his normal kite. There it is, 3-1-3, off for the chop. Nice. Very nice. Having said that, Theo putting down a 7.00 for that double front. It's really going to put him in a strong position here. 2 tricks on the board. 13.43 to Ayrton's 7.84. Not looking good for Ayrton. Big upright engine. Yeah, solo on the mic here in the box. Trying to do my best to represent these boys well. Ayrton, nice front roll. Can tell he wanted more. 1 minute 56. Oodles of time when you look at it. Change of board now to the more aggressive wave shape. What's he going to go with here? Are we going to see a wave-inspired trick? 1 minute 40 left in this heat. Ayrton with a 7.53 for the 3-1-3. Looks like Theo also looking for the wave here. That's what we've been waiting for the whole event so far. A bit of a wave trick. Here we go. Bang. Oh, putting in a nice little backhand hack. I wonder why both of these riders all of a sudden have gone to this. I wonder if they're going to... how they're going to score a wave score in this heat after the event that we've had so far, being entirely trick-based. Will be interesting, but... yeah, okay, so have they adjusted the judging criteria to wave and freestyle? It looks like it. Ayrton's come in, changed his stick. He's got a 7.53 on the board. Could have done with upgrading the 4.67, but... if he can bust out some trick options on the waves, he could be in for a good score. I mean, I don't really see how... oh, nice. Boom, nice wave. Straight in. Ah, definitely slight improvement on Theo's wave there. Oh, down the line, the master of the wave ride, Ayrton Cozzolino, using both hands on those outside lines to power himself down the line. Be interesting to see how they score that. Less than 5 seconds to go. Ayrton on the back foot. Gabriel on 17.86 and Ayrton on 12.20. I really don't see how this will improve for Ayrton here. They didn't really update me on this judging criteria, but it looks to me like there's now a significant wave element in the semi-finals. Quarterfinals, sorry. Theo coming in behind Ayrton. Has he knocked the goat off his perch? Waiting for a score for Ayrton here as he comes in and sits on the beach. That was a taxing heat, man. He looked like he struggled there. Shaking hands. Good competition spirit there. Ayrton is the ultimate competitor after all. Looks like he's taken it. Totally surprised, totally stoked, smile on the face, could not be happier. Ayrton really won't be happy with that, but I feel that he was really psychologically beaten when he crashed his kite in the shore break at the beginning of that first heat, or the beginning of the false start of the first heat. Maybe that's why they delayed the start of the heat, was to adjust the judging criteria as well, which should have theoretically favoured Ayrton rather than hindered him, having a wave element in there. But Theo, nonetheless, coming out on top. It's going to be a result for him. He's going to be super happy about that. Ayrton, dejected, sitting on the beach, not happy with that. Where's his ground team? Difficult one, especially when you're that good. Just didn't go his way that time. Seb Alias, what's with the board change? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but I'm pretty sure it was to do with the change of slight judging criteria there. Probably with the building of the waves, adding a third element of judging to this, or a second element of judging, and adding a wave criteria into it. Because you see the waves start to run through the box. This is the kite surfing discipline, so the reason why it's called kite surfing is so that they can really tailor this discipline to the conditions. And now that there's some waves coming through the box, it makes sense to have a slight wave element in there. Next up, quarterfinals, Heat 2, Keanu Merten, Leonardo Casati, two young rippers, Germany and Italy, head-to-head up next. Let's go through some of the comments there. Good to have you here. Thanks for commenting on the live stream. If you've got any questions, get involved in the comments. Yeah, it's hard to understand that there's no wind for a good competition, but when you're sat on the beach, it's not that difficult to understand that there's no wind. And it's also not that difficult to understand that you can't plan a forecast. As we all know as kite surfers, you can never book anything more than 10 days in advance. Because let's face it, nothing good happens after more than 10 days in advance. That's how I run my life. Maybe you should consider it too. Kite surf, male quarterfinals, Heat 2, 9 minutes on the clock here at the GKA World Tour with myself, Tom Court, bringing it to you live from the box. We've got Keanu Merten and Leonardo Casati on the water now, two of the young riders in this event. Germany versus Italy. Epic shredders out there right now. You can see the waves building. So there's now a wave element to this event. I guess they're going to prioritize the tricks and then move on to the waves. Nice. Front roll rodeo to board varial. Answered back even an extra rotation on the board there from Leonardo, an extra little switch rail grab on the varial. Very nice. Hard to see if you're in the judging box. See how those tricks go head to head. But Keanu at the moment, 10.93. Obviously a favorite on here on the comments. Some support from the German kite and wing team. Seems to be here at the event, supporting these riders. Making sure the German riders get to the events. Wish we had that, because there's no UK riders in this event. So, a bit weird. But looks like we need to put a UK kite and wing team together. I will get on it. 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Throwing down freestyle tricks out there on their strapless surfboards. Some big hitters. Keanu Martin absolutely shredding. Leonardo Casati not put off though. Currently in first place after 2 trick points. 5.83, 6.03. In a good position right now. 2 of the highest scoring first tricks we've seen. And absolutely insanely consistent riding from both of these riders. Both of them slightly lighter than your average rider in this event, I would imagine, which is why we're seeing slightly higher, more powered tricks from both of them, giving them an advantage over a lot of the other riders in the event for sure. Yeah. Beats. X beats. Yeah, waiting for wind is indeed part of the game. But if you're a competitor, you also know that competing in any conditions is also part of the game. I mean, if you're trying to do just a wave event, then you obviously do need waves. But these guys are showing that they can shred in the air and on the water regardless of the conditions. Look at that. Quad board varial. Sub 12 knots. Sending it hard. I mean, ultimately, sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe we can get Ayrton in the box in a minute once he's recovered to give us a talk through of what went wrong there, but I'm sure he would be able to give us some detailed insights into the nature of competition right now, even though he's probably pretty bummed after that result. Yeah. Marlin, I mean, variety definitely comes into play, but ultimately variety is all well and good, but only 3 tricks count. So you can only have as much variety as you can squeeze into 3 top scoring tricks. Overall impression does not come into your scoreline, which it used to back in the day when kiteboarding was being developed. I remember when I first started competing in the UK in 2000, we used to judge on overall impression. That's because it was such a new sport that nobody really knew what was coming next. But I'd argue we're still in an era of progression, looking at some of these riders. And progression is what we're here for. But now it's much more structured, the way they put their judging criteria together, basically to make it easier on the riders to play the game and easier on the judges to do the judging. But whenever you're judging something that's new and innovative, some of it comes down to personal preference, style, and some of it just comes down to straight numbers. Here we go. Bit of a gear swap, running up the heat box. He's released his kite, changed his board. He's going to run up and change to new gear. Last 4.5 minutes of the heat. I guess this will be for the wave section of the heat. Look how close the score line is here. Keanu 13.16 and Leonardo Casati 13.60. It looks like they do need a wave score to fill up their 3rd trick box right now. So if Leonardo gets out there first and Keanu doesn't prioritize waves soon enough, it will possibly be to Casati's advantage. Let's see. Waves are tricky. You got to wait for them. You got to spend time on them. You got to get the biggest one possible. You got to shred it as hard as you can. Leonardo Neves, I don't understand the judge. I mean, it might be why you're not a judge. But, yeah, it's difficult to understand sometimes, but you do have to read the rules. You do have to understand what is being judged and how they're judging it and why they're judging it. I mean, obviously, personal preference comes into anyone that's looking at this. But look, here we have both riders coming in, changing their gear. Keanu only leaving 3 minutes on the clock to do his upwind run, whilst Casati hangs out in the lineup waiting for a swell. Time to put your wave goggles on here. Here we go. It's knee high to a grasshopper, but he's got a few lip tags to do down the line. Ooh, nice tail out. Really nice control. Using his kite nicely. Just keeps spanking it all the way to the beach. Look at that. Couple of nice turns in there. So a 3-turn combo maybe. Probably going to put him in a nice position now to fill the third trick box. Look at these waves. Wind swell wrapping down the coast as the tide pushes up. Looks like Keanu's got out at the top of the box already. Thing with wave riding is it's typically always downwind, right? So you really need to start at the top of that comp box, take away from there, because you are only going to go downwind through the box and end up at the bottom of the box. So that's why these riders are running back up the beach, because there's no point in wasting time in sailing upwind if you're going to be needing to rip downwind all the way through the box. Okay, Keanu, see how he can ride a wave. He's backhand, arguably not to his advantage in waves this small. It's hard to bounce back into the wave on your backhand when you've got such a small wave. 2 turns, maybe a third in the grovel section there, but difficult on your backhand when the waves are so small. Be nice to see some sort of lip variation maneuvers, maybe some handle passes. Maybe I'm just dreaming. To answer you, Lendy, yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to complete the event, right? Like if you've got 1 week to complete a competition, you need to get a result. If it's a light wind day, it might not be perfect, but ultimately the guy you're riding against or the girl you're riding against has got to deal with the same conditions as you. So, you know, competition is self-moderating. There might not be enough wind for your perfect sesh or your best tricks, but it's an event. You don't go to a competition to ride your best day on the water. You go to a competition to compete. And these guys are doing just that. And that's what it shows. Good attitude on the water. Good capabilities of pushing your skill level. Thinking outside the box even whilst you're in it. That's a trait that many good competitors will have. You can't argue with the rule book. And you can't argue with the head judge, even if you don't understand them. Exactly, Seb Alias. These guys can make even the worst conditions look good. I mean, I don't know about you, but if you went out on an average session and even had a quarter of one of these heats on the water, it would probably be your best session too. That was it from those guys. Look at that scoreline. Keanu Martin mugged with an 8.13. Leonardo Casati on his front side scoring a 5.93 for his wave, which arguably did the most damage on the scoreline there. 19.53 coming out on top. Casati, insanely consistent riding. Incredibly versatile switch to wave. All-round banging ride after coming fourth in the Hydrofoil Big Air. Now progressing through this heat and multiple disciplines in the kite surfing event. You can really see how bright this kid's future is, and you can really tell who his brother is too. He's just pushing himself hard, natural talent out there. Also weighs about 45 kilos, I imagine. Probably definitely helps in these conditions, but that's part of the game. There's no weight limit here. You can always get a bigger kite. Yeah, is that Leonardo switching to an apple tree board there, you say? Didn't notice that on the branding switch, but nice. Made it look good. Put that tail out on that second turn. Really extending his body. Just making it look good. I personally quite like this switch in discipline. Adds a whole nother strategy to the game. Yeah, I think it's important to be a complete rider, and this discipline is all about that. I think as we see more and more of these disciplines evolve, it's about being complete. And like, I'm not entirely sure why you would get into kite surfing if you were super rigid about the style of riding you wanted to do. That said, I have been in the past. Men's kite surfing quarterfinals, heat 3 up next. Lorenzo Casati, another Casati brother, against James Carew. Absolute powerhouse. Definitely not Carew's advantageous conditions out there, but that said, he is one of the most talented riders out there, but so is Casati. As we've just seen his younger brother destroy the heat box. Can we see the same from Lorenzo? Is there multiple podiums at this event under his name? Remains to be seen in this quarter-final of the men's GKA World Tour Kite Surf discipline here in Sylt, Germany, with myself, Tom Cork, keeping you entertained in the box for the last 8 hours. We've been at it since 6 a.m. this morning, and the wind continues to deliver. Okay, that's it. The buzzer has started for that first heat. It is off. 9 minutes, 10 minutes on the clock. 9 minutes, 45 seconds now. Casati landing his first trick. James crashing his. These guys are firing off trick for trick. So, it is business time now, guys. Business time. Knockout rounds, head to head. Who's doing what? Let me know in the comments. Who's got this? Boom. James Carew looking that flat 540 rotation just on the inside there, just squeezing points out of this heat box like a sponge. Not needing that. Little trip up on these dodgy wave conditions. Forget that these riders are actually strapless sometimes. Casati. Definitely the waves are picking up massively now. I guess the strategy is to really get your freestyle section of the heat down. Smash the points on the board for those first 2 trick boxes. And then go from there into the waves. So it can give you a specialization or a concentration on that side of things. I would be tempted to Casati landing that double board varial there. James still trying his unhooked beast move. He knows it scores well. Wants to get it in the bag nice and early. 8 minutes on the clock. Still loads of time. No rush. James dropping a 5.83 for a trick that I must have missed. Must have been his first trick. Straight out of the box. Not quite as good as Casati's 5.90, but incredibly close. These two are trick for trick. I think I would be totally distracted by the waves. Probably end up miles downwind. Triple board varial, stomped. Very nice back roll triple varial there from Casati. 2 high 5.0 tricks up there. 5.33, 5.90. James sitting with a single trick score of 5.83. Obviously really wants to get a massive 313. It's only a point in scoring your best tricks out there. I don't think that was a landing, but I don't think it will give him a clean trick score. He won't be happy with it. We're only now down to the 7-minute mark, so that is your standard heat length. So that extra 3 minutes just given for the finals, or for the quarterfinals that we're now in. Jamie Small giving it some give it some banter on the Evo development. I mean, until you've tried both, mate, you never know. But either way, these guys could ride whatever kite you gave them as well as any of us. So let's see how it goes down in the end, shall we? Yeah, I'm with you there, Wayne. It's not easy to make strapless look easy. In fact, it's not even easy to make strapless look good, let alone easy. Most people just go back and forth, especially on a day like today. James looking unusually relaxed considering there's only 5 minutes and 52 seconds left on the heat. Maybe he's broken a board, but he's changing a kite now. 5 minutes 45 to go. Chillin'. One trick down. Change board and kite. Ground team coming in to play. Let's see if that board and kite change has delivered what James wanted here. He's looking downwind in the box, but looking for something out there. Maybe not as powered on that kite. Okay, I've got Camille coming into the box right now after her amazing time on the water out there.
Hello.
How's things, Camille?
All good.
Yeah, how was your day?
Yeah, it was good. Happy that the competition is finally done, but I've been enjoying it a lot, so quite happy.
Nice, awesome. How are the conditions?
Well, it's quite up and down during the day, but yeah, I was kiting with my 12 meters. The guys are with 11, 12, 15. So yeah, but I mean we have wind, which is good. So yeah.
Nice. And what do you think about what's going on? Do you know what's happening now with the heat format? So they've changed the format, right?
Yeah,
so
I saw that they switched, and now it's freestyle and waves. So
yeah.
I think it's two tricks counting in one wave, or 2 waves counting in one trick. So yeah, I think it's good for the riders as well that are more into waves or more into freestyle to do good and perform it in each discipline. So
awesome, yeah. So I thought that there'd been a change for the quarterfinals. So talk us through a little bit of your final. How was it out there on the water?
Well, honestly, all my heats before the final went quite good. Like I was paired with the 12, and then I felt like the wind dropped a little bit. Like I didn't have much power on my 12. But yeah, I'm happy that I made it to the final. A bit frustrated because I lost by 0.17 points, which is nothing. But yeah, it is what it is, and just time to train a bit more and come back stronger for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking insanely consistent out there on the water. Some of the most consistent riding, I would say, of the female event. I guess it was just really tricky conditions, right? It seemed quite variable, a bit up and down.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was hard to know like which tricks to do or all of it, because you never know how's the wind, and it can drop just like a few seconds after. So yeah, I mean, I had few basic tricks in mind, which I know that I could land with light wind. But then, yeah, unfortunately, during the final, it was a bit harder because I had other tricks in mind, but I just couldn't do it because of the wind. But yeah, I think the guys are putting a great show now, even if it's pretty light. So
yeah, it's definitely light for them on the water. I mean, back to this heat right now. James Carew, 12.00 on the board. It's definitely not favouring James's powerful style, having such light wind out there on the water.
That's for
but
sure, yeah.
like, it's definitely an interesting change to go from 3 tricks to 2 tricks in one wave. Definitely makes it quite a varied comp, and definitely more about the changing of equipment. We've seen them changing the gear comprehensively through the heats now, and don't know, would you have liked to have had this, to have that variety in your heat, or are you happy that it was like that it was
it's hard
mostly
to say
tricks?
because during my heat we didn't have waves like this. I think it picked up just a few hours before.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it would have been nice as well, so to do a bit more, like to be more complete waves and freestyle, but I'm happy with how it went as well. So yeah, but 2 years ago we had it like this, and last year as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, for me that's really interesting. I like the fact that they've just changed it. It makes it adds a whole nother whole nother angle to the kite surf discipline, right? I mean, kite surfing has become so varied. It is important to be able to do both. And I've been talking a little bit about how I think that the strapless freestyle side of kite surfing could influence, I mean, and does influence the wave riding side of things, right? Like, I mean, you see Ayrton and James being two big proponents of strapless freestyle influencing wave riding. You see James here, absolute beast on the water when it comes to the wave riding. Even though he's even though he was points down on his trick scores, you can see now his wave scores coming in, putting him solidly in first place.
Yeah, it's helping him for sure.
Yeah, super interesting.
Lorenzo could have another good wave as well, so let's see if he can make it in less than 1 minute, but it can be pretty tricky.
Yeah, pretty tricky on the water. I mean, it's interesting how the heat box has changed, how the conditions on the water have changed throughout the day. It was almost flat when you were out there.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, it's good because like there's some waves now, and it's pretty glassy, let's say. It's not that choppy. So yeah, and with lighter wind as well, it helps. So it's good.
Nice. So what? Talk us through the gear that you were riding whilst you were out there. Whilst we watched the last 25 seconds of this men's quarterfinal heat 3. Looks like Lorenzo Casati dropping into second, 16.69. Needs to up his 3.33 wave score. Has got the best trick scores with a 6.43 and a 6.93, but is currently being destroyed by
2 seconds left.
James Carew, and only 2 seconds left. It's not long enough for another wave, I don't think. Yeah, so talk us through what gear selection you were using whilst you're out there.
Well, during my heats, it was purely freestyle, so I was using Rebel, and during all the heats, I was using the 12 Rebel SLS from Duotone, and then my boards, click bars. So yeah, great setup.
Yeah, so going for the click bar over the truss.
The big click bar, and I prefer it.
Yeah.
I feel like I have more control as well with this one, and I've been training with the click bar for forever. So yeah.
Nice. If you're listening in, you got any questions for Camille out there? Drop them in. Sorry, it's Camille, isn't it? Camille, yeah. You can correct me in person.
In French, you would say Camille.
I've been being corrected all afternoon on the live stream. So if you've got any questions for Camille, let us know on the live stream.
No, it's perfect.
Let us know on the live stream. And looks like we're progressing straight through to quarterfinals heat 4. You see James coming up the beach there, being greeted by his teammates. His fellow Australian there. Stoked on the fact that it had gone to waves. It looked like he was on the back foot until he got the wave kite out there and started destroying the inside. But who's your money on for the men's side?
It's hard to say. I think Gabriel is riding super well, and he has good tricks in the pocket, and then he has a good wave riding style. So I think he can do pretty good. So let's see. Yeah, I'd put my money on him, but then James as well is putting a good show. So it's hard to say. Like the conditions can change super quick, super fast. So everything can change in a minute.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing the drone shots, how those waves have started lining up. Okay, let's have a look to see who've we got in the next heat. We've got coming up men's kite surf quarterfinals heat 4. Noah Nicholas, Gabriel Benetton going head to head. 2 tricks of strapless freestyle counting and 1 wave score combining to make the 3 trick total. We're putting these riders through right now. Interesting change in the judging criteria for the quarterfinals, moving us through towards the end of this event. I think pretty awesome to see the variation of skill level here in riding. I mean, you're also a rider that does multiple disciplines, right? So, you know, how do you feel about how, you know, the riders are developing across multiple disciplines these days?
I think it's good to get better in both disciplines, so then you're a more complete rider as well. And for example, when we have conditions like here in Sylt, you can have waves, you can have good wind as well. So to mix it up all in one event, I think it's quite good. And I mean, it's the only event that we have here which we have freestyle. And I think it's really important as well for the sport to grow. So maybe it's something that we should do more in the next events to have a bit more freestyle. But yeah, it's good.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see the future of it. And I mean, like watching, here we go, Noah opening his trick account out there. Super stylish and
landing.
consistent. Nice back roll board varial. Answered straight back by Gabrielle. Your favorite for the event so far. It's tough though. I mean, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how these guys combine the two disciplines.
Yeah.
That's my favorite trick. Front roll 3 shove on the strapless board.
And I mean, Noah is a really good freestyle rider as well, so I think he can do pretty good. So let's see.
Yeah,
what he
training
has
a
in
lot in
mind.
Tarifa and riding in those variable conditions. You can see there's sort of quite a lot of side sweep though now that the tide's coming up. It's difficult to stay out wind in the box.
Eesh, missing this one.
Not so good if you get taken away from your board like that. But yeah, I mean, going back to the variation in the sport, obviously yesterday, or the day before yesterday, seeing the Kite Hydrofoil Big Air, it's kind of a development from Big Air, right? Like, but it's allowed us to run it in such light winds, but still have insane action on the water. It's kind of seems like there's a variety of skill level needed now to be a rounded competitor. Had quite a few comments on the live stream about, you know, not doing it in great conditions, but ultimately that's kind of part of competing, right? Being able to compete in all the conditions.
Yeah, and I think they've done it like super well because obviously it was a bit lighter than today, and they were taking like quite a good height, spinning a lot, even looping. So I think they've put a great show, and with the conditions that they were, of course, it wasn't easy, but I think it's the same for everyone as well. So yeah, you need to make the most out of it and try to do your best. So.
Yeah, that's competition, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay, 8 minutes left to go in this heat. 2 scores on the board for Noah. Gabrielle looking to back up his 6.43 with another trick score before they change into the wave mode. It's difficult to know how much time to dedicate to the tricks. I mean, I guess because of the 2 scores versus 1, you're probably going to dedicate most of your heat to the tricks. But when do you choose the moment to switch to wave?
I think it's hard, but it depends as well of the rider, I would say, because if you're better in freestyle, of course, you're going to put more time onto freestyle tricks and not waves. So, for example, I think Noah is a bit better in freestyle, so I think he's going to put more time onto freestyle tricks and then switch and go for waves. But yeah, I think it's about intuition as well. What you feel is right, and then you just do it and you go for it.
Yeah, exactly. It's also a bit of a disadvantage backside versus front side, possibly in this size of wave. You know.
For sure, and with light wind as well like this, it's a bit harder if you're in backside.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a bit of a shock to see Atten go out so early as well in this sort of combination.
Let's see what Noah's gonna do.
It's a pretty cool spot though. What are your impressions? Have you been to Sylt before?
Yeah, I think it's my 3rd year now coming here to Sylt. Good trick.
Oh, nice. Double front. No grab. The judges have been liking that freestyle trick. It's been a high scoring trick because it's very complex to keep that board on your feet. Difficult to judge and time, especially. Very nice. That was arguably one of the best front 3 shoves we've seen. Interesting to see how those 2 tricks will score back to back against each other. Gabrielle looking to upgrade his 3.67. As soon as he knocks that off, he'll probably switch to a wave board, I imagine. Nice to have 2 6-point tricks on the board. But yeah, what's your impression of this spot? What's your take on it?
I think we can really not know what's gonna happen because it can be or super light or very strong. Like last year, we had more than 50 knots. So it's hard to get ready for this event, I would say. But yeah, you need to be ready with everything and for everything. So it's a bit the mentality that I had coming here, but it's hard. Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, it's hard, and hard to even know what gear to go with or what setup to use, I guess, and you just have to be flexible with everything.
You just do it last minute.
Yeah, last minute.
Yeah.
No plan.
No plans.
That's what I was saying. It's sort of the nature of kiteboarding in a way as well, the sort of no plan thing. A lot of people were asking about, why are we doing an event, obviously in light wind and blah, blah, blah. It's hard to make a plan longer than a week in advance, really, because you can't see the forecast.
You cannot know, yeah. Even for today, I thought that it was going to be lighter, and actually it got a bit stronger than expected, which is good. But yeah, you can never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's the nature of this epic sport that we all love. Here we go. It looks like Gabriel's changed to his wave game now. Frontside for him. As you said, Noah preferring to stick on the freestyle setup for a little bit longer, but he has got a 7.00, but then Gabriel's got an 8.53, so
Yeah, and he has a good wave.
and a good wave. That was a nice little runner down through the whole heat box. Tough to operate the heat box when you're riding so far downwind, right? Like it's not set up for waves.
I mean, then you need to run out like all the way upwind, so it's a little marathon.
Yeah, it's actually like a full fitness routine.
It is.
Like a triathlon now. Got to run.
Yeah, time to run.
Run, jump, and ride. There we go. It's where your fitness, anaerobic fitness comes in. Running up the box, and you need a good ground team as well. Hasn't changed his kite though.
No, I think he's sticking with the same one. Yeah. And Noah as well, looks like.
Stayed on the same kite. 12 meter. Noah just not even wasting time on changing. Backside, slightly harder. This is what I was saying. Difficult to compare backside to front side. It's got a very small wave there, but choosing to stick with it, I would have probably changed if I had to. I mean, so much about wave riding is about wave selection.
Of course.
In contest.
But I think it's pretty hard to see the wave coming from here because it's not, a big set or anything. But
it's wind swell ultimately, right? It's just, but there is wave a minute, so you can have the option to just take another one.
Yeah.
That said, you could get a really long one, or it could just die off. It's difficult to know. Let us know what you think in the comments. What do you think of this change of discipline here? Do you find it interesting to watch? What do you prefer? Strapless freestyle moves or wave riding? So we're just incredibly lucky to have both options right now in this spot, I would say. Just as I predicted earlier, the waves did pick up with the tide, but we've got Noah Nicholas sitting in second place now with almost 5 points less than Gabriel Benetton. With only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this heat, it's going to be tough for Noah
pretty tricky,
to come back here. He needs to up his wave score by over 5 points.
Yeah, and I think he's using the 15 juice as well, so he might be a bit slow.
Ah, that's the juice. We've had a bunch of comments about the blue kite.
Yeah.
There you go, guys. It's the juice.
Juice D-Lab.
Which wave kite spot is Camille's favorite?
Oof, it's hard to say, but I would say probably Mauritius, I think.
Yeah?
The wave is pretty long, then the landscape is just insane.
It's gorgeous there, isn't
It's
it?
a really special island, yeah, I liked it a lot. I went last year, I think in June, July, and we had like epic waves. I was there with macho training. I had a lot of fun, yeah.
What's your favorite break there? Is it was it One Eye? Is it Manawa?
Yeah, we went to One Eye.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It was quite good. Even like one day it was quite big, so I was a bit scared, but with Macho being on the water, I knew that I was quite safe, normally.
yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure Macho on the water or Macho on the land, where you're safer, you know?
Yeah. But I would like to go to Peru as well. I heard it's like the best wave ever. It's the longest one as well. I was supposed to go this year, and unfortunately I couldn't make it. But it's definitely on my bucket list.
Yeah, different natures of those two waves. I mean, as you know, like Mauritius and One Eye is so fast down the line, powerful wave with little escape, and Peru very like much more of a facey wave, softer rollers but long, and you can get like 15 turns.
Yeah, I'd love to go there.
Yeah.
Like I have a few friends that went, Sofia and Mika. And they said that it's just insane. To get better in waves and train, it's one of the best spots for sure.
And also beautiful as well.
Yeah.
In a different way, I guess, you know, like less palm trees, more sand.
Have you been there?
Yeah, I've been to Peru, yeah. Back in the day, you can find a Peru video online somewhere. I was riding Pacas Mayo on a Vegas.
Oh,
yeah.
14
meter Vegas.
No way.
Backside.
They should do a comp like this.
Yeah.
Vegas riding in Peru.
Yeah, 12 top turns on a Vegas.
Oh my god.
That's my my record, I think.
That's good. That's good.
Here we go. That is the closing moments of that heat between Noah Nicholas, Gabriel Benetton. Gabriel Benetton coming out on top, correctly predicted here by Camille. One of the favorite riders for this event, just knocking Noah Nicholas off the top spot by over 5 points in that heat. He's going to be happy with that. Let's see what's coming now. There we go, Noah coming in. He's not going to be that stoked. I mean, it was a pretty good scoreline.
Yeah, and I think he made it good as well in the comp. He went quite far.
Yeah.
So it's good for him. He did good tricks, good freestyle tricks as well, and nice wave riding. So.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with his performance. I mean, he's always got a smile on his face. He's always stoked on getting out there for a session. Okay, we've got a few questions coming in. Yeah, it's good spot for both formats on this spot. Yeah. Okay, we've got the next heat coming up. Here we go. We're now straight into the semi-finals, heat 1. We're racking through this competition today. Can tell we're making the most of the wind here. We've been up at it since, 6 a.m. this morning?
Yeah, today is quite long, to be honest. But yeah, we started pretty early to make sure that we go with the good conditions, that we start competing. And yeah, the wind is still here, so a good day for sure.
Up next, Theo Demanes and Leonardo Casati out there on the water for the GKA Kite World Tour here in Sylt, Germany. What a spot, what a day. Looks like we're going to go as far as we possibly can today. Great to see. We've got consistent conditions out there.
Did they say if they want to finish with the finals as well of the men? Yeah, they want to do it till the end, no?
Yeah, I think so. I've just had an update in my ear. We've got 2 heats of semi-finals. Short break, and then we're going to go straight through into the 2 men's final heats. Battle for 3rd and 1st and 2nd. So it looks like we're going to go all the way today, guys. Exciting day. Solid 8 hours in the commentary box up in here.
How's it for you? A bit
Yeah,
tired,
it's been an absolute blast.
Been a mission.
It's been an absolute blast. I'm looking forward to a small break at some point, but we will get there when we've got to the final. Let's get these guys through it and see what's coming up next. Yeah, it's been it's fun. It's good to talk about. I mean, for me, it's an absolute pleasure. I've been passionate about kite surfing and kiteboarding and in every style pretty much throughout my career. And it's nice to be here, part of the event, seeing all the young riders come through. What's most exciting for me is to see how varied everyone's skill level is. You know, like me as a free rider and I guess a waterman athlete doing as many different disciplines as I can. I really like to see all the disciplines at a high
and
standard.
I think it's pretty interesting as well with light wind conditions, because you can see as well all the riders that train with light wind and all the others that maybe train only with like very strong wind and so yeah, I think we can see like other riders as well that do really good with these kind of conditions, which is nice.
No, it's true. I mean, riders that train with light wind, especially the younger riders as well, really shining through, and also like how the gear performs in the light wind conditions, because it becomes almost more technical, doesn't it, on the kite performance, on the board performance, and all of that. When you've got light wind, if you've got too much rocker on your board, you can't get upwind. If your kite's not flying correctly, you're stalling out and you can't make your tricks. So it's a really good testament to the equipment and the riding styles as well, the riders.
Yeah, that's for sure. Having the good equipment is key, and even more with this kind of conditions, it really helps. Yeah. First score for Leonardo. Good one.
Yeah. Theo Demanes versus Leonardo Casati now head to head. Theo 6.17 for his first trick. Casati 5.50, so pretty close. Not too far apart. Both looking consistent. Both incredibly talented. Going to be interesting to see how they play this. 8 minutes left on the clock, so still 1 minute more than your standard heat. It's good that they've kind of gone for slightly longer heats in this technical side of it.
And even more that now there's waves as well, so they can focus really well on freestyle tricks and then waves.
Yeah, you can have a
I think it's
7-minute
important.
heat of
Yeah.
tricks and then move
And
into
then
your wave game.
back into waves.
It's interesting to see the riders that are changing up their gear as well. I saw in those first heats how, they're coming in, changing kite and board, making it really obvious that you need different gear for different disciplines. But then at the same time, some riders
Just stick with
just
the
dealing
same
with
one.
it,
Yeah.
Is there such a thing as a full all-round setup?
Well, honestly, I think it depends of the equipment you have as well. But I know that, for example, like I could be riding in like with the Rebel in waves, but it would not be the same as in if I stick like with a Neo or something, because Neo is gonna be way more faster and more smooth. So I think if we had this format when we were riding, I would for sure maybe change and take the Neo for the waves.
Yeah, I always find it's amazing how much difference it does make as well. And also your confidence of being out there, right?
Yeah.
Like if you know you're going to be hammering down the line on a wave, you want to know that you don't have to look at your kite
And
the
I
whole
think
time.
it depends as well how you're training. If you're training with the same gear all the time, then okay. But if you're used to then change your gear or have a special kite for waves or for freestyle, it's important to change if you feel like it.
And how much difference does the wind direction make with your wave game? Obviously, like riding a wave is totally different on onshore conditions versus side off, right?
Yeah, for sure, side off now is way better. If it was more onshore, it would have been quite tricky to take the waves. So I think it's the good direction for them. But of course, if you're a backside rider, I think it's going to be a bit harder than the frontsiders. But it's like this in every comp, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so do you ride backside, or do you switch stance?
Well, normally I ride the backside, but for example, in Ponta Preta, I decided to go switch, because there it's pretty hard to ride in backside.
And it's big, right? And you have to go fast.
Almost only Machu and Gabriel can do it, so yeah. So I went switch and I did quite well, so I'm pretty happy about my performance there.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's it's one of those iconic waves that is notoriously difficult to approach, isn't it?
Yeah, can be pretty scary sometimes, but the spot there is just amazing, honestly.
Yeah, it's a gifted island. Big up to anyone if you're watching from Mauritius. Luca Pitou, all the guys out there, the Mauritius crew, salty crew, all good lads. We've got 5 minutes 11 on the rest of this heat. Yeah, right. Thanks for joining me here in the box, Camille.
Well, thank you very much, and good luck to the riders.
And we will talk to you after the event and see you on the podium.
Yeah.
Congratulations
on
the second place. Really cool.
Bye.
Ciao. Nice. Awesome to have Camille in the box. See you later. And we are in to the semi-final heat 1 right now. 4.5 minutes on the clock with these guys pushing hard. With Casati really struggling here with a 5.50 only on the board with 4 minutes to go and still got to switch to waves. That said, all he needs is a good trick score with this trick. Bang, stomped it. Now come in, get your wave game on. Here he goes, coming in, doing exactly as I said, as if he could hear me. Pulley quick release, boom, and run up the beach, change your kite. Send it into the waves. That'll be a nice trick score for him. He's still got nearly 4 minutes. Theo trying to better a 2.83, so I think Casati will have a good trick score. I wonder what Theo's landed, or whether he's just sticking with that scoreline and needing to move into the waves. But there we go. He's a fit man running up the beach like a triathlete right now. Makes for some quite heated competition. Look, it's now a running event. Running up the beach to their teammates, changing kites and getting back out there on their wave gear. It's probably a good strategy to just have a different kite upwind so you don't have to worry about dragging a kite upwind. You can see a bodyboarder there in the background just sending it in the shore break. Not sure whether that's going to be annoying for the guys. But we've got a good heat box here. Right, 3 minutes on the clock. 2.5 point scores for Casati, but Theo's trick score just dropped. 6.17 and a 7.33, replacing his lowest trick score there with an absolute beast. 13.50. He basically just needs a bodyboard wave now, and he could do pretty well here. It's looking good for Theo Demanes in the green lycra, but Casati isn't one to be underestimated. It'd be interesting to see how he is in the waves. He's changed his kite size. He's got a more aggressive board. All he needs now is a double overhead set to roll through this heat box here on Sylt. It's like he's going to take this wave. Little lump. It's hard to say how big they're going to be until they hit that sandbar. I don't know whether it's a mistake to have dropped a kite size, because you could just lose downwind in the heat. One thing's for certain is you just need to commit to a wave and destroy it, not double guess these situations. Just get a wave score on the board. Here we go. Boom. A little off the lip. Gets the fins out in the foam, but not enough power to really make it look steezy. Here we go. Theo got that backhand hack. He is on his backside, so he's definitely at a disadvantage, but he's not letting that stop him. 2 turns. Little foam bounce. Ooh, and a little reaver to run out on the beach. Not sure how that scores. Lots of chat about gear on the live stream. Make sure you get up in there. Drop us a comment. Give us some support. Sorry about the sound there. Hope we got that sorted eventually with Camille. Camille, sorry. Continue to make that mistake. Boom, Casati putting the tail out on his second wave. 40 seconds left in this heat. Taking the runner through to the beach. Finding the lip where it didn't previously exist. Just at the bottom end of the heat box now. Needing to run up. Has he got time? 25 seconds. I don't know whether he's got time for another wave. Theo sitting in priority out the back. It's really where fitness is coming in now. Knows he's got 14 seconds left on the clock. Panting as he runs up the beach. I think Theo's pretty confident now. If he's got a beach help there with the scores on the board, he's looking like he's going to allow himself to smile, especially as he comes to the end of this wave. There we go. The timer is out. He's on his last wave of the heat. Went for that 360 tail out. One of the few tricks you can do on the backhand wave in waves this small to increase the scoreline, but doesn't look like he needs to unless Casati destroys a wave. It's a golden run for Theo right here. You can see the smile on his face. Can't believe it. Super stoked. This guy deserves it. He is pumped. Making his way through into the finals. Pretty happy with that. Well deserved. Big smiles. Shame for the younger Casati though. Casati bros not managing it. Bit of a beachside interview there on the beach as we progress through to the second heat of the semi-finals here. We're coming up. It is 4:20 right now in Germany. It's been a long day. Been here since 6 a.m. Just as Ruben messages me now, he's on his way here to join me for the finals. To back me up in the commentary box. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you today. I am Tom Court at Court in the Act, bringing this to you live from the GKA World Tour commentary box for the live stream. You can see Theo there, absolutely pumped that he's made it through that heat. You can see Matthew Lopez stoked for him. Matthew couldn't be a better competitor, couldn't be a better teammate, couldn't be a better guy. And it's so nice to see just good people doing well in this sport of ours. What a day this has been. One for the books here in Sylt. Look at that beach. Look at those people just stacking the seafront here on the island of Sylt in Germany. We've got 1 minute to the next heat now. The semi-finals, heat 2. James Carew, big hitter against Gabriel Benetton, favorite from Brazil. Two epically talented riders across multiple disciplines. It's an absolute showdown as these riders make the most of this conditions out there. You can see the clouds slowly building in the background, hoping that's not going to cause an issue with the wind, and we can get as far as we can get right now in this event. Feels like I've got my second wind now in this commentary booth, as I have been talking for 8 hours non-stop. Hope you've been enjoying it. Let me know in the comments what you think, if I'm getting anything right or wrong other than the names. It's been an absolute pleasure to be talking you through what's happening here on this amazing day in Sylt, Germany. Here we go, James Carew heading out into the box. The buzz has already gone. 9 minute 45, 10 minute heats, 9 minutes 45 left. James heading out into the scene right now, opening up with a 3-1-3 attempt, didn't get it. Repeat of the last heat, tried to open the heat with that trick, failed to land it. Not what he needed. Definitely looks lighter than it did earlier, but these guys are going to deal with it. The aim of the game here, Gabriel Benetton putting a 3.25 down, failing the front free shove there, not getting it. He's got a 3.25 on the board. The aim of the game here is to score 2 big hitting strapless freestyle tricks. Ideally don't get stuck in the shore break, and then switch over to your wave setup before getting a point break wave all the way down the heat box. This is what we're looking at right now. 2 freestyle tricks and then 1 wave score to make a complete kite surfer here at the GKA World Tour Stop in Sylt, Germany. Leonardo, big up. Very much appreciated, mate. Don't know whether I'm the GOAT, but I've definitely been around, or a GOAT, as they say, but I've definitely been around for a while across all the disciplines of the sport. It's a pleasure to be bringing you this kite surfing event right now from the commentary box here in Sylt, Germany. Big up to everybody out there listening. Such a great vibe on the beach, such good times on the water being had, and memories being made, no doubt, on and off the water, day and night right here. Big shout out to the over 50 riders up in this event this year. It's great to see you all here, frothed on kiting, as always, as we know how powerful and amazing this sport can be. Doesn't matter how you ride on the water, we're all united by one thing: the stoke on the shred. Being constantly ready for the shreddy, as I always say on my YouTube channel. It's a nice thing to ride how you want to on the water, to be out there and to know the feeling of the freedom that kite surfing can give you. Shown to us today by these riders and these varied conditions, just making it look easy out there. Big up to Tribe Water Sports. I don't know whether that's Tribe Water Sports, Tribe Crew. Go James, we are frothing for you. To Tribe. Oh, and look who's dropped into the box. It's Mr. Ruben Lenton.
What a drop-in.
What a drop-in.
Nice to be back. You're on fire, brother.
Oh, cheers, bro. Cheers, bro. I feel like I got my second wind.
Nice. The audience is still there. Still 288 of you tuning in to Tom Court, keeping it up here with the defender GKA Kitesurf World Cup on Sylt, and James Carew.
Banging one out there.
How do you even call it?
That was
a Surface 360?
No, it was I would say a flat 540 to Revert 180, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of making up as I go along here. Let me know if I'm getting it wrong, guys, or getting it right.
Right up my street. I mean, this is not my discipline. I probably don't know half of the tricks that you know in this discipline, so you probably know them all.
I know them all by sight, but maybe not by name, you know. And some by feeling.
Nice. So how many of you are actually kite surfers on the surfboards here in the... Let us know in the comments if you what your favorite discipline is.
Oh, Gabriel going for that double front without a grab. It's been scoring really highly. It's definitely a trick that's been up there in the mid-level 5s, if not 6s, if done well.
Already in the semifinals, the forecast did say that it was going to drop off toward the later afternoon, but it seems like these guys are still making it work on their bigger kites. So that's great to see. Oh, look at that. Unhooking, doing that flat 3 handle pass, which is insane, doing that without straps.
Yeah, it's really difficult to land. We've been seeing James stomping them throughout this contest so far, but it is a difficult one to land, and it's evading him in this heat so far. With only 4 minutes and 50 seconds left in the heat, he didn't need that.
Normally making it look easy, but my textbook faceplant, well performed.
Here we go, Gabriel. Again, failing to get that double front rotation.
Yep, a little bit of a board switch to catch some waves, probably.
Yeah, but I don't know. James has only got 1 scored trick on the board. I don't know whether he's waiting for scores to drop right now from the judges. I'm guessing he has landed a second trick, or he wouldn't be switching out equipment.
From his big air kite, which one was he riding?
Yeah, he was riding
the Evo.
I think it was the Evo.
And then now he's going on a Neo. He would be grabbing.
Yeah, he will be grabbing the Neo, which is well, it looks like he's actually grabbing an Evo of a different kind right now. Still D-Lab, but I think he might have been on the Juice prior to this. I actually wasn't paying attention to his equipment, which is bad of me.
That's not him, so that was not a kite he's grabbing now. So it might still be a Neo.
Gabriel coming in. Let's see that replay. He looks like he stomped that double front rotation he's been going for. It's a high-scoring trick in this event so far. He'll be happy with that. He'll be coming in, changing his gear up, stepping into his wave game. At the moment, Gabriel Benetton is looking pretty strong here. Let's see what's going to come in the last 3 minutes.
Grabbing a wave, quickly turning around and slamming it. Nice.
Always smoothing the waves, James.
Still on his backside, looking pretty solid there. I mean, I've seen him ride Nazare on his YouTube, so this is a whole different ball game riding this small wave on the inside.
Yeah, look at that. He's found a barrel in the shore break there. Digging out the heaviest section of that wave, right on the sand. But yeah, he's known for his powerful style in big waves. I mean, I've filmed with James in some of the gnarliest conditions I've seen him ride. Super tubos in Portugal in insane conditions, and really he does do some unbelievable stuff with a kite. But like you said, it's a whole different game when you're riding knee-high chop, you know?
Definitely. Phenomenal athlete, though. Super strong in the mind, in the body, and on the water for sure.
He's recently recovered, actually, from a pretty gnarly injury from the end of last season, I believe.
Exactly. The road to recovery. We all see it. Yeah. Athletes making videos about their recovery, which inspires the other one to do it even better the next time. So
to injure themselves even harder. Or what?
Yeah, just season ender straight out of the box.
A season ender could actually be a good video series, actually. You know?
Yeah, always something good comes out of it.
Yeah, but you won't see it until you're there. So.
Exactly.
Hey, we're good proponents of that ourselves. But, yeah, recovering from an injury often completes you as an athlete in many ways. Can help you overcome a lot of things in these challenging...
nice.
There we go. James really lacing into that first turn, finding some size out of nowhere. It's definitely going to help him. I don't know whether he knows he's only got 1 trick score on the board right now. I don't know quite what's going on with the score line there, but
let's not get into details on the numbers there.
Yeah, let's just ignore that for the second. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this heat. James digging deep to come up against Gabriel. He's got an 8.03 on the board.
Also, did I watch Gabriel doing 4 rotations on his Instagram?
Indeed you did. Indeed you did. I think there was a comment earlier. He's one of the very few riders that have done that. And apparently 4 full rotations and a 360 shove it.
Wow. Oh, yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just adding that shove it to the end. Like, that's crazy.
As if that was even possible.
Wow. I mean, with today's conditions, we already saw 2 rotations. Did you see the triple already today?
Yeah, we've seen a triple, but definitely not a quad.
Definitely not the quad and a 360 shove it.
But most riders have been struggling with the double, to be honest. The conditions have been challenging, to say the least, but look at the scoreline of Gabriel Benetton right now. 21.96
wow.
to James Carew's 15.83. It could be a Cinderella story for Gabriel. Could be curtains for Carew.
Yeah, there's only one spot left in the finals from this heat, so who's it going to be?
Whoever loses this heat will be battling it out for 3rd place on the podium, so it's not over.
In the mini final.
In the mini final. James won't like it in the mini final.
No, it doesn't belong there. I mean, who of these guys does?
No, exactly. So it's tough at this stage of an event.
Oh, he's eyeing down the line.
But one thing you can say about these guys is they never give up.
Oh.
It's not in their nature.
That's so frustrating with even surfing or riding waves. You always see a better wave behind it or on the side. It's like,
especially when you're sat in the box, you always see the better wave. You know?
Exactly. The grass is always greener on the other side.
It is. There we go.
That's because the neighbor is maintaining his lawn properly. Nice.
That's it. Always looking over that garden fence, mate. Gabriel solidifying his lead as the timer runs out there. It's looking like curtains for Carew.
Bummer there.
End of a Cinderella story.
Congratulations to Gabriel Benetton, all the way from Brazil, all the way here on Sylt in Germany. These guys are familiar faces on the world tour. They are traveling all over the world to perform their best and to, of course, live their passion to the fullest. And now kicking out his buddy James Carew from Australia. So advancing to the final, Gabriel, congratulations.
Yeah, what a heat he put together there.
It's funny how they switch up, like they can choose between 2 tricks and a wave, or two,
yeah. So whilst you were gone, they rapidly evolved the judging criteria. Yeah, just for a couple of hours. But whilst you were gone, they changed the judging criteria. Yeah, as we moved into the semis, they changed the criteria for 2 tricks on the freestyle side of things and 1 wave score. So basically, with 10-minute heats, slightly extended heats. So the idea, you got 7 minutes to concentrate on your tricks like you would normally, and then 3-minute wave time. At least that's how most of the riders are structuring their heats. I guess it's up to you if you stomp your first tricks. Bangers.
But can you choose if you do 2 tricks or 2 waves?
No, it's 2 tricks, 1 wave. Yeah.
Ah, okay. I thought you could choose like whatever you prefer.
Oh, maybe.
I think that's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. To be honest, I've only seen 1 wave score so far, but I don't think there's been 2 waves higher scoring than their trick scores. But
okay, well, let's keep a close eye on that.
That's all part of the game. We're about to progress through into the finals here. Let's go to a quick ad break, and then I will see you here with Ruben Lenton for the final.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur. Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Entertainment bezahlen?
Horror.
Nein!
Kriegt er nicht mehr durch.
Damit ist jetzt Schluss.
Was?
Ich bin verwirrt. Die beliebtesten Shows
Gibt's kostenlos für euch auf Join. Verstanden? Nee.
Nein. Kostenlos.
Echt jetzt?
Aber ich war gleich richtig. Ui.
Join, der Superstreamer.
It's for free.
Wir lernen fürs Leben.
In der Ausbildung.
Im Studium.
Digital.
Auf dem Campus.
Im Einsatz.
Bewirb dich jetzt.
Und starte deine Zoll-Karriere.de.
Entdecke Jakobs Espresso-Kapseln und erlebe intensiven Kaffeegenuss mit samtig weicher Crema. Jakobs, finde dein Wunderbar.
Kennst du dieses Gefühl? Wenn du spürst, du bist auf dem richtigen Weg.
Fertig?
Wenn du weißt, du kannst dir vertrauen.
Los.
Wenn du den Stolz fühlst, in etwas richtig gut zu sein. Weil du es kannst. Freiheit verteidigen. Frieden sichern. Demokratie schützen.
and direct.
Between Theo and Gabriel. Who've been and it's coming right up in a few minutes. The flags are being sorted out. The riders were given a little break in between their heats. After the men's final, we will be seeing a mini final. So stay tuned for lots of exciting action coming right up onto your screen. What do you want to give us some predictions or?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, it's anyone's game out there at the moment. As we've seen in the last few heats, they've evolved the judging criteria to include 1 wave and 2 trick scores in the final heats, which has been really interesting actually, because it's again stretching these riders into the all-round category of their performance, especially now that the waves have picked up. Look, we've got a little beachy point break there running through the competition zone, which is providing a few kickers and a few waves that they can ride. So it's going to be interesting, really.
Nice. A bit of wind swell coming in, and it's high tide as well in 2 hours.
Tide is pushing up, and here we go. Mini final. Kite surf mini final, heat 1, Leonardo Casati and James Carew, but that is happening second. And first up, we have got the main final.
That's the info that I was told, so I don't know why they are showing that graphic, but here we are with the graphic of the winner final between Theo Demanes from France and Gabriel Benetton from Brazil. Of course, and he just edged out James Carew in the previous heat, who is now in the mini final right after this heat. So yeah, excited to see who can actually land their moves and put some good scores on the board, whether it's a wave or a trick.
Yeah, some big hitters. They've all been incredibly consistent throughout this event, and it's been technically difficult conditions, light wind, variable sort of up and down gusty wind conditions, and then incredibly changeable wave conditions as well. We started today with flat water, almost no waves as the tide pulled out, but now we've got waves pushing up the beach as the tide comes in, wind filling in, slightly more onshore than it was earlier. But the riders are being forced to adapt not only to the conditions, but also to the evolving criteria, now judging 2 tricks and 1 wave as part of this final heat right now. Who's your money on, Ruben?
Which money, bro?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a
you
good question.
All the hours in the box here, mate. You're racking them up.
It's all gone. It's all gone at this point. But
I've sold it all.
I've probably still got £1 I could lose.
Nice. Okay, let's put all the pounds on there, mate.
Let us know in the comments who you think's got this. Theo, Emma is backing Theo. Couple of comments from Theo. Big up the guys from Cabrina watching live from wherever you are in the world, supporting your team rider here.
I mean, Gabriel being from Brazil, where the wind is mostly from the right-hand side, maybe Theo has a little bit of advantage of having his right tag here.
Yeah, interesting, actually, that.
So, yeah, let's see how they manage this playground with the pushing tide, which is about to get high. And, yeah, the wind is slowing down a little bit, so they will really have to make the most of their fluidity and see who can actually land their stuff.
Yeah, just getting to the top of that heat box at the moment. That is it. That's the start of the heat. The buzzer has gone. 9 minutes 50 on the clock. And
is he riding a 9?
He looks like he's riding a really small kite for the conditions, to be honest. I've been wondering all day why they're riding such small
front
kites.
Front roll, 360 shove it.
That's my favorite trick, like I've been saying. Smooth and
You can
stylish.
actually do that?
I think I've done it like 5 times, you know? I wouldn't say it's a consistent trick.
Oh, Gabriel, crashing it. He tried to copy the exact move. It seems like the go-to move to put on the board, especially in these conditions. Get that over and done with. But unfortunately, Gabriel couldn't put it together. So if you crash, unfortunately, your points also crash.
Yeah, no points for a crash. But with 10-minute heats, there's no rush out there on the water. I think the key with these final sort of situations is to keep your head nice, cool, calm, and collected. Not let the crash wig you out, as I think we saw with Ayrton Cosolino earlier in the heats. Really had he crashed his kite on the first trick of the heat, and I think it really got under his skin. I think, yeah,
that's the last thing you need.
Definitely ruined his flow. Leonardo Neves, Gabriel for the win.
Wow, now Gabriel landing it properly.
There we go. Well, look, most of these riders have been trying a couple of tricks 2 or 3 times before they stomp it.
He pops, does the forward, and then whoop, he just spins it. Like he keeps one foot on the board and it just pivots around it.
I was going to say the key with that trick is A, timing, B, takeoff, but C, is keeping that front foot in the center of the rotation of the board. So you almost, rotate the board around your front leg. So
Nice.
just
Hold my beer. I'll be right back.
Okay, we're going to see Ruben enter the box. No. Only 8 minutes left. Scores on the board.
In this lovely final between Theo de Manes and Gabriel Benetton. Some of the best kite surfers in the world here on Sylt. Defender GKA Kite Surf World Cup in the freestyle, in the kite surf strapless discipline.
Yeah. Great display of these riders' versatility out there on the water, adapting not only to the conditions, not only to the judging criteria, but to the competitiveness of the situation. Front roll there, probably not what he wanted. 6.30 on the board for Theo de Manes in the green Lycra, who's currently further upwind in the box. But they do seem like they're riding small kites.
Is he still going for a move? Like, it's don't jump when somebody is downwind of you, but he's going for it. He's going for it. Oh, no. Another front roll 360 shove it. Why would he be doing that?
I'm not sure.
To better his score, but he's already got some good scores for that on the board. But what does he know? You don't have a live watch telling you the scores, right?
That's it. It's actually in the rule book, you're not allowed a communication device to the beach in your heat. I didn't know that. Telepathic communications needed. Now, there is a screen on the beach in the front of the judging tower. If you can kind of see it there, that yellow patch.
But you can go back to the beach to talk to your caddy, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Okay,
so the caddy is part of the strategy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the best is just to be in your flow and be super confident. But yeah, with these kind of conditions, you cannot always be confident, or it's not always up to you how good your moves are. You just hope for the best score. Oh, doing the front roll, not quite happy with that for Gabriel Benetton.
Yeah, he's getting stuck behind the scoreline now with that 3.57 score, whereas Theo, with 2 pretty good scores, is already choosing to swap to that waveboard to get that 3rd point line on the go. With 6 minutes still on the clock, he's really getting into Gabriel's head here.
Yeah, he's getting some intel from his caddy there whilst running up the beach. Running up the beach into the wind just to create some more room to use the whole box and to build up some speed. So he can do the tricks right in the right spot.
Yeah, well, to use that wave that runs through the whole zone. I think also probably sensing that there might be a drop in the wind. He's gone out early with his waveboard, made that change so that he can get his 3rd score.
Theo also going for a change
in
here,
the box.
Already unclipping his leash. And his team will be ready with a fresh board, taking his kite. Look at that teamwork right there. Running up the beach. Another kite right there. Perfect. That's a bit easier than running with your kite.
It's turned into a triathlon. Not only do you have to be good at all the disciplines with a kite, you've also got to be a good sprinter as well.
Exhausted, mate. I'll just take the car, just a defender on the beach, and drive me upwind. Is that in the rule book, Tom? Is it?
I don't know. No defenders on the beach, I think.
And that's on the Sylt rule book.
4 minutes, 45 seconds to go in this final here. Battling it out for 1st and 2nd. Theo sitting in 1st place currently with 13.97 combined score. Looking for a wave score. Gabriel Benetton sitting behind in the back seat with 9.94. Also changed his gear to go for his wave score. Looks to me like the wind is slackening right off here. It's going to make this wave section of the heat really tricky. You've got to, the thing with wave riding is you're always wave riding downwind, right? So you need a bit of wind strength in order to go downwind, because as you know, a downwinder with no wind is even worse than an upwinder with no wind.
Yeah, you need to keep some pressure in your kite. Kite surfing without wind is not recommended. But these guys are making the most of it, running into the wind, creating some more room for their tricks, and hopefully squeezing out the last bit of power before the wind really drops off on this beautiful day here on Sylt. Luckily, we've been blessed with absolutely stunning weather throughout the whole week, and everybody has been enjoying the whole promenade. Lots of shops, lots of good vibes, and now moving into some action on the weekend. It's a great event going on here in Germany.
Yeah, it's been absolutely perfectly planned by the head judge and the team here at the GKA, really reacting to the conditions as they change.
Well, tomorrow there is another day on the forecast and for the event, so if we cannot finish, they might have to do it tomorrow, but who knows? I don't want to get ahead of the plans or jinx the wind to really die now.
You never know, guys. I might be back in the box again tomorrow, so if you haven't had enough of my voice today, there's always another chance.
Let's see if there's any of it left tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, but let us know in the comments if you've enjoyed the stream today. Looks like these guys really struggling with the waves and the wind conditions now. What do you think? Are they going to make it through to the end of this? 2.5 minutes to go. It seems like they've both got tricks on the board. Theo is going to be stoked or bummed, depending on which way they go with this heat right now. But 2.5 minutes to go. They've pretty much almost got it done.
I think I can get that score, a 1.83 on a wave ride. I think that can be my highest score if I tried really hard.
I mean, these guys have just about got enough power to keep this thing going.
It's just 2 minutes of this final and then the mini final, which we have to run. So also using up the whole team, and they will be quite a challenge. So let's see how much we can squeeze out of the power of Mother Nature this afternoon.
Here we go. Seeing a little lump here. Can he keep up with it? He's probably going to go for the wave behind.
I want to know that kite size.
I think it's a 10 meter or a 12 meter, but it looks...
Why are they not on 15s? I don't know. I have to ask the guys.
Yeah, I mean, I've been asking myself that question all day, Ruben, to be honest. If I was out there, I'd be on the biggest kite I could possibly get. I think there was a 15-meter Juice D-Lab on the beach, which I've seen a few of the riders sharing around.
Give me some pow.
Yeah, pow, pow.
So we see Gabriel Benetton riding out the sea, and also Theo. They're looking for waves, so they're spotting some bumps in the sea to see which they can ride, which is actually going to form a good wave. This comes with years and years of skills and reading the ocean clearly, so that you know exactly which wave is going to turn into the good one.
Yeah, it's really difficult in these short period wind swells to kind of read what's going to happen next. I tell you what does help with that is foiling. Once you learn to foil, you start reading the water totally differently, because you can really start to see what's under the water as well as what's above it.
Exactly.
Here he is.
What pressures are going on. See, here's
Exactly.
Gabriel Benetton with that Brazilian style, putting the energy on it.
Nice, nice. Manages to eke a proper...
Straight onto the beach.
Proper wave ride out of that.
Where was the red carpet, mate?
Yeah, he could have just walked up to the podium from there, right?
Oh, he's still lacking some points. So if he can better his, maybe he should switch back for the last 20 seconds for another freestyle move.
Yeah, I mean, a few comments on like the conditions, but guys, you must know that we've got to play with the conditions we've been given. Like I've said so many times on this stream today, it's all about making the best of the conditions. Both these riders are competing in the same conditions out there. Both of them could be on 15s, but they're choosing not to be.
Theo, yes, getting some nice turns in here still on the
Bang.
inside.
I mean,
steezing.
Either way, I bet you if you ask Theo if he wants the heat cancel right now, he would probably say no.
Theo is in the lead. So let's see what the final scores are coming through. But it looks like Theo has got it. Look how stoked he is.
Oh my God. It's the Cinderella story for Theo de Manes. I don't know whether they're going to get the second half of the mini final done today. So it looks like we might be back on for a heat tomorrow. But that is heat complete. The conditions weren't perfect, let's say, for that final right there. But it looks like we managed to get ourselves a result, which is half of the battle when you book an event ahead of time, right? Like, I've been talking about the conditions a lot. It's difficult to book anything more than a week in advance.
100%. You just have to put the dates there. I mean, a week is enough to catch some wind almost anywhere. You can, of course, have bad luck, which happens a lot at events, but luckily we got some action here today, and I want to definitely give a big shout out to the whole event team. The whole crew has been rising early and putting in all the hard work to make it a smooth competition today. So big applause for everybody involved making this beautiful event happen. And again, a big congratulations to Theo for squeezing it all out in the final.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a real solid run from him, to be honest. And he's been nothing but smiles and good vibes throughout the whole thing. So, you know, I think it's a solid win. I don't feel that it's undeserved in any way. Commenting saying it's a shame to be running in these conditions, it would be even more of a shame not to get a result at all. So I think, you know, it's difficult for the event team, it's difficult for everyone involved to make these calls, but look at those smiles at the end of the day.
Autographs for the fans, they're coming right up to him, and he's just a happy camper. So great example here. Keep your head up, be positive, and ride with what you're given.
Yeah, exactly. Take it as it comes.
Because we're all in for the ride.
Exactly, one way or another. You can't always choose the perfect days to be out there on the water. What a guy.
I think they're going straight to the prize giving. Oh, no, sorry.
No.
We have the mini final.
Yeah, we've got the mini final to go. I don't know if the conditions are going to be
suitable
up there for the mini final.
Let me pump a 15 for the boys.
Yeah, maybe it's time for you to get out there and show us what your wave score might be.
Exactly.
There's still time, Ruben.
Oh, here they...
oh, no, they've put the heat graphic up there.
That means...
Men's mini final. This is not favoring James's powerful riding style right now.
But Leonardo Casati, only 16 years of age, or maybe even 15, is...
only 45 kilos.
He can make this work, and he's so skilled out there, so creative, and I'd love to see him...
maybe there's a little gust on the horizon up there.
Give James a run for his money there. It's all about the third and fourth place here in this mini final between Leonardo Casati and James Carew. So do we see some white caps out there? Are they going to be able to make it work? It will be lovely because getting everybody up and running for one heat tomorrow will be a bit of a pity.
Yeah, I mean, there is a forecast tomorrow, but the wind direction might be a bit off. And as we've seen so far this week, the wind forecast has just been so up and down, so changeable. You never know what's going to happen until the last minute. As today, the wind forecast seems to have just held throughout the day. Having said that, I'm looking at the forecast right now. I mean, it's coming close to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Does forecast to drop at 6 p.m. from 20 to 17 knots. So
or from 12 to 10.
Yeah,
somewhere in the middle.
Depending on which way you look at it, yeah. But what a result.
And we're going also
for those guys out there today.
Into the afternoon here.
Looks like tomorrow could be a little more offshore, which is actually harder to run.
Yeah, maybe the waves get a bit cleaner if there's some wind swell, but
yeah, I think there might also be an evolving. Yeah, it might be an evolving format, and I think they'll be pretty cool. I mean, pretty keen now that the format's been adapted to this wave and trick event, that they keep it like that for the mini final as well.
100%.
There we go. Looks like that result's gonna stand. Theo Demanez running away with it. All smiles.
Stoked, can't believe it. Put in the effort.
Yeah, rewarded.
All the way to the end. Nice one.
Well deserved as well, if you ask me. Really well ridden, consistent through the whole event. And just...
Where's Theo ranked overall, do you know?
I don't know his overall ranking. Let's have a look on the rankings right now on the GKA website. If you want to know any info on anything that's going on, go onto the GKA website.
GKA Kite Worldtour.com.
And it will tell you right now.
Are you looking at the big air? Kite surf. Yeah, nice.
Just flicking through it right now.
He's on 17th.
He's on 17th, joint 17th.
On the overall rankings.
Overall kite surf rankings. So
what will this win do to him?
With Pedro Matos sitting in first, Ayrton Cozzolino in second, Gabriel Benetton in third, Sebastião Ribeiro in fourth, and Theo Demanez right down the bottom there. So this is gonna
Up his overall ranking.
Up his overall ranking for sure. Especially in a year like this where there's been, arguably less events than most seasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's crucial, actually. Like a couple of firsts.
Like a boss on the top spot. Theo Demanes from France.
What a feeling that is, Ruben. Tell us about that feeling.
Oof. I've had it happen a few times. Don't ask me how. But winning an event is an incredible feeling. Seeing everybody cheer for you, and all the hard work you've been putting in, working out, and then of course you're getting rewarded. Of course with some money, but it's mostly just the result, your achievement of visualizing yourself there and becoming it, right? So well done. My feeling, however, with it was. I never felt myself really worthy of it in that time. I always found other people better. So when I see people that really care about winning win, I got goosebumps when I saw Aaron on stage or Kevin on stage. But it never gave me really goosebumps. I never cared about winning. I was just like, yeah, whatever.
Sick. So, nice to be here.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, boys, it's good times. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was a lack of self-love or awareness, or I really just don't care about that.
It's a funny one, right? The psychology of winning, because I feel very similar to what you've just said, right? I've had some really precious podiums to me, like one of them being between Aaron and Kevin Langery, two of my major idols in freestyle, and stood there right in the middle. For me, it was more of a proud moment to be between those two people than it was to be to be on that podium, if that makes sense.
100%.
But yeah. There's people that really strive to win. James Carew being one of them, for example, really devoted. Aaron Hadlow, another example.
Kevin Langeray, Ayrton, there's multiple times world champions who just live for that, and I think it's a different breed.
Okay, yeah. So it's an interesting thing, but what it takes to win a whole tour versus one event,
and then multiple times,
is a whole different ball game.
Definitely.
Nonetheless. Such a liberating feeling to, like you say, visualize yourself in a position and make it there through whatever means you do. And as an athlete, what people don't often recognize as well is how much pressure is on you from you. Like it doesn't seem like there's pressure doing something that you love on the water, right? Like
and it looks so easy and fluent.
Externally, you're looking at an event like this going, they're just going kite surfing, right? But when you're there and you're in it, there's all the weight of expectation and pressure that you put on yourself. Doesn't matter who else it's from. And just moving away from that it was much more clear to me that pressure was there. So
100%.
It's a huge payback to be on that podium for sure, and he'll be having a great day because of that. And we've just got the red flag up, so less than 2 minutes now to the start of this mini final. It looks like they're going to push through.
The last action of the day here between James Carew and Leonardo Casati, the youngster from Italy. Where did Lorenzo end up?
Lorenzo Casati, I think, in 4th place.
Fifth.
No, 5th place. Yeah. 5th place. Have to look at the overall standings, but knocked out.
So Leo beat his bro.
Yeah, I believe so.
They didn't come up against each other, right?
No, they didn't. No, but both of them shredding. I mean, both sharing equipment. Such good sportsmanship between those two brothers. So good to see.
And then the father coaching, filming, helping manage the things. And
I mean, he seems like a full video production team.
Exactly. They're on it. Really good to see.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Well, it's another great feeling having support of your family through something like this.
And I think we all have different dreams and things that we want to achieve. And I just think you have to do whatever gives you the nicest goosebumps. Let's put it that way.
Whatever makes your hair stand on end.
Winning didn't do it for me, but putting the sport on the map, organizing events, doing stunts, that gives me goosebumps. Even playing that DJ set 2 nights ago with a beautiful sunset, I got goosebumps 3 times. So then you know that you're in the right spot and that you're doing what you love. So I highly recommend go chase some goosebumps, guys.
Chase the goosebumps. That's a great feeling. The minute you can feel what the hairs on your arms are doing, it's always a good moment, isn't it?
100%. Well, James Carew is, I don't know if this is a day of goosebumps for him. I think more frustration and hard work and making it work. And he's going to try his best to amp up his energy and make the most of the little power in the wind.
Yeah, he's a professional. He knows he's got to deal with it now. There's a chance that this heat might not get to fruition.
No, they're gonna do it.
I think they're gonna do it. It seems like they're
Oh.
insistent on it. That's it.
Back roll double.
So the heat is on now. Back roll double spin. I mean, when you've got guys doing tricks like that in your heat, it's hard to argue, right?
And James just did a kite loop already.
There we go.
Oh
no, little
glitch in the
three. Glitch in the system there. Flat 3. James is going to be doing a lot of running in this heat. It's going to be tough for him. It's not his wheelhouse. He's normally a powerhouse. But he's going to be pushing through nonetheless. Difficult to go up against such a young rider in such light winds because they're always going to out-energy
He's got a 15 on.
15 Harlem kite there.
Nice. That's getting some power going for Leonardo Casati, the youngster from Italy, here with his brother and his father. And great at the strapless kite surfing, but also great on the twin tip and the foil. Whoop. Look at that front roll rodeo. The rodeo is when you put the board in between your legs. And he unfortunately crashed it, so no points for that. Let's see what James can squeeze out. Looks like he wants to unhook. Seems like he is, pulling. He's got slight deep power there.
Struggling with the power. Little back roll, board off. Struggling on the landing. Somehow aquaplaning his way out of that. Proving it's possible.
Yeah, Leo always looks so relaxed on the water as well.
And James just going into what he can do. He's pretty insanely consistent at a few things in the strapless realm. I don't know quite what's going on with the on-screen graphics or the timing right now. I assume that they're in the heat because otherwise they wouldn't be wasting this energy. But
they forgot to start the clock by the looks
like
of it.
10 minutes isn't counting down right there.
What's the flag doing?
The flag hasn't really been doing anything for a while.
Nice.
Leonardo Casati. Okay, apparently we're 7 minutes 30 on the clock.
Nice, thanks for that intel. That helps.
So they're 3 minutes into this heat right now.
The last bit of action for this wonderful event here, the Defender GKA Kite Surf World Cup, which we saw 2 disciplines over this week. The Hydrofoil Big Air with Hugo Wigglesworth from New Zealand coming out on top. And I think Finn Flugel was second.
Yeah.
And then in third place, we saw Lorenzo Casati. Incredible tricks on the hydrofoil earlier this week. And
yeah, it looks like it's highly possible.
Oh, he did the handle pass there.
He got the 3-1-3. James, nice. Pulling it out of the bag. He'll be happy with that.
I think that will give him some scores. A very technical trick.
Let's have a look on the GKA website quickly at the live scoring.
And of course now just in the final action of the second discipline of this event, the kite surf, which includes strapless tricks like this and some wave riding as well.
Oi. Just got a little greedy there with that last rotation.
He thought to squeeze it in, but look at them power legs.
Look at those, and he didn't think he'd be doing this many miles on foot this weekend. That's for sure. James Carew versus Leonardo Casati. Is it going to be a double podium for the brothers, or is James going to hold him off here?
Oh, yeah.
He wants
sit down landing. 2 feet.
Landing like on skis.
Is that a water ski landing? Is that extra points or points deducted?
Okay, James has just changed kite. I think he's just going to go for some wave hits now, doing what he can out there. I'm not sure whether anyone else is getting the live scoring going here, but struggling
James
to see
Carew running upwind to stay in the competition box because when the wind is not that strong, you lose quite a bit of height, even getting up to speed and picking out your takeoff spot.
Yeah,
which can be a kicker or a piece of chop. But it looks like Leonardo Casati is on his 15 Harlem, getting a bit more power than James is.
I mean,
here.
I don't know what kite James has changed to, but it seems
even smaller,
tiny. I'm not sure the thought process here. I think in these conditions, it's take the biggest kite possible.
Give me power.
Yeah, give me hope, give me power.
Oh, is he landing this one? Yes, that's clean.
Smooth, he's come for it. 4 minutes 57 on the clock in this heat. I reckon he's probably going to be happy with what he's landed now. Leonardo is going to come in, switch up. James thinking, what on earth are these waves? But he's going to make the best of it. True professional that he is.
You don't just ride the wave, you create it. Here's James Carew.
Making waves.
Making waves on Sylt. Here we see a nice gear change. It looks like Leonardo Casati is also putting in some scores on that wave riding. So he's going to grab his surfboard and another kite, which is a little bit more maneuverable to actually hit some waves properly.
If I was James, I'd be reaching for the bodyboard right now.
There we go. Quite a like you say, it's a full-on triathlon here.
It's a triathlon. It's hard. Running on sand. I don't know whether you've ever run on sand. Like he's got weight in his wetsuit, water in his wetsuit.
Nice. I love those aqua flush systems that don't work. Nice. Gotta love the wetsuit brands. Yeah, we got this aqua flush technology, and it's just like, oh, he's been training his calves big time in the gym.
Honestly, there are holes.
Installed them the wrong way. Keep the water in.
That's it. Coming down to the last
on
3.5 minutes.
Was he overpowered?
He was obviously overpowered on that 15. I mean, I can't quite understand the tactics of these reducing the kite size in these conditions, but obviously something I don't know.
I know what they're doing. They're being the wind in their own sail.
Yeah, they're just being positive. Positive. Kite positive.
Kite positive comments here. Lovely.
Kite positive. It is windy.
It is windy.
They've got their foil goggles on. Let's see in the closing moments of this heat. Ah, right. Okay, I see the scores. What have we got? That can't be. Maybe. Is it right? I'm not really trusting these scores.
Wow. Well, it looks like James got an 8 for the 313.
Yeah. TS3. James Carew, 14.84.
Wow.
Heat total so far. Leonardo Casati, 9.17. It looks like James is on the top. Got an 8.17 for the 313. Big score. Big score. It would have been nice to track this as we went. 9.17 total for Leonardo Casati. 14.84 for James Carew right now. What's he doing? Smashing this little shore break into the beach. Looking pretty.
James Carew can't believe his luck with that 8-point score for his 313. That's incredible.
Yeah, well, maybe he's getting the.
But he can still better that 1.5,
yeah,
which he now is doing.
Yeah, 1.5 on the board. He's got a possibility of getting a higher scoreline here. He can't afford to give up right now. He obviously knows he's got a lot on the line here. This is a third place finish.
And Leo Casati is a wizard of his own, so he can still squeeze out some incredible last-minute tricks. So this is really exciting heat to watch in the mini final.
What an epic day of kite surfing here on Sylt, Germany. What an amazing beach. What an awesome setup. And an incredible event so far at the GKA World Tour Stop.
It is quite the setup for an event.
It's an insane setup.
Everybody's
such good times.
Fully enjoying being on holiday, enjoying their weekend on the promenade, and just watching the best kite surf action and getting some sunshine on their faces. And I will supply their ears with some beautiful beats to soundtrack the sunset this evening.
Perfect. Yeah, so if you're listening to us live right now, I'm joined by Ruben Lenton. He's playing live this evening on the seafront down here. Make sure you come down, 7 p.m. Join us for some celebratory beverages on the seafront. It's going to be a good one. It's only been 10 hours so far here in the booth.
Because you got a dream.
We shall do more.
Definitely.
Looks like these guys, 20 seconds left as the wind fades into the final. It could be curtains for Casati.
Unfortunately, not landing on the podium like his bro. It looks like James Carew has done enough, despite the challenging conditions.
Unless this wave.
Oh, this could do him in. He's on the wave.
He's on the wave. The buzz is coming down. He can't even ride it. That wind has dropped off. Reach for the surfboard, guys. James still Really, see, this is the power of actually never giving up. It would have been very easy for James to
be
complain
gutted,
about
yeah,
this,
exactly.
to let it get into his head and
Yeah.
to be psyched out. But that is exactly what we've just seen, is professionalism and good competitive spirit right there, knowing that he just needs to get that done. There we go.
Definitely.
That's the end of the mini final.
A big round of applause here for James Carew, coming in third here at the Defender GKA Kitesurf World Cup in the kitesurf discipline. And unfortunately, Leonardo Cassati just been edged out here by the Aussie and landing in fourth place. Nonetheless, big round of applause for this talented kiddo. And James Carew, what a ledge.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with that. I mean, that was the best he could have hoped for, obviously, being in that heat. I mean, it wasn't an easy one. He had to earn that, but that's a testament to
This kid is on it with the autographs. He's like, you're coming off the water, and I got it. Let's
Bang,
go.
look
Ready
at
for
that.
it. On a nice Defender poster. Beautiful.
Signing that Defender right there.
You.
It's going to go straight on the wall.
Exciting times. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. Tom, absolute legend for keeping it up today with all the updates and your energy. So we will have a nice celebratory beer together afterwards. I have got to run out for a quick interview.
Yep.
So much love to everybody back home, and stay safe, guys.
Big up. Nice. Thank you very much, Ruben Lenton, joining me here live in the commentary box for the GKA World Tour. What a day that has been. 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. In fact, 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. So, yeah, solid 12 hours. 10 hours of live. We've made it happen. We didn't give up. James Carew taking the mini final, landing in third place. He's going to be happy with that. Absolute legends, everybody here on the beach in the sunny Sylt in Germany. What a day that's been for the GKA. What a day that's been for the riders. And, you know, less than perfect conditions for sure, but we've just seen there the testament of not giving up, pushing through, and what can be achieved. Yes, right, let's go to a quick commercial break before they set up the podium, and I will guide you through the last moments of this epic day.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Okay, and we are back for the final stint of this amazing day here on the sunny German beach of Sylt in the north of Germany. What a day it has been, what a result that is. And although probably far than perfect conditions out there for those last few heats, it has been amazing to see the riders pushing through and some great results. on the water. What a day. Stoked. I have been Tom Court here live in the booth. And joined by Ruben Lenton and many of the riders throughout the course of the day. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring the action to you live on the water. And yeah, just super stoked to have seen all of this epic riding. Going to be signing off today, Saturday 30th, with the last shots of the podium here. If you've got any last questions on the live, let me know. If you enjoyed it, big up. Thanks for all the guys and girls that have shown support. Here we go. All the riders. Leonardo Casati just missing out on the podium there. To James Carew, who showed his grit and determination, not complaining, dealing with it even though at a weight and size disadvantage. Making it work. Using that equipment to the best of his ability. We've got Australia, Brazil, Italy, and France up there. What a result. These guys are going to be so happy with that day. And look at that. Look at that smile on the top podium there. Awesome. Such a good show of competitive personalities there. Everybody stoked for each other. Couldn't be happier for these guys as they sign off the day here for the GKA World Kitesurf Tour. Stop in Sylt, Germany. Westerlands Beach. What an amazing spot for it. Just such a cool spot soaked in water sports history. Stretching back to the early 80s. With some of the biggest windsurfing world tour events moving through into the kite surfing today. You see these absolute legends crowned forever in our sport as the people that didn't give up. That's how it should be. Perfect. Well, what an end to a great day. Not much more to say, really, from my side. If you want to keep up with me, make sure you hit me up on socials at Caught in the Act on Instagram, or hit me up on YouTube and follow along to all the things. Make sure you follow the GKA social media and stay tuned for all the highlights from this epic event. I'm going to sign out today. I've been Tom Court. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching, and see you on the next one. Cheers from the GKA, over and out.
Wir sind die mit dem Frühlingsquark. Würzig mild, extra cremig und immer frühlingsfrisch. Für euch haben wir immer neue Ideen, damit für alle was dabei ist. Auch vegan. Macht's euch einfach lecker mit der Quark- und Streichvielfalt von Milram. Jetzt wild und neu. Frühlingsquark Wildkräuter.
Ich hab ne Steinschlag-Reparatur-Termin bei meiner Steinschlag-Reparatur. Jasmin bei United Autoglas. Da fahr ich hin, da hab ich Spaß.
Jetzt Steinschlag-Reparaturtermin vereinbaren auf united-autoglas.de.
Ich will nicht mehr!
Für Entertainment bezahlen?
Horror. Nein!
Kriegt er nicht mehr durch.
Damit ist jetzt Schluss.
Was?
Ich bin verwirrt.
Die beliebtesten Shows
Gibt's kostenlos für euch auf Join. Verstanden? Nee.
Nein!
kostenlos.
Echt jetzt?
Aber ich war gleich richtig hui.
Join, der Superstreamer.
It's for free.
Wir lernen fürs Leben.
In der Ausbildung,
Im Studium.
digital,
Auf dem Campus.
im Einsatz.
Bewirb dich jetzt.
Und starte deine zoll-karriere.de.
Entdecke Jakobs Espresso-Kapseln und erlebe intensiven Kaffeegenuss mit samtig weicher Crema. Jakobs, finde dein Wunderbar.
Kennst du dieses Gefühl? Wenn du spürst, du bist auf dem richtigen Weg.
Fertig?
Wenn du weißt, du kannst dir vertrauen.
Los.
Wenn du den Stolz fühlst, in etwas richtig gut zu sein. Weil du es kannst. Freiheit verteidigen. Frieden sichern. Demokratie schützen.